parents' names? Silly, like that. Silly, cool dude.
He's pretty cool dude, pretty classy dude, like from still lives in Greece.
Wow, like your mom.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
And then so he still lives in
Free surfers, you have 2 minutes to clear up that lineup. 2 minutes to clear that lineup. Thank you. 'Again, we would like to remind all the surfers, this will still be a 30-minute heat, but please check in early because you have a 10-minute paddle out, and caddies can be in the water with a backup board. Caddies to be on the beach with backup boards and can paddle out to surfers in the channel in case of broken equipment. Again, caddies to be on the beach with backup boards and can paddle out to surfers in the channel. Five minutes to start the heat.
Walang ano? Walang wifi?
We're here at Red Bay Pagdamilian. And we're here at Red Bay Pagdamilian. And we're gonna make some potteries.
Full experience today, making our own pots. Everyone was super helpful in showing us how to do it. Yeah, it was a really good experience and you should definitely do it if you're here.
We just got here at Baluarte Watchtower and we just tried some snacks here too. Local snacks. Super nice inside, it's super cool and the ocean is so beautiful.
5 minutes. 5 minutes to start. 5 minutes.
Good morning and welcome back to the World Junior Championships. We are in the beautiful northwestern region of the Philippines. Mona Lisa Point absolutely showing all of her beauty this morning. It has been a fantastic week so far. Day 4 of the event window, and it'll be day 3 of the competition. My name is Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by none other than Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, we had a day off yesterday. What'd you get up to?
We did. Was able to surf a couple of times at our beach break just in front of our place at the San Juan Surf Resort. Was able to see the waves here at Mona Lisa Point, but more than anything, just trying to analyze what really the swell direction does right here. Stace, a big increase in swell today. Really excited to get things going.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic out here, and we've been really fortunate to soak up the area. Plenty of waves on offer, and the surf is the same. You know, yesterday was a 50-50 call. We kept eyes on it all day, but definitely the right call to wait for today.
No doubt.
Increased size, plenty of opportunity,
Yeah.
and it's going to be another ripper day. We weren't the only ones that had some fun though on the day off. Our surfers got out and about. We're going to take a look at what they got up to.
Yeah, it was a really good experience, and you should definitely do it if you're here.
We just got here at Baluarte Watchtower, and we just tried some snacks here too. Local snacks, super nice inside, it's super cool, and the ocean is so beautiful.
It's good to see Rosie Smart and the gang getting amongst some of the action here. Plenty of things to do on offer on the lay days around here. Not only the surf, but plenty of cultural significance to the region, Mitchell, and the Philippines in general. It was nice to catch up with some of the Siargao boys yesterday. We've got one of them coming up in Heat 1 today. Toby has been one of the hallmark surfers of junior Philippine surfing for the last couple of years, and we're excited to see him get things underway this morning with Leo Casal when we kick things off. Beautiful aerial vision here as we pull over Mona Lisa Point. But obviously we're on increase in swell, but we're going to get the form out with Jessie Starling. Good morning, Jessie.
Morning, Stace. Morning, Mitch. Yes, it's come up a lot today. I think a lot more than any of us expected. Ellie got a morning surf in. Ellie, what was the vibe like out there? Was it as hard as it kind of looks?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard, but it's cooking. It's like the best day yet in the whole time I've been here. It's really fun. There's like nice drawn out walls. Like it's going to be a really fun day of surfing.
We've been told the men's round of 16 is on, and like Stace was saying, we have both the men and the women on standby today. How much would you love to see the women out there?
Yeah, I'd love if the girls were out there today. Yeah, there's such good opportunity to just everyone to showcase their surfing in these conditions. So really excited if we're on, and if we're not, then it's all good. It's going to be fun to watch the boys.
We saw a quick little preview of the pottery yesterday. You went on that tour. How was it kind of experiencing the local culture around here?
It was so fun. I mean, my pottery wasn't too good, but it was, so fun to learn and just be with all the girls and meet new friends there. It was so cool that we got to do a tour. I love it here. It's been amazing.
Well, guys, it's pumping, so let's get this show on the road. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Ellie. Pumping, yes, it is. And Ellie Harrison from Barwon Heads in Victoria, about a, give or take, 30-minute drive from Bells Beach. She would just be looking at these conditions, Mitchell, and hoping that she gets a run today. If not, we are expecting some fun days coming up after this as well. So I'm sure she'll enjoy the action. Big Aussie contingent down there.
Major.
And it's been good to see everyone enjoying themselves. Pottery, Mitchell, if you were there, how would you go?
I don't think I would do that well. I could maybe do a cup or two, but I don't know if I could do anything outside of that space. Definitely, I'm good with my hands, but not as good with clay, I think.
It's definitely trending at the moment. I'll take something home if anyone's made me a little ornament. It's another great heat here to keep competition rolling. Like we mentioned, we had a lay day yesterday. And as we listen to the beach announcer, Dom kicked this day off. We're expecting a ripping day of competition. Toby Espignon versus Leo Casal out of Brazil. It's been a good couple of years for Leo. Mitchell, third in the World Junior titles last year. You were at that event. He's one of those kids that feels like he's been around for a long time.
He has, and he's had wild card opportunities at the Challenger Series level. Actually won a junior event in Sydney last year and beat a couple of the guys that are actually in this event representing Australia. So the kid obviously knows how to compete. He knows how to manage time, but more importantly, when it comes out and being in the spotlight, he can be able to shine in those big moments. So wouldn't be surprised to see him get inside positioning like he has right now. But today, really, the tail of the tape, less is more, Stace. Don't try to go out there and try to do a bit too much. Sections on offer, sections that you need to hammer, because there's few and far opportunities if you do get caught inside. You could be losing 5-6 minutes in a heat that way.
Talk to us about the confidence that someone like him would get out of winning an event abroad, particularly a junior event in Australia, where obviously, as we know, that the talent is really deep.
It's major. We've seen a lot of guys actually do that in the past. I remember Miggy, Jadson, those guys used to go abroad, and especially when the Oakley Junior Tour used to be a thing, they'd go and win the majority of events in both Europe and Oz. And not only does it bring your confidence up, too, it puts everybody else on notice. And having that kind of spotlight on yourself and getting people to notice you, I think it's something good for your confidence, but more importantly for your skills, too, because if your skills at home are great and then you're going abroad and beating those guys, it means that you're world class. For sure, yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned Sammy and Miguel Pupo. Leo Casal actually sort of took a similar path. Both the Pupo brothers spent some time in Sydney when they were younger working on their English, and Leo did the same thing in my hometown and the school that I went to, actually, and he spent some time there. So I think, that all adds to it too, just that familiarity of travelling, but also, your peers and your competitors. And it's a big move for a kid like that to do that, but I think that, that's the kind of thing that, along with his surfing and surfing abroad, those experiences are building him into everything to what he is right now, which is a super confident, great young surfer. There's nothing more important or bigger in life than human willpower, and once you're able to have that and harness it to a way that benefits you, Stace, the sky's the limit for you. And there's no such thing as a glass ceiling once you have that. And I just feel like Medina was the guy that kind of broke that glass ceiling for all those kids from South America, winning the World Junior title 2013. He beat Ramsey in the final. Next thing you know, next year, goes over to Snapper, beats Joel literally when the sun's about to set at Snapper Rocks against maybe the best surfer out there ever.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Gabriel, but I must say the tears are still drying on my face from that one. That was that was a great final. And I think a tight result. Like, I wasn't thinking that it was a walk in the park for Joel, but yeah, it was a great final. And like you said, Gabriel carved the way for kids like Leo and everyone on the South American continent, really. And abroad, he just... anyone that says you can't do it, he just went, yeah, watch this. And what an amazing run that was. Just talk to us about positioning here, Mitchell. I'm really stoked to see Toby forcing the issue here. You know, I think this part of the world, when I think of the Japanese surfers and the Philippine surfers and the kids from Indonesia, incredibly humble, incredibly respectful. But they don't often force the issue like this. He's pushing Leo up the point a little bit, and I like to see it because it's a, you know, as you know, it's a it's a part of the strategy that you need to have.
Definitely, and he's not intimidated, which is the most important thing. You're still out there making sure that your opponent knows that you're capable of doing the same things that they can do. But, you know, in the end, you can try to do that as much as you want. We don't want to see a restart. There's too many waves. I mean, we've basically been on hold the last day and a half because lack of waves. So now that there are, don't be in that mindset that you want to be too stubborn to let too many waves go. And it's just not a good look for anybody. The judges get a little bit annoyed about that, and in the end, you know, we still have an event to run, and make sure that you're using all these chances to your advantage. So push the envelope, yes, but don't get too greedy with it, I think.
I agree, and particularly being, you know, from this country, maybe not particularly this spot, these boys in this event, both of them are from Siargao, but they do spend some time up here, and I think that if you have the knowledge over a Leo, this would be likely the first time he's ever been here. Use the clock.
100%.
You know, like a longer heat for you is better, so it's a really good point that you make there. And Paul Evans made a good call yesterday, called it 2 to 5 feet. I'm calling today like 3 to 6 feet. There is these smaller double ups, but it's like every now and again there's like a blackout set.
Yeah, it's
gnarly. Just wipes the whole lineup out. So yeah, it's definitely deep and up and down the point, but also in and out. And how are you going to play that? How are you going to manage it? It's going to be interesting to see.
We go to Hawaii with those measurements too?
No, I'll go like
faces?
No. If that was I'd get in trouble if I said that was Hawaiian measurements. No, I'm going like. Southern California.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's head high out there.
Yeah, at the very least, I'd say. I mean, Huckabee's 6'3", and there were a couple waves that were
he was under them.
him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Speaking of Hawaiian, we just saw the backdoor shootout finish yesterday. Great
Team
event.
Japan.
Team Japan.
Awesome.
So cool. Former competitors of this event, and a potential withdrawal to go and win that. So that looked like it paid off there.
Yeah.
It's cool. But yeah, guys, Riara Itu and his boys taking that one out. Riara is a big supporter of the WSL and all their events, and he does extremely well. But yeah, we're all tuning in and watching that yesterday, and stoked to see.
Well, and speaking of Asia, Espejon out here representing the Philippines, one of the 2 local surfers that got into the event. Winning, you know, the backdoor shootout is one major thing, especially for a region like that. And guys who are underrated at that wave, too. So now you're opening up smaller doors that eventually become bigger ones. We've seen guys like our age, Hiroto Arai, Hiroto Ohara, that, you know, a lot of them are still competing here and having success. All it takes is one, too. I mean, look at what Kanoa, what Connor have been able to do representing them on the championship tour. But as you've pointed out before, they're not homegrown. You get somebody that's homegrown, that makes a major difference. Mahina Maeda, also an Olympian herself, she came through this event, was runner-up to the World Junior title once, and you know, I think overall this is a great pathway and an excellent stepping stone to me to be able to make it not only successfully on the Challenger Series, but eventually on the CT too.
Oh, for sure. Like it's such a great performance indicator. That's such a firm believer of that, and obviously the results can back that up. You think of names like Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Pablo Paulino.
Yeah,
got 2. Jack Freestone has 2. It's an amazing event, and as Toby is going to get this day underway here, and he is in and out here. But I don't mind that for the young Filipino surfer. He can get his heat started now. He can move around the lineup and start to get his day going. But Mitchell, if you're Toby, are you paddling back to the peak, or are you going to start to sniff around?
I'd make sure to be a bit further on the inside to give Leo his space, make sure that not only I'm not interfering with his priority, but the most important part, just get my heat going. You know, you get something above a 4 right now, it brings your confidence up. I spoke to Luli, our head judge, earlier this morning, and he mentioned combination of major maneuvers. Basically, everything that you see on a regular day, we will be really rewarding, the commitment to the degree of difficulty and those big sections that we're going to see out there. There's quite a few of them, and I feel like, especially deeper on the peak, you're going to see a lot of those one-turn waves be rewarded high.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think the surfers will take all of that feedback from day one, where there was some longer rides, but the output for the score wasn't quite there. You know, they're getting half-decent scores, you know, 5s and 6s, but we saw plenty of waves that were scoring well just with the one turn, so I know they'll take that into consideration. But it's funny on a day like day one, isn't it? Winter Vincent just cleaned up, didn't leave anything for anyone.
Yeah, and there were a lot of real close heats. I felt like more than half of the field surfed great. I mean, people were losing with 11, 12 points, which by day one standards was really good. We had a great way to finish off the day between Luke Thompson and Dan Emsley. Even Luke Swanson had a good heat total in that one too, and it was real close at the end. But you know, I just think it still comes down to decision making at this point. You want to be on the best waves. Once you're on the best waves, your surfing's going to do the talking for the most part. But it's just being in position for those ones, right? And it sounds so much easier than it is. But in the end, you look at the most successful people on the championship tour, and I would even say people that aren't equally as talented than others that have been on the CT and have been world champions have won that way before. One of them is De Souza.
Sure.
That guy was always making the right decisions at the right time. Speaking of De Souza, former world junior champion, he was also a runner-up to Jordy Smith here too. Once he was already on the championship tour, by the way.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy era. Kersey was around his first world title too. Kersey was in those events, and like, just, you know, you think of those names now, they're household names.
Yeah.
Toby having a look there, Leo staying patient. But yeah, you know, you're spot on about positioning. I would say, like, it's quite a tricky little point. Jesse Mendes has been talking a lot about sort of the shelf and how it stays shallow for a while, so it creates kind of a few different takeoff options. As we see, our surfers might have identified something here at the back. They're just moving out to that kind of next little ridge. But yeah, I think that surfing an extra round on this point, I mentioned it on day 2 with the women's elimination round. I don't think that's such a bad thing. You know, obviously you'd be spewing if you're lost, but just having an extra half an hour out here, I think. I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think we could see a winner come from the elimination round.
100%.
Yeah,
we've seen it before.
Yeah.
I mean, Jet Schilling's been there. He was world champion last year. Jackson Bunch also made it to the final in those kind of similar situations. You know, I just think experience is always going to be your ally, regardless of how you get it. And a lot of times, learning the hard way is the best way.
Yeah.
You know, and I think we've all been there at our, you know, early 30s now stage. We can all tell you that making those mistakes early on is better than doing them later in your life. And
I don't know about you, Mitchell. I'm still making them now, mate.
I try to minimize them. But especially in a jersey.
I'm going Benjamin Button. I'm going life in reverse.
The reverse aging.
Yeah, big time.
No, it makes you learn from your mistakes, though. And
big time.
I mean, those are the most valuable lessons you're going to get. The ones that really sting, those are the ones that are going to prevail with you for your entire life. And you're going to make sure to never try to replicate that kind of sensation once again. I remember one of the last heats I ever surfed in the QS. I lost. I wouldn't necessarily call it a priority mistake. I had priority and I let a wave go. Surfer got the score. And next thing you know, like, I'm telling myself I'm never going to do that again. But it's because of those moments that I'm able to apply it right now. And
big time.
I wouldn't have gone through that, and I probably wouldn't be as knowledgeable as I am nowadays.
Jacob Wilcox has a great write-up on Stab Magazine at the moment. He explains exactly the same scenario. Like, he learnt from that, and he had to do it on the biggest stage, you know. But we see Team Philippines here getting right behind their boy Toby. Coach Philmar down there crouching in the white T-shirt. Had dinner with those boys last night, and wow, are they kind of, you know, grateful and stoked and everything to sort of have this level of event, you know, on their doorstep, essentially.
100%.
They're just so just excited and keen and also looking in place. You know, it wouldn't be the first time somewhere, you know, you go to a local spot, the local wildcards aren't quite on the level.
Yeah.
Not the case here.
Yes.
Like, you could see any one of these boys go deep into the draw. And tell you what, that crowd on the beach would definitely love that. As we see, here comes one of those Paul Evans 6-foot sets. Didn't quite hit the bank, that one. Wasn't quite 6 foot either. But you can see that different two types of swell energy, you know, moving around in the lineup.
They got to get going soon, though, especially if you're Leo right here. Your nerves are settling in. I know you're the way more experienced competitor of the two, but even if it's a smaller double up, you want to get something on the board, and it seems like he might be doing just that right here, Stace.
He's a little deep. Toby's going to move over wide. But talk to us about this situation. Like you mentioned that Leo's nerves, which I can completely understand why he would be nervous, but the reality of the situation is that no one's got to start.
Yeah.
So it's like, how Mitchell does he calm himself down and remind himself of that? Like, and not let the what-ifs take control.
Listen to the beach announcer is one thing. You get the scores. If it's only the 0-5 that the other surfer has on the board, remind yourself you only need one to still beat him at the moment. So taking the lead is the primary goal right now, but still time management. Okay, I can't surf a 30-minute heat anymore. I have 17 minutes to get my 10-point plus heat total going. But in the end, rely on those experiences that we were talking about. Have you been in this situation before? What kind of emotions were I feeling back then, and what kind of emotions do I want to be feeling at this moment? So get in that kind of headspace. It's a lot going on out there, especially in your own mind, but you got to try to feel as comfortable as possible in those negative points of this heat, Stace. And
at what point do you pull the trigger and actually just surf anything versus waiting to start strong?
He's got a few minutes.
Yep.
I'd be a little worried by 12 minutes. If I haven't got a wave on 10-minute mark, then I'd be panicking a little.
Nat Young, Owen Wright, Trestles.
It's happened so many times.
It's happened
before.
so many times, but as you make a really good point, it's probably, not the time now to be thinking like that. As you mentioned, there's still 16 and a half minutes on the clock, but essentially you only got to win the heat you're in. And this heat at the minute's been slow, but Leo hopefully is going to change that for us now. He's a powerful young Brazilian.
Right, here we go.
He's had a lot of good junior success, and he's a classic young lad. I saw him getting his photo updated yesterday. He looked about 12 in his profile photo from about 5 years ago. Unfortunately, getting unglued there at the end. And, it goes without saying, he definitely looked a little nervy on that wave. But, hey, that wave's done, and he can get out the back and get his heat started.
And he just seemed off pace on that one, off of rhythm. Never really had the timing of the wave either. And it seemed like a decent bowl at the beginning of this one, but you can see right here, just a little setup carve. This is where I felt he was going to go a bit stronger, but off of the bottom turn, caught his rail, and he was just off timing right there for the end section. Not enough speed for the last one, wasn't able to ride out cleanly. At least he has the lead, but as of right now, I'd be sitting wide trying to make sure that I'm not doing what I did in the first 15 minutes of this heat. Clean slate right now, Stace.
Yep.
Opening wave just a 0.5.
Blair Barton coming up in the next heat. He was one of the only surfers to go left on day one. And just by how comfortable he looked, I'd imagine he, as a typical goofy footer, he might be trying to sniff them out again, Mitchell.
Could be. He's a gnarly air guy, too.
You know the feeling, being a goofy footer and all.
Oh, yeah.
On a right point.
You can always find a left out there. Anywhere you go, I mean, you put your mind to it, and it'll be a test every now and then, but you can find one.
While we wait for this heat to take some shape, we are going to take a quick break here at the World Junior Championships presented by TPB. We'll be bringing you back the action very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships. If you've just joined us, this is the first heat of competition for the morning men's elimination round. And we haven't had a lot of action to kick things off. I would say this is the second time this event, Mitchell. We've had the curse of the siren. It's bumping out there, believe you me. We've been sitting here all morning. We even had dinner last night and came home and looked out the front, and it was like whitewash from bay to bay. Like the swell, the energy is there. But hey, it wouldn't be the first surf event where that's happened, Mitchell.
It's such an interesting venue, too, because a lot of these waves are really short period as we look at the replay here. Something that happened during the break. The best wave of the heat so far is Espejon. It's a strong turn, really nice carve, good variation right there to start this wave off, Stace. And then, as we all know here at Mona Lisa Point, gets flat through this midsection. If you stick with it, though, you could potentially get a double up on the inside. Did some good work with it, though. But as you can see, this wave really difficult to surf once he makes it on that inside shelf. So should be a decent opener for him. Seems like scores in, Stace.
4.33, and that is clearly the best and only real wave of this heat so far. Leo Casal just sitting on the single ride of a 1.83, and it's going to be a very, very exciting remaining 12 minutes. Mitchell, take us through this one from the front angle.
Yeah, I really like the first approach of that turn, too. Not too vertical, getting just a bit more lateral, but making sure that he's riding out of it. Then a good combo with the second carve. And you can see right here just the experience that he has at this venue. He's competed at this location before, right here at La Union. And you can see right here on the inside, it kind of makes you or forces you to change speeds and directions. And then all of a sudden it just starts lining up on the inside again. So you think it's going to be doing one thing, slowing down, and then it just accelerates once again. But a real good start. As I said before, Leo, anything above a 4 would be an excellent start for him when he had a priority at that moment. Now this is when you start to get a bit desperate, Stace. 11:20 on the clock, your opponent has something above a 4. They get in double digits. You're forced to get a couple of 5s in 11 minutes. Not easy to do out there right now.
Leo Casal's not going to waste any time. He gets good set wave popping up right in front of him, hard off the bottom, beautiful carve, and a massive hit to finish. He would love to ride out this one, and he does. You can see the power there from the young Brazilian. Great timing. He cleaned up his mistakes from that earlier ride, and I think we will both agree that that will be the best wave of the heat. A shorter ride,
yeah,
but a couple of big critical sections, Mitchell.
Less is more, commitment and the degree of difficulty of that second maneuver too, but big difference on this wave in comparison to the one that he had earlier. Speed management, I mean, had so much more speed going into that second turn. Made sure that he didn't bog a rail on the first little setup car, but set him up so well for success at the end. It's going to be not only the best score of the heat, should be giving him the lead right here, Stace.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. You could see he was hanging on for dear life with that end section turn. Did not want to let that one go. He had the fall earlier in the heat, and with, like you mentioned, Mitchell, with the clock counting down, they're the kind of things that you really need to clean up, and
yes.
Leo certainly did on that occasion. Frustrating for him, though. I thought he might actually get back out and get priority. Just those shorter waves have sometimes been letting the surfers just nip back out through the lineup. But it will be back over to Toby for the first rider reply as the next sets approach.
Look at how much whitewater there is, though.
So much water moving. It's crazy.
It's just wave after wave after wave. And even the small ones, they might not be super powerful. It's still forcing you to duck dive, though. So it makes your experience paddling back out just much more difficult than for Leo right here. I actually wouldn't be bummed if he catches a wave going back out and just backs it up with a 2 or a 3. You add more pressure to Toby, and especially down under 10 minutes now, it's a big moment for Espejon, the local surfer.
Definitely. You saw on Toby's earlier ride, the 4.33, the section through the inside, although he didn't quite get the timing right, you could tell the energy was there. I don't think the judges today are going to be worried about if you get a couple of big turns out the back or a couple of big turns to the inside.
Right.
They're looking for the steepest part of the
section,
wave.
yeah.
And that wave, it had that moment where it was, it had the potential if it, a few things went your way. And I think that, like you mentioned, swinging on one on the way back out on day one, swell probably wasn't quite big enough to pull that off.
Yes.
But I'd have to think today we might see that a bit more. It's a great point that you make. And ultimately, these kids at these age, they just want to ride waves. The strategy, they've all got it, but deep down, they're just frothing to surf.
But as somebody on land that can kind of teach them or guide them into that kind of positioning and the mentality, it also teaches them patience.
Massively.
So having that little slower paddle back out, especially knowing how slow it was at the beginning of the heat, which is very counterintuitive to what we saw in the free surf this morning. As we watched the replay first, really beautiful setup at the second turn. I mean, critical. And we talk about the section. That's as steep as it could possibly get out here at Mona Lisa Point. And it really exploded once you got to the lip. But that little paddle back out, you take your time, get your breathing under control too. Your mind starts to clear up a little bit more, and you start to relax. So doing that on the paddle back out, especially at a point break as long as this, it really teaches you a lot of patience.
While we wait for the next set to approach with Jessie Starling on the sideline. Jessie, good morning.
Good morning. I am here with local celeb, big time, Luke Landrigan. Luke, you're going to take us through the conditions today, and kind of why we've woken up to pumping surf.
Yeah, so there's like a solid north swell that arrived overnight, and it's going to be looking good for the next 3 days. And usually the north swell, when it's hitting the reef, it's lining up better. But now because it's low tide, so there's water pushing out, that's why there's a little bit of a wobble there. But when the tide starts to come in, we're going to see it's going to be hugging the reef better too.
What are we talking wind-wise for the rest of the day? It's kind of pretty dreamy wind conditions today. Are we going to see it pop up towards the afternoon?
Yeah, this morning is glassy, and now it's starting a little bit of a wind already. And hopefully it doesn't pick up stronger like yesterday.
We've got one of the local boys in the heat right now. I saw you're sitting with a big Filipino contingent. What does it mean for you guys to have a lot of wildcards representing your country here in such a big event for the Philippines?
Yeah, being a wild card in this event, this is such an honor for the Filipino surfers. This is every surfer's dream to be representing their country in the biggest stage. And thank you WSL, thank you all of the sponsors, and thank you to all the locals for having us here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Luke. Back to the action, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, Luke's, as Jesse said, he's big time here. Superstar. We're staying at his joint just down the road. Beautiful hospitality. Restaurant downstairs, pumping waves out the front. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. So we've got Leo Casal up and riding. Nice big carve out of the top there. You can see he doesn't need much to move a lot of water, this lad, as he brings it through the middle part of this wave. Big float the boat to finish. Just gets a little hung up there, and sort of just back to the wave one routine there, Mitchell. He just never really clicked in on that wave, but he's still got the highest score of this heat, and he's got it substantially. He's got a 2-point advantage on the single wave at the minute, so it is Toby's turn to really get back into this heat, and just with under 6 minutes in the clock, Mitchell, I know he'd want to do that pretty quickly.
Yeah, but he left the door open right there, and just a 2.1 improved slightly on the 1.83, but you get a 3, you get a 4, now you're forcing your opponent to get a 6, which by today's standards, it's obviously out there. The waves are doable, but you need to be on the wave. So now you get back out with enough time, you put pressure on your opponent, you're right next to him, you're making sure that he's aware that you're in the same vicinity as him. There's a much more different feeling to that than just being by yourself on the outside. So missed chance right there by Leo. I think the paddle back out once again, 5 minutes 20. You need to be on a wave right here and improve on that too.
Do you think that Leo was in two minds because of the scores, knowing that, hey, if I get a 4 here, he needs a 6, it's done?
It's possible.
Rather than just surfing to the waves?
I was questioning his maneuver selection at the end. I don't think the floater right there was probably the best maneuver to go to. You just close that wave out. There's no doubt that you're getting a better backup than the one that you already had, but just didn't have enough speed for that section. I think, especially for goofy footers, I think Mendes can mention this too, getting your speed differential, especially at that end section, is really difficult. I mean, you're trying to generate speed off of the bottom turn, but there's a lot of times where you don't necessarily feel that kind of reverb off of the bottom and generate that speed the way you want to.
Beautiful aerial vision here of the coastline and the waves on offer. It's been, I think the one thing you'd hear out of most surfers when they come to a place is having other spots to warm up on, not just the contest peak. And obviously the locals have been super grateful with their, allowing us to do so. And plenty of local service here, great longboarding scene, and it's been really cool to see. Obviously the point with the surfers warming up, but also the other waves along the coast there. And as you can see, just the swell lines just marching in, tide coming in all day. So it's all these little reefs are just going to get better and better, and particularly out the front here, as Luke mentioned, it's going to start hugging the reef really well. We're up to 4 minutes on the clock. The local boy Toby's chasing a 4.11 to get through his elimination round heat. This is just heat number 1. We have seen a couple of decent opportunities, and we expect the day to continue that way with plenty of good waves, and over the next couple of days as well, Mitchell. It doesn't look like stopping.
No, but it's crazy that you mentioned, that when we got back from dinner yesterday, you did look out into the ocean. It was just whitewater city out there, and the increase of swell that we saw in 2 hours in the late afternoon into the nighttime, and then this morning was really big. And I personally think that short interval is really good for competition. Yes, sometimes you don't have the cleanest of waves, but in the end, you get more chances, more opportunities out there to compete at. So talking to a lot of these kids yesterday, they were real keen on going today, knowing that they were going to have much more waves. It's what we've seen during the free surf, but this heat so far really has been a letdown for both of these surfers. At the beginning of the heat, very slow. It seemed like they were out of position for a set or two. Once they got things going, though, Leo has the 6, Toby has the 4. Talent's there, Kid had a decent regional tour on the QS last year and obviously knows how to compete too, but in these next 3 minutes, can he be on the right wave to get the 4 stays?
Speaking of waves, looks like some action to the top of the point here. Leo off the end. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to do his best surfing and put this heat to bed. It's not looking like he's got the turn that he wants so far. Just similar to the other waves, just a little behind the pace. And couldn't quite click into gear on that one again. He'll be frustrated at that one because he's had a couple of opportunities now to really, really put some proper pressure on the local wildcard, but it hasn't been the case. And as you said, Mitchell, the door's still wide open. I guess that Toby, all he's thinking at this point is just give me one chance.
Yep.
Just one.
Leo did his job, though. He'll improve on the 2. So he'll increase his chances of making out of this heat.
You're too kind, Mitchell. Far too kind.
First turn wasn't bad. A steeper section.
Numerically, he will improve his score. However, the meat left on the bone.
No, for sure.
Oof.
But you can't think that way at this point. All you're thinking about is making it out of the heat, right?
It's a funny thing to say. I reckon it does help some surfers when they're absolutely fired up and raging. And I think he might be getting to that point now. He's I'm sick of this. He's just going to tee off on one off the end. I think of, a few surfers come to mind. You almost want them to finish their waves just because if they don't, they get angry and they surf better.
Oh, it's worse.
It's worse. We don't want to sit on them or anything. As guys like, Michelle Perez and these kind of characters are just like, you do not want to get them fired up. Jeremy Flores, another one. Italo, even like Gabriel, man. They're just, you don't want to poke the bear. But it's still, you make a point. He will improve just slightly on that, and it does. It puts the requirement up. However, he knows as he's going back out there, it's sort of, look, he might scrap through this one, but as the draw moves on, those are the kind of mistakes where you'll get left behind. But there's some real energy approaching the peak here at the back.
Ooh, here's the wave though. Here's the wave, Stace. Can he be in position for this?
I think so. He's got to put his head down. It could be one of those waves. It's one big turn. Pull in, son. Look at this thing. Beautiful looking wave. Wow, tall set wave. He's got to get around the section. It's definitely going to flatten out here as he goes around the inside. But, unfortunately, the whitewash just knocks him off his board. I'm going to be Mr. Optimistic and say there might be another wide one here that he could just swing on late. Oh, he's just too far in. Oh, roll the dice and belly board that thing, Gromit.
Well, Leo's got to be on this wave right here, dude, to keep him off of it.
This wave's going to be pretty foamy. I wonder if he can get around it. But as we've seen with the increase in size today, there has been some pretty good inside sections. So if he can just roll through this part of the wave, he might get some clean face to work with the body language. At the minute, not great indications. And it looks like Leo can hopefully set his pace here and get a couple of good turns off. He does get a bigger turn there on the end, and he'll be stoked to finish that one on his feet. It does not look like young Toby did get another opportunity there.
A lot to learn for the young kid. I mean, obviously, you're going up against one of the best surfers in the world, especially at this age group right here. No harm, no foul, losing that way. But overall, there's a lot to learn and a lot to take from this heat if you're Leo, too. Don't want to peak early. You did your job, but there's a lot more to prove out here, especially if you're going up against one of the top seeds in the event, Stace.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break here at the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. More action from the World Juniors coming right up.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Another stunning day here at Mona Lisa Point in the northwestern tip of the beautiful Philippines. There's the results from Heat 1. Leo Casal victorious over the local wildcard, Toby Espignon. It was a tight heat, but Leo got the single highest score there at 6.33, and that was certainly enough to create enough distance between him and the local. And as we get underway here with another cracking heat, it's Blair Barton representing the USA versus Tenshi Iwami from Japan. And it is going to be an action-packed day here of surfing. We've got a ton of heats lined up. More of the elimination round on. The next rounds after this are on hold. We'll assess conditions throughout the day. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by Mitchell Salazar in the booth. Mitchell, we didn't get to see a lot of these boys in their first round heat, but we know that there's a lot of firepower here between these two.
Yeah, especially with Blair. I think he was wave-starved, didn't really know where to sit, and staying with both Ryan Huckabee and Owen Moss, two of the best surfers in the event, that's going to push you to your next level. And won the regional tour on the junior side in North America, also won a QS at home in Virginia Beach, but actually tied with Owen Moss in terms of the junior tour, but because he had more heat wins, was able to take that title out, Stace.
Oh, that's going to feel good. There's plenty of talent coming out of Virginia Beach, great part of the world.
Yeah, Wes Lane, Michael Dunphy, among others, and both Dunphy and him have actually won the QS at home, which is pretty amazing.
It is.
How few people actually win home events.
Here we go outside Blair, looking at this wave. Beautiful, beautiful set wave here. We've seen a variety of ways to surf the wave today. Some waves let you get off a few turns, others just one big one. This one's comes through the inside. He sort of stays below the foam there rather than going up and over it. And it is kind of the characteristics of a few of those bigger ones, Mitchell, just kind of running off the bank there.
Yeah. Got on a wave, though, made sure that he was on something in the first set. Didn't want to leave things up to chance and give Tenshi an opportunity to capitalize right there, especially Goofy versus regular. I still feel like the regulars have a huge advantage out there with the read of the wave. Not a bad first turn, though. Cool little set, good use of speed right there, and you can just see the second part of the wave, really difficult to surf. Just trying to navigate that inside second, see if it was going to double up or not, and unfortunately for Blair, it didn't stay, but still going to be a decent opener. He's going to be on the board.
Well, I mean, as far as a learning experience, he learned within the first 3 minutes that those big ones can get a bit burgery on the outside. So like you said, he did get one under his belt, and he's got that information that Tenshi doesn't.
Exactly.
And I feel like today we will see a lot of those rides where it's almost so impossible to let that wave go.
Exactly.
You can't pass it up. However, I think that we will start to see the surfers focus their energy a little more towards the outside section rather than chasing it into the channel for essentially nothing.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more surfers actually focus on the inside waves too.
Yeah.
Just because they do line up better. So like when it comes to continuity of wave, those ones tend to be a little bit better. Like even those ones, Tenshi was looking at that little double up. Sometimes it gives you 2-3 section offer within a couple of 100 meters. So doing that itself, obviously the combination of major maneuvers, but it's not as broken up. Sometimes as a judge, you're looking, okay, it goes one to the next to the next. Then if it's one and it takes a while for them to get to the next section, it's not as consistent and there's not as much flow on offer. And as we all know, speed, power, flow, the big C's when it comes to the characteristics of judging stays.
Absolutely. It's cool to see Tenshi identifying that because they were the waves that he was picking in his round one heat. Unfortunately, he was just falling, but he looked amazing, through the transitions of his waves and getting it done. He just wasn't able to ride out of those waves. As we see Leo there debriefing the heat. And I think I've heard you mention it yesterday, Mitchell, and maybe even today. A win's a win. You're moving on to the next round.
Regardless of how you get it.
Yeah.
I mean, split decision, unanimous, it's a knockout or a sub. You got to take it, and you got to use it into a positive way, too. Don't focus on the negative. Focus on what you can improve on. That's it.
You see these kind of small opportunities are wide off the bank. Are definitely going to tempt some of the surfers today. Blair's going to be a little more than tempted. He's going to activate off the edge there, but a little too wide on the bank. But I think that he's picking up what you're putting down, Mitchell. Some of those smaller waves do hold and hit the bank a little better. And as Luke mentioned earlier, the tide's going to help that. Tenshi up and riding, absolutely gorgeous style. It's a hallmark of Japanese surfing. They just look like they're born to be on surfboards, and unfortunately, I don't like to say it, but probably another hallmark of Japanese surfing, they just go so hard at every single section.
They're technique-based.
Oh, they're so perfect with their technique. But, man, like Hiroto Ohara, for example, he's only got one gear.
Yep.
150%. And we just saw that a little bit there from Tenshi, just pushing it a little too high on the lip line and particularly cutting through the foam like that. It's always going to be a tough ask.
You need to know how to tone it down, don't you?
Yeah, it's a fine line. You obviously, Jesse and I spoke about it yesterday. Just what level you need to be at as far as how hard to go? Obviously, the judges are going to rip you apart if you're seen to be safetying the wave, but there's there is a sweet spot, isn't there, Mitchell?
Yeah, and you got to surf at the pace of the wave, too.
Yeah.
Don't try to oversurf it. It looks horrible, first of all, but in the eyes of the judges, too, you want to try to please them as much as possible. If it looks like something's forced, it's never going to look good when it comes to a score. So make sure that you're actually surfing at the tempo of the wave and not pushing too hard, because that makes things look like you're burying a rail most of the time. I can attest to that, dude. Look at me. I'm 240. I'm 6'2". Like, if I'm pushing too hard, you notice it. I'm digging a rail most of the time. So if you're out there and you know that the section's steep, go for it. If it's a little too soft, take it easy. Take your time.
You and Punda repping the big boys out that left rip bowl the other day. You guys were on fire.
We're trying.
Speaking of on fire, Jesse Starling is down there with Leo Casal. Jesse, take it away.
Thanks, Stace. Leo, that was a pretty great heat. It was a bit of a slow start, but you managed to keep your cool and find your way a win into the round 3.
Yeah, hello to everyone watching. That was a hard heat. It's always like a pressure cooker, the first heat of the round. And we were waiting yesterday. It went on standby and then on hold. So just super stoked to surf bigger waves and great conditions. Looks like my home break, so I'm just pretty happy to be here and pumped to surf again.
I was talking to one of our co-commentators, Jesse Mendez, earlier, and he said your backhand is your strength. Yesterday it was so small, so we decided not to run. Today we've rocked up, we've got big waves, it's pumping, and now you get to use your strength and use your backhand out there. Is that a massive confidence booster for you to rock up to a perfect right-hand point break, knowing that you need to make this round?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a pleasure to surf on my backhand, especially when I know I can do power turns and get the judge's attention. So yeah, just pretty stoked, and let's try to keep improving, because my backside is like, I think 80% ready. Just I need to get in that 100% on variations and like barrel riding and just another type of waves, but just yeah.
One more thing I'd love to ask you. You've traveled the world a lot now. You've competed in so many different regions. You've probably come up against a lot of local wildcards. You've pulled one of the best Filipino juniors in your elimination round. Is that a factor of nerves that adds into your game, even though you've had all this worldly experience?
Yeah, the local, he knows this wave really well, probably better than anyone in the comp. So just I really respect him. I saw him surfing the free surfs. He has a really great style and approaches the wave really well. Especially on the front side, they can do carves and like keep more momentum towards the wave with speed. So yeah, just pretty happy to battle with him, and now I'm gonna go talk to him and say it was a hard heat and great job to him. And yeah, hopefully I see him around in the QS, in Siargao and other places.
Beautiful sportsmanship. We love to see it. We know you have a lot of fans back at home. Feel free to say anything to them.
Valeu, galera aí que tava na torcida. Pô, agora deu para soltar um pouco. Acho que essa pressão vai passar um pouco nas próximas baterias. Vou conseguir fazer um surf melhor aí. Espero me apresentar muito bem. Vamos com tudo. Aqui é Brasil.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Stace.
Well done, Jesse. Great job, and well done, Leo. Fantastic sportsmanship there, like Jesse mentioned. And he's just a great young lad, isn't he?
He is. He's a cool dude. Great surfer, obviously. But in the end, the way you carry yourself outside of the water just as important as you do when you're competing, Stace.
Absolutely. Here, very, I guess, precise breakdown of not just his surfing in the heat, but his surfing overall as a package and where it is right now. You heard him identify that perhaps variation is something he wants to add into his surfing, and the backside barrel riding. How important is that to focus on that in the windows that are necessary and then switch into competition mode where
Excellent question.
It's like you can't really do that here.
Yeah.
So are you going to worry about that, or are you just going to worry about what's in front of you?
Excellent question, Stace. You want to have that awareness, to me, when you're not competing against somebody that kind of matches those skill sets. You're going up against somebody that has a completely different skill set. Focus on your own. Make sure that you're presenting a point of difference, because if you're comparing yourself too much against that person and trying to equalize their thing, there's really no sense in doing that when you have 5 different people up there judging you that want to present something different to yourself. So in the end, I feel like you have a window, as you said, outside of competition to do that. Right now on your heat, focus on your strengths. Don't be limiting yourself to other things.
Yep. And you
It's a fine line, though, right?
Oh, it's so hard, particularly on the World Tour, because you go to these waves, and the waves are generally pumping, and there are good opportunities to improve your skill set. But you're only human. There's only so much you can do, and it's good to remember your strengths. As Tenshi there, unfortunately, has one of the most spectacular wipeouts of the event so far. I love watching him surf. You just do not know what you're going to get. He has a 4.5 as his best score in his score line at the minute, and that was a little earlier on, but he looks just so good on the board, and then he'll go and do something like that, and he'd just be scratching his head on the way back out, going, how did that happen?
Got a beautiful style. Got ahead of himself a little bit right there, it seemed like trying to push a little bit too hard. But on the 4.5C, took the right angle with the first turn, kept his speed down the line, and then had that beautiful carve, matching the power of that wave right there too. But once again, you don't want to fall into that pattern where you have one good wave and then one bad wave. Try to keep that consistency up and try to improve on your scores, and that's what Blair's trying to do right now. Had the 2.17 at the beginning, had the quick in and out after that, and made sure that now up towards the point, you're trying to search for the best wave of the heat at this point.
Yeah, for sure. We're getting into that category where, okay, I've got my understanding of the lineup, and he obviously had the quick in and out that was a bit wider on the bank, and then his 2.17 was the big set wave, and now he's got to find that sweet spot of a wave that's probably in between those two, something that's a little maybe smaller than that big set wave, but is a little deeper on the point so that it does hug the reef a bit more, and just hope he can get some good work done. But like I mentioned the other day, I haven't seen too many lefts this morning, but if one person is going to find them and know he'll get rewarded for it if he can go there, it's Blair. He looked really confident, and he looks like he does not need much. Coming from Virginia Beach, small wave surfing is like such an underrated art form, that speed generation, and he's got that in spades. So I don't think he would need a big window to generate something exciting. But
recognize where you're at, though.
Yeah, you got to figure that out. Exactly. It's like, okay, I've got all this bag of tricks, but I'm in this situation where no one's really running away with the heat yet. Tenshi's got a 4.5. It's a decent score, but I'd like to think that that's going to disappear by the end of this heat, as we see Tenshi moving well and truly under and deeper at the minute. But that wave's going to be a bit too peaky for his liking. But yeah, with Blair's ability, it would be a tricky one to just stick to what's in front of you. As we see a wave here popping up in front of him, and we did see it break a little bit deeper up the point, that one, but he's chipped into it off the end. Nice carving turn there as this wave comes through to the inside.
Solid.
Beautiful turn there. Good. The board's looking nice under his feet. Good bit of foam in front of him. Bit of extra swing weight, and another big slash in the lip there. And this time he's getting up and over the foam. I think it's a good look that. It keeps your speed going down the line. And he'll bring that one through and out he goes. That's a great way to get involved in this heat, and a great way to answer back to the 4.5 of Tenshi.
Well, just a lot of great pacing on that wave too, but he settled in, he took his time, and I don't think if he hadn't caught the two waves at the beginning of this heat, that would have been possible on this one. So really the variation on the outside was very impressive, especially on the backhand. It's really tough not to be repetitive. Great first carve, sets it up well, deep bottom turn, I love that. Presents some variation with the bottom turn too, and makes it a bit more difficult. Anybody who surfed a right-hand point break like this, make sure that you're doing those bottom turns as deep as you can when the section's steep. It just gives you more timing, and it usually opens up a bit more space. Little hiccup right there at the end, but I mean, really the meat of the score is going to come from the outside surfing, so no doubt the best wave of the heat, but more importantly, it's going to put him out in front.
While we wait for those scores to come in, we are going to take a break here at the World Junior Championships presented by TPP. Don't go anywhere. This heat in particular is starting to warm up. Stay tuned.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines. It has been a great week so far. We've had plenty of action. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 2 of the elimination round of the men's competition. We've got a huge day scheduled. In the water at the moment, Blair Barton representing the USA, Tenshi Iwami representing Japan. And it is Blair Barton out in front at the minute, his best rider 6. Back that up with a 2.17. You know he's looking to get rid of that. There's 12.5 minutes on the clock. Tenshi's best rider 4.5. At this stage, he's chasing a 3.68. Mitchell, we haven't really seen a breakout score today in either of the first 2 heats thus far. If you're Tenshi, what are you looking for? Are you looking for the 3.68, or are you going to try and aim a bit higher and really put some pressure back on Barton?
No, you're looking for the best way of the heat at this moment. As there's Heitor Mueller right there. One of the best Brazilian juniors there is.
He was impressive on day 1.
And the free surfs, he's been one of the best ones too, I'd say. Boyd's been looking great. A lot of Challenger Series experience. Did very well at this event last year. Has something to prove this one right here at the right-hand point break. But just going back to your point with Tenshi out there in the blue right now, he's had a couple of missed opportunities. You don't want to make sure that happens, or you want to make sure that doesn't happen again. But you're looking for the best way of the heat at this point, especially with his skill set, how good he is timing-wise, especially at a right-hand point break. Be on the best wave in these next 11.5 minutes and make sure that Blair is forced to be able to get at least another 6-point ride in these next 10.5. But seems like Barton on the inside is going to try to improve on the 2.
Fades back to get some steepness out of this wave, but unfortunately that wave didn't really stand up as much as he would have liked, but it was the right approach. And like I mentioned earlier, he's zippy on his board.
Yep.
It does not need much to get going.
Looks great. I mean, he tends to ride wave riding vehicles. It seems like he's something on something else right now, but just want to give a major shout out to the East Coasters right now as we look at the weather conditions. 84% humidity, really light wind at the moment, but East Coasters have tended to do very well at World Juniors in the past. I mean, you've seen a lot of guys from your generation, Adam Wickwire, Cody Thompson, Evan, his brother, and of course you can't forget about one of the all-time greats from where Blair's from, Michael Dunphy. But as of right now, the 3 males that qualified from the region, all East Coasters. Blair, Owen Moss, and Ryan Huckabee getting the wild card.
Yeah, that is impressive. They would definitely, the boys would know that, wouldn't they? They'd be keeping score on their West Coast friends and the boys over there. That's a really good showing. Tenshi up and riding here on a good-looking wave. Beautiful carve out of the top. Aggressive power.
Wow.
Psycho bottom turn combo into the lip there. And that is going to be a unique wave to judge.
It is.
Certainly pleasing on the eye. The wave just did not have that, that section that really stood up that gave you that major moment, but the overall package was unbelievable.
He surfed that wave up, and it's a good call out right there. It's hard to judge and really analyze that because the second section wasn't necessarily super steep. He did the very best of what he had on offer, though. I mean, going up and over that section isn't easy, but the first carve just beautiful, and only needs a mid-3 at the moment. I got to say that he's going to get that score in order to move up into the lead. Isn't much better than the 4.5, though. So back to your point about what wave you wanted to be on. Did you really do your job and try to at least match the 6? I don't know about that, Stace, but it should be enough for the lead.
Attaboy. You're getting a bit more critical now, Mitchell. I like it. Heat 2. You've warmed up. No more cheering the 2.1 seconds.
Hey,
this is business
I'm
down
a nice
here.
person. I try to be at least.
You are a great bloke, mate. I've had a great time hanging out with you. The first time
Likewise,
we've got to work together. But this is a world title. This is as big as it gets for these guys, and these events and your decisions that you make, it's not everyone gets a box of chocolates. It's those little decisions. They can have massive impact on the day and the heat that you're in, obviously, and potentially
your career,
which is daunting to think about. And these are all the emotions that all of these kids have got to work through. And and even to be able to go out and compete and surf at your best, that's just another layer on top. It's just wild what they've got to go through and the travel to get get here and the money they got to spend and everything, but the opportunity.
But at least try.
And what's at the end there, if you do achieve your goal, is something worthwhile fighting for. As you're right, Tenshi does take the lead. It is only with a 4-7-3. So now it's back to Blair. He needs a 3-2-3 on this ride. He'll be waiting for this wave to come together on the inside and gets a little under it there. Sort of looked like he was in two minds. We'll dissect it deeper on the replay, but it had the potential for the score to get him back in the lead, but unfortunately just coming unstuck there.
I don't know about that wave selection at this point in the heat, though, Stace. Just under 9 minutes to go. You had priority. You were waiting on the outside. Obviously, a 3 is very attainable with just one turn, but was that the wave you were looking for at this point? I don't know. So, to me, now the big game plan is being wide, and just seems like Tenshi's getting on a roll with the right waves at the right time.
Streaking down the line, it's a great sign of a bottom turn when there's just fins flying off. Spray flying off the fins, and he certainly got that in spades, but it's still the waves and the surfing. It just needs that one huge exclamation point. Both of those boys would be chasing that. They're looking good on their boards and they're looking fast on the wave, but it's just that, that Leo Casal, that one big exclamation point, that one moment that you can really rely on, I'm walking away with this heat. It's a nicely surfed wave though, Mitchell.
It is, and just you mentioned his style once again. He's got it for days. Really nice combo at the beginning of the wave. Beautiful carve into the top turn, but then this wave kind of lets him down at the end of it. Strong carve once again, but it's a flatter section, so not as steep. Judges won't really take that into consideration that much. Trying to improve on the 4-5. It's right around there. I don't think if he does improve, it'll be by a whole lot. So say he does move up into the 10-point range, it's still going to leave the door open for Blair with 7 minutes to go on the clock. So still a big chance for the East Coaster right here. And you mentioned him being from a part of the world which is a really grindy one. VB on its best day, it's still not very good compared to anywhere else.
1 foot?
If we're going Hawaiian, yes, it would be 1 foot. But he spends a lot of time in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico, he's won an event in Barbados before, so he's accustomed to this kind of power and being at a reef break too. So rely on that. As I mentioned before in the previous heat, get back into your mind and make sure that you're kind of trying to replicate those emotions that you've had in those same situations before.
Yeah, it's a great part of the world, and it's bred some incredible talent, like you mentioned. And these guys are flying the flag for the East Coasters at the moment. It's a cool stat that you bring up, all three of them from that part of the world of the USA, It's competitive over there. Those boys, when they come out,
sure.
they want it more than anyone.
They're wave starved.
They're wave starved.
Yeah. They make those opportunities matter when they get them. I mean, just like at the all-time great, Kelly. 11 world championships, more than 30 years on the championship tour, and of course, a stellar career when you really compare it to any kind of other athlete on the world stage globally. So East Coasters, they obviously won it. Californians have always had the industry. And per capita, there's just more surfers too, but better quality waves. Same thing could be said for the Japanese surfers, though. They have to usually travel outside of the country to get better quality waves. Tend to surf sheet to beach too often. You become too repetitive in your approach, and you don't get different perspectives. That's why the most successful surfers from Japan tend to travel to Oz most of the year.
For sure. This is a nice looking wave here. It's pretty peaky though, so I think Blair's going to need to get some good work done here at the start. He's not looking for a huge score as he pokes the board into the lip there, spray flying out the back, a nice carve there.
Beautiful.
And it comes through the inside. I said it on day one, I just can't help but say it again. I feel like I'm looking at Evan Geiselman. Well done, mate. Well surfed wave, and it's definitely going to go to the lead, and exactly the right time to do it, Mitchell.
Exactly. Yep. Timing's everything right here. Just under 5 minutes to go. Great wave selection from the get-go. It didn't seem like it was going to be the best wave either.
I didn't think he was going to get that little bonus. It looked like a real TP, that wave.
Yeah, it seemed just very slow. It wasn't going to steepen up, but he stuck with it, and that's what those kind of experiences on those horrible waves, those tiny waves back home do to you. You got to stick with it, especially if you're using priority on it. See, this is it right here. He carves back, but that fade right here off of the bottom turn, just beautiful stuff. Look at how deep he goes right there on the fade. Woof, into the lip. And a real nice poke on the second one here coming up. Look how deep he got again. Bang, stabs it right there into the lip. Great variation. I mean, only need a 3-2-3. scores in Stace. It's the best of the heat and the best of the day so far.
Yeah, certainly that turn at the end there would have got the judges really, really excited, along with the combination before at a 6-8-3. And now he's sitting on the 2 best waves of the heat and put the pressure back on the Japanese surfer. It feels rude to think that Tenshi needs an excellent score, an 8.1 to get through this heat, but he's kind of getting smashed out of the park here.
Well, and he's been on the wrong waves too. Has the 2 4s, and at the moment, not only needing something excellent, which is attainable, but you've had the chances to at least try to improve on the 4 so far. So if anything's on you, it's got to be your wave selection so far and how you've performed on those wave stays.
I'd have to agree, and the performance on the waves, to your point, has been great. He's been ripping. He probably looks even a little, up until the 6.83, he probably looked a little more locked in than Blair just on an overall package, but he's just the waves and maybe some sort of turn selection issues there, but he hasn't had that chance to open up, and Blair's really made him pay here. Because it was, for a while there, Blair was scrapping around, but then now to drop the best wave of the heat on him, as well as the second best wave, this is a really tall order. We haven't seen an excellent score today, and we haven't even been looking like getting one.
Yeah.
Just with the tide at the minute, how it is a little sectiony, a little broken up. So I think Tenshi's going to need a lot of help here, and unfortunately, as the clock counts down, Mitchell, I'm starting to think it's going to have to be one wave.
And could it be just one section too?
It could just be one section. He has the airs, he has all the blowtails, he has everything.
Or just committed one big one into like a meaty one, but wave has to pop up though. Yeah. And that's what you're playing against right now. Time, and that wave doesn't pop in the next 2 minutes and 20. You're just going to be waiting out there searching for that wave, but at least give yourself a shot. If it doesn't necessarily have to be a set, you just have to do something spectacular and have to be really jaw-dropping for you to be able to get that 8.1.
Yep, absolutely.
We've seen it before, though, Stace. Seen it before, especially here at the juniors. I mean, just talk about the talent that's come here that's been champion. Jack Freestone, he won with a hippie flip a few years ago back at Kroamas. Dusty Payne being a former competitor of this event. There's just too many surfers to look past and think about the talent. Haven't really seen a Japanese do that well at this event, though. They need a breakout soon.
They do, yeah, and they deserve it. They have it all, They have the passion, they have the style and the skill and the support. They're it's all there. So we're definitely waiting for that breakthrough moment. And same with the women's side. We've seen some flashes of brilliance. A great contingent here representing the women as well. And they're just exciting surfers to watch. As is Blair Barton. He's done a great job in this heat. And he's really kind of bookended it. He started well and he's finished well, and I guess that's all you can really do on a day like today. I don't think there's really one set spot you can sit or one exact style of wave that you're looking for. You've kind of just taken it as it goes.
Yes.
When you think back to the 217, that wave, it looked like it had 8 written all over it, but unfortunately it didn't. And you just need to roll the dice a few times, and he's done that. He's done that really well.
But he was the aggressor at the beginning of the heat. He went out there with the die or live by the sword, die by the sword kind of mentality. Go out there, use priority at the beginning of the heat, or at least positioning. Be on the first wave, make sure that you're getting into rhythm with the ocean. Eventually got him to 2 6s. I mean, he's been in the lead for the majority of the heat too, but I think the one big thing right there, he already had the 6 to rely on as a good score, and then he was just making sure that he was going to be able to build on that afterwards, whereas Tenshi only had something in the 4s.
Yeah, he didn't muck around too much in between his scores, did he? He had a couple of in and outs, but more. He only had the one fall. Wasn't like the Leo situation where they had multiple opportunities, So he's going to try bait him into this wave here. It's an 8.1 as a requirement, and that is definitely a paddle. I don't know what you are thinking. Priority red, and that'll be the end of the heat. As a wave approaches here, have to go red. Thank you. He looked like he wasn't going to go there. Blair Barton, well done. That's perfect heat, closed out with priority, and absolutely he'll be stoked. I think, if I'm not mistaken, both of his flatmates got through. I know Huckabee did, so now he can join the boys in round 3. He'll be stoked with that. It's always good when the whole house gets through. Unfortunately for Tenshi Iwami, he will be eliminated from competition. He left us with a few moments that we will be talking about for a while, particularly his round 1 heat, but unfortunately couldn't bring it all together in this heat today. Blair Barton from USA with the victory. Don't go anywhere. We are going for a quick break and we'll bring back heat number 3 at the World Junior Championships presented by TPP.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in vegan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
It's a beautiful morning in La Union, Philippines. Mona Lisa Point, not picture perfect this morning, but certainly plenty out there for servers and big opportunities in this elimination round to get back on track here at the World Junior Championships. Picking up things for Heat 3, we'll see Heita Muller out of Brazil, Macklin Flynn from Margaret River, Western Australia. I'm Paul Evans. I'm very happy to say, joined now by Jesse Mendez. Morning, mate.
Good morning. It's been a little while since we've sat on the booth.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm frothing.
Same. Me too.
What are you thinking of the waves? What are you looking at?
Well, I've actually been watching the first few heats, and it's definitely upgraded big time from the first few days we have of the event. It's much bigger. Maybe, I guess we'll get back to that after this wave from Heitor Miller. First nice crack up there, getting vertical, and that's what you want to try and look for. It looks smooth. He's been looking with a lot of speed throughout the whole event. Even on the free surf. So this is a plus for the wave like this, as you're going to see a bunch of sections just like that, which is just very flat and hard to generate and keep your momentum through going forward. But back to the conditions, it's as much as it's kind of solid, it's a low period swell and it comes in chunks. If you see it right there, it's all wobbly, so it's going to be hard to find a rhythm throughout the wave and generate the speed when the section provides to you. So I think this is going to be the biggest challenge that we're going to have today. And the judges are definitely going to be paying close attention to big sections, and you're coming out aggressive and clean.
Let's get some intel from the winner of the last heat. Jessie Starling is with Blair.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. Blair, the elimination rounds is always a bit of a stressful round, but you're through to the round 3. Talk to me about how it was out there and the kind of battle that you and Tenshi had.
Yeah, it got really slow out there. This morning was kind of pumping, and then everything kind of slowed down a lot in that heat, so it was kind of hard to like pick and choose. You had to be like super selective, so it was a good little battle, but I wish we had more opportunity.
Pressure was on though. 5 minutes to go, you needed a score, you converted. That's got to feel good in those situations.
Yeah, it felt great. You know, I just kind of wanted like a redemption from my first round, because I think the first round nerves kind of got to me too much. But I was out there, I was feeling loose and just ready to do what I came here to do.
Taking a look at your board, this seems like it must be a bit of an old faithful. It looks like you may have had a bit of a crease at the nose. Not letting go of this one anytime soon.
No, this one is this is my Magic WRV shaped by Bob Yinger. I broke it like the first time I rode it, but I knew how good it felt, so I had to get it fixed, and this is the old faithful.
And you're staying with Owen and Ryan. There's almost, I feel like, a little bit of added pressure when your housemates get through and you really want to kind of live up to what the rest of the team is doing. It's a bit of a team camaraderie between you guys. It's got to feel good to be in round 3 with those guys as well.
Yeah, you know, it sucks when I'm the only one who lost in the elimination round, but I think it pushes me more. It gives me another chance to, you know, get back into the flow and everything. But yeah, into the round 16, I'm just going to keep doing what I do.
Long way from home as well. I'm sure you got people you love back at home that you want to say hi to.
Yeah, I want to say hi to my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, my girlfriend back home. Thank you guys so much for watching, and everybody in Virginia Beach and Sandbridge for supporting me and just making this dream come true.
Awesome. Into the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. I just want to pick up on that point. You mentioned redemption from his first round heat and his loss. Do you think that's a good thing to bring into the elimination round to try and kind of make amends for what went earlier? I mean, is that what happened with you, or you really just got to try and look forward?
I mean, sure, it's great as long as it doesn't get too much in your head, but I guess we'll get back to that later. this is kind of a missed opportunity here for Surfing Blue. That section where there was a bit steep and he went a little bit down the line, in my opinion, and this is the problem is going to be today. It's going to be hard to generate speed, and once you generate that speed and the chunky section gets in front of you, you're going to have to maximize. And right there, I thought he lost a little bit of an opportunity, but still a solid wave from start to finish. He was on rail. He had carried a lot of flow and finished it off strong, so he's going to probably get a decent score to start.
Yeah, number in 4, Macklin for that wave, 5, 6, 7. I know what you mean when we watched that wave live, just maybe just undersurfed it a touch possibly. But you know, starting off for heat, you got a mid-range number. It's decent, good way to start things off. He's such a great surfer. Got a late call up into this event. Just sort of scrambled to get it basically for the first day. Had to borrow a board in the first round. He's got his own equipment now, which is obviously going to feel much better for him. And an important heat to try and get through and get your campaign going here in the Philippines, because we got good swell coming. It's picked up a lot considerably throughout yesterday. We're looking at bigger conditions and we're looking at crowning a world champ. So still early in the competition, elimination round, but you get through this heat and everything just opens up in terms of possibilities.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's definitely a build of confidence for you that started obviously losing in the first round, going into the second run. And this is actually a pretty stacked heat. I'm probably going to mention it's probably the most up-close heat that we have in the second round, because you have someone from Australia and Brazil, which countries that usually seen those guys sparring with big names.
How would you see in terms of Hato, how would you see his strengths?
I think in these conditions that we have right now, obviously, I don't think the air game is going to be too much factor because we have some bigger, chunkier sections today. But I think the speed that he carries throughout the wave and the flare, it's going to be something that he can probably take advantage of. But I also see that on Blue's side as well. You saw how much speed he was carrying throughout that first wave. So it's pretty similar, different styles, but I think maybe similar approaches. If they manage to maximize the potential on the big sections, that's what's going to be the point of difference between them two. And obviously wave selection, there's plenty of waves out there, but not many of them are critical.
All right, Hato Miller with the priority. He'll use it here. Nice looking, clean, opening section. Chops his snap down and then into the lip with some drift, and yeah, just not quite having that speed was key, and maybe just not quite having enough to get past that section.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky day, and we're going to see a lot of that on a day like today with the conditions we have. You're going to see the wave kind of going slow and flat into like a very steep section. So in order for you to complete that turn clear, you're going to have to generate speed kind of out of nothing, really. And that's what happened right there. You see he did a great turn, but he kind of got stuck inside the whitewash and couldn't come out clean. And yeah, that was a bummer for him because it was a nice turn to finish. But
I saw on the previous ride that he got that 4 that he got early on there. You mentioned that speed side. He does look really like he's built for speed. Everything about him looks quick. And you know, maybe some of these shorter period swells, you get like kind of steep sections. You're going to need to try and use that and absolutely maximize. I really like that point you made about just picking out the best. Not even necessarily about picking the best ways, but picking the sections and maximizing them. That's what you're going to need to do to get out of this round.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Paul. And you can see it on the screen right here. Look how much swell there is broken in the lineup. And that's all because yesterday the swell came and filled in pretty quick yesterday afternoon, right before dark, but with plenty of wind. So it breaks up the swell, and it's not, I mean, some people watching this probably live in places that are similar to that, you know, like the short period intervals, but most of us are used to just long periods. If you sit in Australia, Hawaii, California, the swell is traveling from so far that it cleans up everything up. But yeah, it definitely makes it tricky in the situation right here that we have.
Yeah, we just feel like we're sort of not discovering, because you know the surf story here goes back decades, but I didn't know much about this place, I'll be totally honest, coming into it. I think I only really heard about it last year. And you look at where it is and you think, well, it's on the wrong side of the island. How does swell get in there? But it's actually incredible in that some of the locals are saying, yeah, you know, they look at the forecast for sure, but actually you just come down in the morning and have a look, because the forecast quite often it's just a really tricky place to know exactly what's happening. But I've been really amazed really by sort of how solid it's been throughout. Here we go, live action. Here goes the Brazilian Hato Miller. Off the bottom, really nice. Just bangs that one. Just kind of drifts and banks it. Carries that speed through. And again, a stinging turn. Really crisp and sharp. Another nice one. And then he'll navigate some more wobbly stuff through to an inside, which will run for him. Still with speed and momentum, a little sticky through there. But this is a good way for him. Some nice combos out the back.
Definitely. Great way to get vertical, right? Like coming from the back of the foam right there, able to put that nose right up, and the judges love to see that. It shows how critical you are, and mostly that first turn right there, identifying that kind of pocket that it's going to provide you today, and then once again putting that board way up vertical, and just deep bottom turns and light on his foot, maintaining the flow. The wave lacked a little bit of criticalness, but that's okay. The surfing is there. If he finds something a little bit steeper and a little bit more chunky, he's probably going to get rewarded very well.
Yeah, they quite often you watch replays and the surfing tends to get a bit better on second look. I thought maybe that one kind of looked better live. You watch the replay there, the wave was lacking just a little bit of power maybe.
Yeah, he had to manufacture kind of that score. That's why I don't see that score coming in the best score of the heat. I think the wave from Surfer in Blue, it was just a little bit steeper. That wall was a little bit more stretched down, and he was able to lay the rail a little bit better. So I think, yeah, it's just a wave selection today is going to be very key.
Beautiful scenes here on the point. Such a cool, colourful surf community. Real liveliness to it as well from very early in the morning. It's got that tropical feel that you might be familiar with at a lot of places around the world, but it's definitely got its own unique and distinct flavours here in the Philippines, and it's been really cool to be part of this event so far. I think it's going to go down as quite a historic chapter in this part of the world. It's kind of a big deal here in the Philippines that we're here at the moment. There's a lot of people talking about this. Everywhere you walk around town, people are like, are you here for the competition? When's it running? There's a real buzz here, and it's absolutely great to see, Jesse.
Yeah, it's definitely great, and it's good to see all the grums kind of frothed up to get in the water. I'm sure they're stoked. Mostly those big guys are there. Look how they're thick, chunky guys, so they want to see a little bit more pressure coming against them so they can match that power.
And in terms of a venue, we look at waves and we think, okay, it might suit certain surfers, but just in terms of suiting a competition, be able to provide maybe 4, possibly 5 days if you have smaller broken up days of quality waves, give opportunities to two good scoring waves in a heat. So far, so good for this wave Mona Lisa Point. I've been really impressed with it.
Yeah, it's very consistent too. Like we have waves. Even yesterday, that was quite pretty much saying it was flat on the forecast, and we still had chest high waves that going down the line, and it was pretty fun.
Let's see what the day provides us at the moment. It's a little bit of bump from a pretty heavy overnight squall that blew through. It was kind of howling last night, and that's why there is a bit of movement out there in the water. But so far, it's actually pretty calm, light winds this morning. And surfers out there at the moment with an eye on things, haven't seen a couple of heats. They'll have an idea of what a good set wave looks like. But tell you what, that number's in 633. So it is the high score of the heat. And I think that maybe also the judges just kind of reflecting in terms of what is available today. They come down obviously pretty early in the morning and kind of gauge what great surfing looks like, setting their scale. 63, pretty decent returns for that last wave from Hater.
Yeah, I felt like he provided as much as he could out of that wave, squeezed as much as he could. And if in comparison maybe to Blue and what the judges want to see, they want to see the sections being used to the full potential, and that's what he did in his wave. Maybe Blue lacked a little bit of that, so that's why the score came a little bit lower than I've expected. But this is what the judges are thinking, and now he's looking like it's a solid section in front of him.
Macklin, nice double up section, real steep. And he gives that one a hit. And patient surfing from him. I'll have to go around a section there. And then now nice and steep again on the inside. And he took it on and kind of crashed to the flats just a touch late with the landing. He's fine. But that looked nasty.
That did look nasty, but that's what you're hoping for today. If you're on the men's side of the draw, you need to find that very critical section. I think we saw Leo Casal in the first heat, basically one big turn getting a 6.33, I think it was. I can't recall it perfectly, but it was a section very similar to that, and it was a missed opportunity. I'm not saying it was easy to finish that, but it was definitely an opportunity that you're looking for today.
What have we got? Here we go. Here's Haito's found himself a wave and just fades back his takeoff to get a steeper section. You can see well overhead on the bottom turn, but some of those bigger ones will stretch out and run away. That's exactly what happens there. In terms of that Brazilian contingent, these juniors under 20 surfers for the men, how do you feel like this next pack of talent is? Are you pretty confident about how they're going to go? Have they yet to really prove themselves? Where are they at the moment, the Brazilians, with this kind of new movement?
Well, obviously there's a few names that come to mind, and most of them are actually in this event, which is Brian Cainalo. We have Heitor, Leo Casal, are strong forces that are coming out of Brazil. But yeah, you still yet to prove. You still grown. But there's expectations on it, and I think they're so far leading up to the expectation that we have from them, but there's still a lot to prove. Like, there's the next step, which is a Challenger Series, and that goes on into the CT, and obviously the previous generation made a big name for themselves.
And did it early.
More titles, and very early.
And they did it young as well, getting on the World Tour. Gabriel, how old was he?
18.
He's 18 when and an instant threat, won an event straight away.
2 events. Halfway, because he qualified. It was during that time that they had the rotation mid-season, so he won 2 events out of 5.
That's right.
So basically, he might have been a world champ in a half season. It was crazy how consistent and how well he adapted, and everyone kind of had a doubt on good waves. And first year beat Shane Dorian at Pipeline. It was 10 foot, second reefing, and yeah, expectation is high for these guys. It's not easy to step it up, but they're doing fine just now. They're doing great, and they look focused, and some of them are actually surfing very good in heavy waters in Hawaii and stuff. So, yeah, it's nice to watch.
Just over 13 and a half minutes to go in this. It is the Brazilian Heitor Muller with the lead in it at the moment. Macklin Finn has only had a couple of waves. His last one, something of a missed opportunity. We'll just get a small score in for that. We'll keep rolling with live action from the Philippines, and we come back from break. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships live from the Philippines. And another delightful morning here. We're into the elimination rounds, the third heat of that. Looking at Brazilian Heitor Muller taking on Macklin Flint from Australian. At the moment, it is Heitor with the best of it. The high score 6.33 has been at one moment of quality. And I think in terms of the approach, coming into a heat, you want to go out and blaze and blast, go excellent. But kind of pragmatic, I think, from Heitor. Identified, you know what? I don't need to go mad on this wave. Well surfed. And actually, that score is feeling pretty solid, that 6.
Definitely. I feel like most heats you don't have to go mad. I feel like you just got to read and how the heat starts to plan out, and halfway through maybe you adjust to that. But mostly in conditions like this, you just got to go critical. Like, you don't have to outperform yourself. You just got to be solid on your foot, make the right decisions, read the wave well, and as soon as you find a critical section, you make the most of it. And that's what he's done so far. In another way, I feel like Flynn has kind of been lacking that, going a little bit lateral on the first few turns, which judges like to see you go up in vertical, and then that finish, I think, is what costs him the most.
Well, here he goes, Macklin Finn, a smaller wave, this one on the inside. I'll have a little look at it when he gets to his feet, just kind of scoping things out, and then a swoop around in the pocket. And this one pretty sluggish. Maybe we'll try for something on the inside. Little section, a playful one, and gets a little layback to finish through on the inside. Well, crucial for him, just trying to get some momentum going. He had that fall on the last wave. Be nice just to finish a wave at least, even if it's not a huge number.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a wave on the smaller side. I think he surfed it very well. To its potential, or maybe even more. That finish was very nice. But see how the wave is lacking steepness, and right now it gets a little bit more vertical, and then he finishes with a very nice flary layback, clean exit. If he can put that turn into the critical section on a bigger wave, he's going to get very rewarded.
Yeah, we mentioned how well we've been treated and how well we've been looked after here in the Philippines. So Macklin's boards didn't come. They didn't make the flight. He had to borrow a board for his first round heat. And then, he had a bit of intervention from high places. So Vinny Marcos, who's the son of the president, and he's been instrumental in getting surfing involved here in the Philippines. He made a couple of calls. Board showed up real quick, came in the in the bulletproof SUV. And yeah, how's that for service? Getting the president's son to intervene and make sure your boards get here.
I mean, it can't get better. You got to thank those guys because I mean, it's only hard enough to make heats with your boards. Without your boards, it turns into almost a pretty impossible task. You know, like your confidence goes down and you're not so used to, and most likely it won't be really your dimension. So it's good for him that he got his boards, and his boards are looking great. He has plenty of speed. He's surfing great. Just, you know, I think that fall in the end on 3.1, it's the point of difference on this heat. He got a 3.1, and I think the most he was going to get out of that wave itself was that last turn. So he'll probably be looking at something around the mid-6 range.
Yeah, what have we had? He's had 4 waves ridden so far, 8.5, 840 to go in this. So hopefully, from the point of view of surfers chasing the score, particularly Macklin, he'll just want a little bit more from the ocean at the moment. Similar story really to Hayter. He's just ridden 1 more wave, 5 of them so far. It's good enough for the lead, but he's still sitting on that 4.33 that he got from his very first ride in this heat. So not loads in terms of action, even in terms of quality so far in this one. Let's see where it goes in the final 8 minutes or so in it, but it is Muller with priority and starting to get down, sort of crystallizing to that stage of the heat where you start to think about control. That's the scene looking back at the comp site. Absolutely beautiful, great vision, wave right in front of us here, and a bunch of spots up and down for free surfing as well. Really, really cool wave blessed region. I think a lot of people would know about some of the other parts of the Philippines. Cloud 9 particularly been the big favorite, but so much surf potential in this part of the world. It's really cool to see the government getting involved, and the Philippines really been stoked on surfing. Surf tourism is a great way to bring people to this part of the world, and a lot of people go to Indonesia. There's definitely Bali feels about this place, right?
Definitely, mostly on the west part of it, and it's an awesome place. Just like where we're sitting, by eyesight, we can probably have like 3 point breaks rights that we can actually go surfing. So there's plenty of variety here, plenty of waves. There's a few beach breaks that get pretty fun as well. A few reforms that are pretty fun lately, last few days.
Yeah, so many fun surfing options here. Good community. Longboarding's been a bit of a scene. There's kind of like that cool longboard scene there, isn't there? Those kind of cool dudes with like those boards that look pretty rad, and they're really into it, you know. That's one of those scenes that translates across the world. You get these little pockets at different places around the world, and you get these full scenes where, in terms of the style, in and out of the water, they're very dialed in with it. I knew a little bit about that side of it here, but seen some of the shortboard rippers as well, hanging out with a couple of the youngsters from Shargo as well, and seeing just how good the level of surfing on the come up here in the Philippines is. That's part of it, and how important having an event for the local surfers as well, for the youngsters to be inspired by the best in the world.
Oh, I think it's a great opportunity for them to actually have that exchange of to see where their surfing level is at and to develop, because, you know, like we have quality surfers here, but sometimes they don't have the opportunity to go against the bigger names and to develop themselves to get to the point that those surfers are right now. So if they see it as an opportunity and develop and grow through it, it's going to be important for them in the years to come, because, you know, there's plenty of names already stepping it up in the Challenger Series and the World Juniors and the regionals. So
what are we thinking about this positioning? Generally, like going deep has kind of been the call, but it looks like Hayter, he's sitting much wider at the moment.
I'm surprised, obviously, today with the bigger waves. They're coming a little bit wider, but from what I've been noticing, I almost felt like every surfer on the previous heat should have been a little bit deeper, which that's the position that Surfing Blue is right now. And I think that wave gets a little bit steeper. They go a little bit underneath, and there's better coping to. Let's see if he can make it up.
Here's Macklin. Nice wrap from him. And then combos that with a hit into the lip. And then gets a little sting on a fluffy section to finish as well. So 3 turns, nice polish to it. Nice pace as well, didn't overdo it. I think that'll be an improvement from him in terms of his 3.33 on that small wave he just rode. What's he need? 5-point ride? Well, he's asked a question.
He definitely asked the question. I think he's carrying beautiful flow and speed, and that was smart of him to go deep. See, that wave was a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier to read. First beautiful carve, and then went down the line, generated speed to get in time for the closeout section, as we see it right here. This opening carve is beautiful, bringing it all the way around. Then that section right there, just tapping it to get in time for this finish. It lacked a little bit of power on that last section just because the wave was whitewashy, but there's definitely a question asked for the judges right there. Combination of 3 maneuvers, you know, nothing so critical, but very well placed and very well served.
Yeah, it did seem like a case of just kind of matching your approach to what's on offer from the wave, really. Going to be key to surfing at any level, but need to identify how much really can I push this. Getting that finish absolutely vital at this stage. Back in the lineup now, just over 4 minutes and 15 seconds. He's gone deeper again. Looks like Hayter heading that way on the inside. Here's Macklin Flint again from under the priority of the Brazilian, chasing a number. We're still waiting for his previous score, and he'll carve around and make some room for himself. A seat section. And tries to get that reverse done down in front of the wave. Won't stick the landing, but I like the approach.
Man, to tell you the truth, it's a bit sketchy what Heitor is doing. Giving him a lot of opportunities. I know, like, maybe he didn't capitalize. Maybe there weren't waves with so much potential, but look at this section here. He was just a little bit of way of getting probably close to an excellent score on that rotation. That was very critical right there.
So number in for previous to that, it's not the number. He needs a 4-4 for him. Still chasing a 5, a throwaway for that incomplete rotation. So Macklin Flint will have to keep going here to try and stay alive. He's got 3 minutes and 20 to do so. Hayter Miller, as you mentioned, Jesse's just kind of let him have free run of the lineup, really. Now he's getting involved. He'll use his priority. Here he goes. A little double up lump in front of him. Will just float over that and come around. And here's a bit of juice, and he'll bang that and almost poke the nose on that steep section. Plenty of speed again, and it's pretty crisp as he'll snap one on the face. So Hayter Muller, after letting Macklin just have a couple of free rolls at this, decides to get in on the action. Let's have a look.
Yeah, this is a critical section in front of him and really pushing that back foot. Exclamation point on that turn. Lost the front foot a little bit, so he kind of got wobbly, and then the wave just kind of died out. Like, maximized the potential on that second section he had right there. Lost a little bit of control. That's a bummer on the bummer side for him, but surfed well that wave.
30 seconds.
Judges will deliberate on that last wave for Hayter Miller. 4.33 his opening ride, and his low score. A committed paddle from Macklin Flint, way deep, and he won't get on that wave. A couple of minutes on the clock. He's in the lineup for the moment, all alone, and he will need a number of some kind. Let's see if the requirement changes. It does. So a slight improvement from Hayter. 4.73 he gets, and that number jumps up now, 5.4. So in terms of the wave you're looking for, you're basically looking for the same kind of wave, right? 5.4, not a lot of difference in what you're trying to do.
Yeah, like from a 5 to a 5.4, obviously you can fall short and right in the middle of that and you'll be bummed. But yeah, it's basically you're looking for the same type of wave. It's so hard for you to distinct when you're paddling for a wave, a difference of a wave that has a 5 scoring potential to a 5.4. So you're most likely going to pull the trigger on both of them.
A little bit of motion here. A little paddle towards the outside from Macklin. Showed a little bit of interest in this one, but didn't really shape up and hit the reef as he would have liked it to. Now let's see here. This could be last chance for Macklin Flint. Looking for a 5.4. Here he goes, steep section. And that one will just run away, so couldn't get down the line.
He's still going to get priority, it seems like, because he's more out the back. No, Heitor got priority, so priority judge identifying that Heitor was already out the back.
There's Macklin again on the very next wave, but a whitewater on it. That's from the closeout that basically he tried to take and couldn't go anywhere with it. He doesn't get very far with that either in terms of points, so a little bit of non-cooperation from the ocean in terms of he had priority, his set came through, didn't have good shape, and then the next wave not helping him out either, and Hayter's heading towards him now.
Just a quick break of this heat, you know, if you're going to split up, what was the difference between red and blue? Both surfed with a lot of speed, carried the flow. The only difference, Hayter was able to actually identify those critical sections and make the most of it. That was the point of difference, and since day one, the judges have been rewarded that. We saw 7.67 from Huckabee with a massive layback and a Laura Hop with only one turn as well, so he identified that and made the most.
It's well done to Hayter Muller. In conditions where it wasn't totally obvious where the good waves were going to be, exactly how to get them. He's got the job done. got that improvement mid-heat with that 6.33. Gets the victory over Macklin Flynn. Look forward to seeing more of him in the future. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll keep rolling with live action from the World Junior Championships from the beautiful Philippines.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Oh, Junior Championships. Beautiful sunny skies this morning. Plenty of surf still in the water, but not necessarily as easy to read as we possibly saw in some early conditions. Finding the best of it. Well, that's what each of these two are going to try and do. Francisco Ordóñez of Portugal, Marlon Harrison from Australia. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendez. Interesting to see these two go at it. Some kind of different styles, different stories. But two interesting surfers on the come up. Here we go. This was Francisco.
Nice setup turn there for him, and critical to finish it up. Wave closed out, went in a little bit too much, but that's a great way to start, you know, put your feet in the wax, what we like to say it in surfing. It's just basically a good warm-up, and he's looking sharp.
Yeah, part of the European contingent here. Francisco, they've all been hanging together, vibing with each other. A really good crew they got going on, and they spent a lot of time together outside of competition as well, that bunch. So that real kind of generational push that we've seen from a lot of the other regions around the world, it's here from the Europeans right now. Marlon Harrison, part of that very strong Aussie contingent as well. I think they brought the most surfers here, and they definitely carry themselves with all the confidence you might expect. Just easy going as well, out the water, cruising through. It feels pretty good when you make a heat, doesn't it, Jesse?
It definitely does.
Feel a bit lighter, walk a bit taller.
Most of that second round, you know. And he should be standing tall no matter what, because he's definitely one of the guys who beat in this event. His surfing, experience on big events as well. He has done a lot of big events on the Challenger Series. He has done the QS Regionals in Brazil, which is stacked with big names. So he's looking good for this event.
A little pause for reflection for our surfers in the lineup right now. The opening exchange revealed a 4.17 for Francisco Ordóñez. Just a very small throwaway for Marlon Harrison, who just got that quick one and then snaffle priority. So he'll be thinking now about making his mark on this. But yeah, 4 to open up for Francisco.
Not bad. And it just goes back to what the judges want to see. Like, that wave didn't have too much potential, but that one critical section, he went vertical and made the most of it. And the judges rewarded a decent score for that. If we look back on the previous heat, some of the waves from Blue, he lacked a little bit of the criticalness, and it got a little bit on the lower side of the score. So if those guys can pay a close attention to what's happening in the water right now and apply to their heats, they're going to be successful.
Right, a little spin here from Ordóñez, realising that one is just going to slip underneath. Bit of energy behind as well. Watch this wave stand up and see exactly where. No, okay. Again, Ordóñez having a little look at that. It will just slip underneath them. So this short period swell, see how close together those two waves were. And that generally, at a reef break, a wave with a rock bottom, you don't want the swells too close together. It seems to be handling that okay out here, but today, I think in terms of scoring from what we've seen throughout the morning so far, 5s and 6s feel like pretty decent returns for these kind of conditions, Jess.
Yeah, it is. And I think Marlon, I actually surfed with him about 2 days ago, and I think his surfing suits this wave very well. He's kind of giving me a glimpse of Jackson Baker, like as far as the way he positions on the board and how explosive his snaps are. And I think it's perfect for the conditions we have in offer right now.
Few power pockets out there if you can find them. Let's see if anyone is interested in this. Marlon had a look at it. Francisco will take it. So from under the priority of the Australian, here goes the Portuguese surfer on the backhand. A little soft out the back. Now it's nice and steep. Then goes up vert and swings. Beautiful polished style. Nice combination. Still going. Again, gets a snap. And then just leans into an inside section. Gives it a really good crack. So nice rhythm with this. He saw something there that Marlon Harrison didn't see when he looked at it. We'll wait for that number to go in. In the meantime, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat down with Mitch.
Thank you, Paul. Here with Heitor Mueller. Heitor, congratulations. A big heat win. Very close between you and Macklin. Uma bateria muito disputada entre você e Macklin. Como se sentiu ao final da disputa?
Bom, eu coloquei um hit assim na minha cabeça para eu me acalmar, ficar bem calmo e pegar uma onda e soltar meu surf, sabe? A prancha está muito boa e o hit foi um pouco apertado, eu senti que as notas estavam bem apertadas ali, mas, bom, eu estou muito feliz que eu passei e agora um pouco mais tranquilo e bora para a próxima.
I went in with a strategy. I needed to be calm in my head. I needed to make sure that I was actually surfing the waves that I needed to surf to be able to do my best surfing. Real close heat, obviously, but the board's been feeling great. And in my opinion, guys, he's been one of the best free surfers during the actual free surfs here at La Unión. More importantly, Heitor, last year you got a 9, you made it into the quarters. O año pasado, você disputou uma bateria muito disputada com Levi Slauson, 9 antes de isso. Como se sentiu na preparação? How did you feel in preparation with this event aqui na Mundial Júnior?
Bom, eu estou muito bem preparado, tanto mentalmente quanto fisicamente. E eu me preparei muito, surfando, cara, e sempre treinando bastante, dando o meu máximo sempre. E, cara, eu sinto que eu estou com uma energia muito boa. E vamos com tudo pro próximo round, vamos quebrar tudo e mostrar meu surf aí pro mundo.
Really well prepared. I mean, I want to prove that not only am I one of the best juniors in the world, I can be capable of winning this entire event. I want to make sure that everybody else knows that too. My board feels well. I feel great. Preparation is everything for me, guys. Mensagem para o Brasil, Heitor.
Bom, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que tá na torcida e já agradecer também a galera que me mandou uns vídeos me incentivando. Isso me deu uma energia muito boa. Eu tô sempre focando antes das baterias em vocês e esse campeonato eu vou levar para vocês. Eu tô com fogo e vamos com tudo.
Obrigado, muito parabéns. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Love that confidence.
I know, it was great. And I like what Mitch actually mentioned about the free surfs, because obviously we've been walking down the beach and you see plenty of waves before the contest starts, and he's been a standout. Like his flair, his power, the speed that he's matching, it's with the wave, it's been great. So he's definitely one to beat.
All right, out in the water right now. The number in for Adonis, 5.33. So possibly a bit of a mistake there for Marlon. His priority didn't want the wave, and Adonis turns it into a number which, in the context of most heats, that's been in the winning total. Surfers have had 5s in the 2 best waves at the end of the half-an-hour heat. So, yeah, interesting. Marlon decided not to go there.
Yeah, it might have been a mistake, but also that wave was very tight in the pocket, so it was a great backhand wave. Like you could actually do that deep bottom turn coming from behind and putting that board up vertical, which is much easier to do on your backhand when the wave doesn't have too much wall in front of you. So, yeah, it could have been a mistake, but it was a hard one to read, I guess, from the takeoff.
Here's Marlon building up the speed, hits it off the top, and then comes around a solid section, climbs up the foam. Very well linked together wave. Nice hit in the pocket, visits the white water, gives it a little tap, and then the wave all of a sudden just kind of stops for him. So he was looking for another section. That looked like a bit of a grimace there. Probably wanted a bit more.
Yeah, and that's the problem of those bigger waves that are coming down the point a little bit too much. You see he's got to eye it down and float through that section, which is great. That's the turn I'm talking about. So explosive always, even like a mediocre section right there. But then the wave just goes into deep water, and that's all she wrote. He's going to have to exit because there's no more pretension in front.
Yeah, nice detail there. Just on that turn. You and Stace were talking one of the earlier rounds about really watching what the board's doing, and you could see there just giving that little extra, but you know there's no body movement into that. It's just so much control and able just to show skill and flair. It was a cool turn. It's not going to be a huge number. You can see he just looked a little bit miffed on the inside, and that would be a reflection of that wave and basically the fact that he's waited for 10 minutes for that wave. When you do that, you kind of want to turn it into something pretty big if possible.
Definitely. Mostly if your opponent already has 2 average scores. Obviously, one of them falling a little bit below the average, 4.17. But for a day like today, it's not a bad backup. And he's sitting a step ahead of the opponent right now with priority. But still, 19 minutes to go. Still plenty of surf ahead, mostly because there's been plenty of waves. If he's able to maybe do what Blue was doing in the heat before and going a little bit deep, maybe try and find those double ups, a little bit more critical section, and capitalize without priority.
Ordonez on the outside, gave a little look at this wave, and quite wisely decided not to go. Harrison will just about get to the lineup soon. Start to think about not necessarily the score he needs, but just trying to really get 2 new numbers. So far for him, that patient approach. And then that wave gets him on the scoreboard, but nothing like when you wait that long, come out and get a 3.8.
The scary thing of you being in second priority and trying to position yourself into getting something better, it's that sometimes your opponent's going to follow you, mostly in a condition like today that there's kind of opportunity deeper, wider underneath, and you can set him up to success. Like, you can set him up to get the wave you're hoping he's not going to see it. And that's what's kind of happening right now. Like, you see Francisco was sitting a little bit wider, and as Blue started to paddle deeper, he's like, hey, I'm not going to leave him alone, you know? Like, I know there's deeper waves that are coming as well. Maybe that's not the place I exactly want to sit, but I want to make sure I'm maximizing the next opportunity and he's not getting something underneath me.
Ordonez just keeping a beady eye there on Marlon Harrison as he heads a little deeper.
See, like, he sat down and then he saw that Marlon was still going a little bit deeper, so he got himself back on the board and it's falling him up the point.
And to your point, if this is the optimum positioning and a good wave comes through, it's almost like Marlon's kind of towed him into this one.
That's what I said.
It to him as a present. Yeah, it's a great point.
You're setting him up to success. So sometimes, I know for a fact people in second priority sometimes notice that and don't go to the right spot that they think that they feel like the waves are going to come.
Yeah, they're like, no, you make the decision. You got priority.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got. All right, 17.5 to go in this. These two still doing some paddle work, energy pulsing through. That's what we like to see. Feels like he's had a bit more come through. Maybe not necessarily frequency of ride in this one, but just even the in-between sets. Good to see this energy continuing throughout the morning here down at Mona Lisa Point on the northwest coast of San Juan, a region of La Union. In the beautiful Philippines, 7,000 islands, and a beautiful surf culture, really cool, vibrant scene all up and down this coast. And 2 people are going to leave here in a couple of days as world champions, and I imagine the Philippines will instantly become one of their favorite surf spots.
Definitely. It's a great place. There's great restaurants right behind us, and it's been a fun time here.
Yeah, it's a big international community as well. One of the things I've noticed here from just cruising around, there's a lot of people that either have family from another part of the world or have spent time overseas. It does have that real cosmopolitan feel. I mean, we're quite a long way from the capital in terms of time it takes to get here. In terms of driving, it's a couple of hours down the road, but definitely has that kind of like city influence in terms of the sort of people you're going to meet, the stories that they've got, where they've been around the world. It's a real great international feel and just cruisy, easy vibes. Beautiful mornings here as well. That sunrise has been absolutely stunning every day. You look out and you see clean waves wrapping in. Really, really cool place to wake up and have your coffee and look out in the Pacific Ocean and be greeted by a fresh swell. That's what we've done this morning. At the moment, it is a surfer out of Portugal, Francisco Ordonez, 5.33 and a 4.17. And he's really maximised. Not much has come through, and anything really in terms of potential, he's maximised that so far in this. That's why he's got that lead. It's not a huge one. He's still in single figures. Marlon Harrison hasn't really started his heat yet, Jesse.
Yeah, he has not. It's on the wrong side of the heat right there. Looks like Brad's going to take a look.
There we go, Francisco. There's that compact style. Very clean and tidy on the backhand. A little softer. Just kind of prods at it to begin with. Now things will get steeper for him. And again, that really nice technique, just times it, doesn't go up too early, just waits and then accelerates with board and body into the lip, just swings it around, makes it look easy. You can see a surfboard without a rider on the outside, that'll be Marlon Harrison. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, Chu started off just kind of blocking Blue from having a look at that wave. Nice carve, very smooth surfer. The wave's going flat here, but he's managed himself to generate speed for this critical section here. Very dynamic turn, falling off the sky, landing it clean. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, nice and light on his feet there. That was tough, those ones where they're a little sluggish and then suddenly get heavy quickly. And that was a powerful section. He did really well to emerge from that. The judges will deliberate on that. We'll go to a quick commercial break. It's a beautiful day from the World Junior Championships here from the Philippines. We'll be right back.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Points in the Philippines. The World Junior Championships going down here, crowning 2 champs, the men and women, over the coming days. Who's going to join an illustrious list of names, including Joel Parkinson, Sally Fitzgibbons, Andy Ines, Gabrielle Medina, Pena Fierro, Jesse, Miley Dye, Ethan Ewing among our past winners. And a chance to really make a statement and get a very nice looking trophy back home for the cabinet. Here's Marlon Harrison in replay.
Yeah, just kind of a mistake of wave selection right there for him. I like that he was looking for the critical section and maybe a big closeout, but the wave just kind of died out and it was foamy. Didn't give that coping and the criticalness that you're hoping for. Because looking back, once again, it's very clear in my head that the judges are looking for critical sections. If you look at that 5.57 from Francisco in the last wave, probably got 60 to 70% of the score on that wave on that last turn only. And it's not that magic. Like it's pretty simple for those guys in this level to do that type of turn. It's just finding the section and making the most of it.
Yeah, it's been, in terms of the scoreboard, momentum, and the heats, it's sort of one-way traffic in a way. Every exchange, everything has gone the Portuguese surfer's way thus far. Marlon Harrison, if he did have a plan coming into this, it's not really going exactly as he would have hoped at the moment. The good news is, do you know what? It's not a great heat so far. His opponent's just got a couple of 5s, and he's still got 11.5 minutes, so definitely all to play and to surf for the Australian. Meanwhile, here goes Ordóñez, great-looking wave. Banks one off the top of just the feet, and again, there's that backhand hit from him, and on a bigger section, makes the turn look bigger. That was really cool.
Man, that's that's going to apply a lot of pressure in Marlon right now. Those are 2 massive turns. That's probably the best combination I've seen probably at the whole event. Like as far as combination of maneuvers, criticalness, flow, power, and size as well. Like that was a solid wave, above overhead, and he went to town on that.
Kenny Lassa out of the País Vasco, another member of that strong Basque contingent, that European squad. And he'll be enjoying what he's seeing out in the water as well from Francisco. He's got a tough heat though. Dan Emsley is going to be all energy and all action out there. And he will find some sections, don't worry about that. Looking forward to seeing that one going down, enjoying this one. Judges deliberating on numbers at the moment. But if you're getting decent-ish scores, mid-range, or on sort of in-between smaller waves, and then suddenly you get a set, I mean, the score can only really go in one direction, can't it? So we're expecting a healthy number here for the surfer out of Portugal, the Goofy Foot, who's just had the best of really everything that's come through.
It looks like he's going to have priority as well.
Marlon Harrison, going to get number in for him as well. He's ridden a wave. These two making their way back to the lineup. Under 10 minutes to go in this. Scores coming in.
It's going to be, it has to be massive.
It's huge. It's excellent. It's 8.33 for Adonis. So great surfing from him. And really stamping authority on this heat. He has dominated in terms of the surfing, not in terms of the scoring really up until this point, and now a big, big lead for him. And Marlon's got a bit to do now.
Yeah, he's in big trouble right now. Look at this wave. It's just a beautiful, clean wave right there for him. Steep first section. Beautiful carve kind of down the line and just sets him up perfectly for this beautiful bottom turn, just up and vertical in the most critical part of the section. He had generated a lot of speed on that bottom turn to get very up high on that wave. And translated to excellent surfing on an excellent wave, excellent score.
Yeah, to your point as well about the Goofies, I thought that was a great point. The steep sections, but they're a bit shorter, aren't they? It does feel like kind of a Goofy Foot's day today.
It does.
Backsider's day. He can get up there and really sting it. In terms of that manoeuvre selection on the forehand, you've got to think a bit more like, how do I make room for that turn? The backhand, just bang it up there.
I don't think the problem on your forehand is to actually find that pocket. Everyone can actually find that pocket. The problem is when you're in your forehand, for you to bring the board back under, it's kind of going away from you. And in your backhand, you just bring under your chest. So it makes it that much easier for you to get up vertical and bring the board back down. That's a critical section from him. That's better. That's what you want to look for.
Yeah, there's our first vision on that. So that's the last wave from Marlon. Hits a heavy section on the inside, comes out in front of 497. Well, that will get him back in the heat. Certainly would have done up until that last number came through. His requirement now, well, he needs to go into the excellent range. 893 is the number for the Australian Marlon Harrison. 8 minutes on the clock. Priority with Francisco Ordonez at the moment is his heat to lose.
It is. But he sits in a very comfortable position. And 8.93, it's not easy. Mostly with priority, you know, you're most likely going to think he's probably going to, if something comes of this, of a decent right there, most likely he's going to pull the trigger and probably better his 5.57.
Yeah, just feel like Francisco just kind of cruise through this heat in lots of ways. I mean, it's easy to kind of apply that narrative after the fact when he's got an excellent score. But even before, when he didn't have that excellent number, he always looked quite in control. Everything he did seemed pretty measured. Wasn't really looking, didn't even look at a wave twice, really. Every decision that he made just seemed very orderly and calm and composed. And sometimes you just kind of manifest excellence. You just kind of bring that wave to you, make it happen.
No doubt. And if you look back at it, how important the decision of him to keep a close eye into Marlon and pulling the trigger on a 5.57. If he was away and stayed in the position he was, Marlon might have caught that wave, and then he caught the wave that Marlon caught, and Marlon was in 8.33. So one split decision could make the whole difference and pull the rhythm off your heat. So that was very clever for him to be doing that.
A little bit of time ticks off the clock. 6 minutes and 40 seconds for Marlon Harrison to chase down an excellent number. Still time for 2 waves. It'll need to be a couple of 7s essentially. If you look at that total, 13.9. So a couple of 7s would do it for Marlon. There is time for that. His last wave was his best as well. So he's heading in the right direction. But just a period of calm at the start of the heat. The 10 minutes or so went by, a third of the heat where there wasn't much that came through. And meanwhile, Ordonez just built up that momentum, chipped away, built his score up, and was able to take that opportunity, as you mentioned, Jesse, going into the excellent range with that really polished backhand style. Let's see what Marlon can do here, but he's got a tough spot right now. But hey, this is what surfing at this level is going to be like. You're not expecting to come here with a world title on the line, have an easy heat.
Yeah, definitely. I obviously would have hoped that Marlon would have got a few better opportunities for him. It seems like he was always on the wrong side of the ball there. Like, waves didn't give him the opportunity. But sometimes it's decisions you make throughout the heat, and that's kind of what it is. He let that 5.33 go early in the heat, And then the rhythm kept growing for Francisco all the way to an excellent score.
5.5 to go. Beautiful scenes. We look at blue skies and blue seas, but a bit of turmoil for our surfer in blue, who at the moment is chasing an excellent number down. He's looking at a calmer ocean. Priority is with the heat leader out of Portugal, representing that European contingent here. They're rolling pretty deep at the moment in terms of talent. Some mixed fortunes on the opening days, even in elimination round for the women, but so far, in terms of participation in this heat, the Euros, we're pretty happy the way things are going. 5 minutes on the clock. And a little move to try and get away, maybe have a little look, find a bit of elbow room, find some opportunity. Marlon's got to get something going, Jess.
Yeah, he's having a look, but I don't think Francisco is going to go too far from him and give him an opportunity right now, unless it's a mistake that he commits. But that's what you kind of got. You gotta be active right now, and you kind of gotta try and make him do an unforced error, and you capitalize on the next one. So you need a lot of strategy and a little bit of luck as well involved, because you need your opponent to commit a mistake, and then after that happens, you still need an 8.93 wave to come towards you.
It's gonna have to be something pretty special.
Very special.
Let's see where we go with that, as the clock will just tick away a little bit here. Francisco won't mind that at all, with that real healthy lead at the moment. You think about economy of effort from him, he's only ridden 4 waves. He's got a big total on the board, the last of those. Great backhand surfing on a big section for the 8.33. Just desserts really for his performance so far. As we see Marlon Harrison, he'll head a little deeper here. I mean, there's no real particular purpose to his paddling cadence, just kind of cruising a little deeper. Francisco Ordonez will say, fair enough, we'll stay about a leash length away, just kind of stay with him. So yeah, let's go up here and have a look. I don't mind. All right, what have we got? A little bit of energy. These two will swing out to sea. Let's see if we get some sets come through. See if we can get Marlon Harrison on a wave. As you said, Jesse, what he really wants is some kind of mistake and then an opportunity really to get a set if possible. Otherwise, he's just going to have to take kind of second dibs on stuff that Francisco doesn't want, like that wave, which never looked like showing much. Again, a little look there from Ordonez, quickly identifying it's not a wave that I need to take or that I need to block Marlon on. He's not getting an excellent score on that. And we are really getting down under 3 minutes now, to the point where it will have to be one wave for Marlon. So looking for 8.93 out here. What's in your head at the moment at this stage of the heat, Jesse? What are you thinking? You basically need a 9.
I mean, if you want to simplify things, you're looking at 2 massive turns. So you want to try and find a wave of consequence, a little thicker, heavier section, and apply 2 powerful turns with lots of speed and flow.
Bang. Simple as that. Let's do it.
So easy to say it from here, right? I think the biggest task right now is actually identifying that wave and finding that wave. There's not many out there, and we've only seen one so far today. So that's the biggest issue. It's finding that wave today.
So surfing competition is an art form where it's a case of being active when the ocean dictates the pace, and also being very patient indeed, having to just kind of sit there and really not reflect too much on your situation of where you are, but at the same time try and maintain some kind of plan as to what's coming next, rather than really just be at the mercy. But ultimately it is the ocean which will dictate the pace through these final couple of minutes. Just to feel a little bit of tension even from Francisco. Just a little look on his face there, having a look around. I mean, I feel like for him these last few minutes would have gone pretty slowly. The clock's ticking away, but when you got that lead, he won't mind if it stays flat for a while. That's all good. When you've got a big lead and priority, under 90 seconds to go now. Another little pulse of energy, but this one looks like one of those wider ones.
Yeah, it definitely does. Looks like the energy is shifting a little bit towards the channel.
All right, here we go. Marlon will just have to try and force the issue here. He'll have a paddle. I mean, that's all he can really do. Couldn't quite get there with that wave. He's going to have to try and go something. Final minute now. And he does need to ride a wave. 8.93 is that requirement for the Australian Marlon Harrison. He's not really done loads wrong in this. Been a little bit unlucky, just the way the exchanges have gone each time. But luck will get you so far. You also got to execute as well. That's exactly what Francisco Ordonez has been able to do. And every time, each time of asking, really, he's made the right moves, taken waves and on them. And that's culminated with that 8.33 that's come through and really at the moment it's looking like an insurmountable task for the Australian. Harrison, final 30 seconds here. Looks like we've got some lines outside, Jesse.
20 seconds though, is that enough time for him? Because that first wave doesn't look like so much. Maybe the one behind. That second one sees like that short period is just going to have that energy in that one spot, and it's probably going to dissipate. The one behind is the one that looks decent.
Yeah, not sure we're going to get another wave at Ridden here. It looks like that'll be it for Marlon. Harrison will count down to the horn. And this wave will be whatever it offered, which wasn't a lot anyway. Didn't get there in time, and you have to say unlucky to Marlon Harrison, but very well done. Ordonez, a commanding performance, really looking very much in control. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from the World Junior Championships in the Philippines. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships. The waves are absolutely firing. The sun is starting to pop its head out from behind the luscious green hills here in San Juan. We're at the Mona Lisa Point, and it's been a ripping morning so far. We've got more red-hot action coming your way. Daniel Emsley versus Keanu Lassa in the water, South African. First, a young European. I really don't want to get his nationality wrong here.
Basque.
Mitchell.
Basque, yeah,
that's
yeah,
right. Yes,
yeah.
I knew he's on the border there somewhere. I'm from the beautiful Basque region. Father Julian here in support. My name's Stacey Galbraith, joined in the booth by none other than Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, how was your morning been so far? We got to start early, and then you got a little break. What's been going on?
Been cool. Been able to talk to a lot of different athletes, and just been talking with our production team too. But it seemed like little Dan was able to get a wave during the break, and seemed like a good one too. Stays into the lip for the second one right there. Great pace on this one. He's really done his homework. Just looking at the athletes there, he was one of those kids that was just calm in his zen kind of style and making sure that he was watching the waves before he paddled out. That card
How's
was
the
beautiful.
bonus?
Yeah,
wow.
What we talked about earlier, timing, the pace, making sure that you're surfing the way the wave should be surfed. Getting off to a real good start in this one.
6-5. That's a really good score for today.
Healthy.
Saw some good scores in the last heat, but there has been moments of sort of in between, and to start with a 6-5. That's a great way to get things underway there, and rightly so. The young South African, he'll be stoked, eh? Well done.
Yeah, we just saw the highest heat total of the round with Francisco Ordonez, 13.9. So you get around that 12, 13 point. To me, that's already a good heat.
Yep.
You get into the 14 plus, you're having a great heat out there.
Yeah, you're having a Kariri. That's another one here. Perso, Kariri. You had a Kariri on that left rib bowl yesterday.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Had a good time. It's warm water. You got to try to get out there as much as I can. I have a board riders event coming up next month too.
Well,
so
let's
I need
talk
to be
about that. On the paddle out, let's talk about that. Where is it? What's going down? Who's in your team?
Newport Beach Board Riders Club.
Newport Beach Board Riders Club. Beautiful.
They're over at Usher Cup right now. I think that starts within the next day or two.
Yep.
So shout out to them. We got a lot of clubs representing from the U.S. and hopefully eventually we can get some clubs from Mexico to join in too. That's really the goal, Stace. And,
that would be all time.
I think the community worldwide surfing has really come together through the Board Riders Club.
Absolutely,
I'd love to see it.
yeah, and as a a hallmark like of Australian surfing, the club scene. Big shout out to 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and Theo out there in Oz. Good luck this week, boys. Big Southerly Buster coming, but I'm sure they'll be fine. Speaking of Southerly Busters, Jess Starling, how you doing?
I'm great, thanks, Stace. Francisco, an 8-point ride in any heat is a huge statement to make, but to do it in the elimination round, got to feel like you're rattling the cages, some of those boys in the round 3.
Yeah, I mean, the elimination round, there's always so much nerves because you want to show your surfing and make the heat, and it's super hard to read this wave, especially on the backside, so I'm really happy that I got that 8 points, and I'm happy to make the heat.
You're looking really comfortable in these bigger conditions today, but you're also looking really comfortable on land. You've got an awesome support crew here. It seems like the European contingent is almost like a family here.
Yeah, I mean, we compete together since we're so young in Europe, so we have an amazing relationship between us, so we're always supporting each other, especially here where it's against surfers from all around the world, so we try to be like a small family and support each other.
You're the European junior champ. That's a pretty big statement to have next to your name, especially coming to an event like this. Do you find yourself almost sizing yourself up against other competitors, trying to see what anyone else is bringing to the table?
Yeah, I know many of these surfers, they're super good, and I'm here just to try to show my surfing and try to not put much pressure on me and advance as much as I could, but do some good surfing too.
What's it going to mean for you to take home that world title?
I mean, I need to keep doing what I'm doing, on that 8 points. I need to do many of them in the next heat. So, I'm looking forward to the next heat and hopefully do some good scores too.
Yeah, well, big statements being made. I'm sure a lot of people want to know how you feel. Any words back home?
Obrigado a todos os que estão a ver agora. Deve ser muito cedo aí em Portugal, portanto, obrigado a todos os que estão a ver e obrigado pelo apoio e vamos com tudo.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thanks, Stace.
Thank you, Jesse, Parabens, Francisco, and big shout out to the Portuguese surfing contingent, fantastic supporters of surfing globally and regionally over there. Francisco Spinola, I'm sure he's watching, and Freddie Moraes is watching, and there's been a lot of junior world champions come out of Portugal.
Yep. Vasco.
Kiko Vasco Ribeiro is, they've had the world championships there at Ribeiro de Ilhas, and I kind of was thinking this wave looks kind of similar.
Yep.
It has its moments where it looks similar, and then it has its own characteristics, of course. But it's a very proud surfing nation, and an amazing place to visit. Francisco's starting to look right at home here. Daniel Emsley locking into another one here, Mitchell.
Yeah, this is just a 2.83, so going to be a slight backup for him at the moment. Nice second turn right there, and just a bit flat once it came to the inside. But so far, Keone Lassa hasn't been able to get anything going, just a couple of ones in his scoreline. And this kid who not only has a lot of talent, his dad's one of the best coaches in the world too, works with Alan Cleland Jr., a lot of the European surfers. And we talk about people that are homegrown. He's surfed for Venezuela before in the past at ISA World Surfing Games. When it comes to WSL competition, always been for Euskadi, the Basque Country. Won a QS 3000 last year in Anglais, which is saying a lot, knowing how good that wave is and how good the European surfers are at beach breaks too. So still very young, has another year, but most importantly, wants to make it out of this round. Great timing so far in the free surfs, but hasn't been able to get going in the heat.
Yeah, he looks locked in when as he's coming off the bottom. Beautiful turn out of the top there. It's hard to drive through the foam, and it's sort of showing that there. Just coming unstuck there on the second section. There is one world junior champion from Portugal that we are forgetting. Goofy footer. Little bloke.
Pedro Henrique?
Pedro Henrique.
Yeah, but he surfed for Brazil originally, though. He's been living in Portugal for a long time.
You're right. Okay. I thought it was the other way around.
No, but good point, though. But he's one of the OGs, actually.
He's one of the OGs, yeah.
I think he might have actually won Honolulu Bay back in the day. I
didn't know the men ever surfed there. That's
I think
crazy.
that was 2000 or something like that.
Yeah, wow.
This kid rips.
Yeah, he's he knows he's got a lot left in the tank. Don't break your finger there.
Ouch!
Before you get out into your keys. No, Bronson's he's a lovely young man, and he's got great support over here. And I know the Indonesians would love to see him do well. Obviously, Rio Waida on the tour at the moment, flying the flag. on the Onwa, was at the coalface for many years on the QS, doing extremely well. And it's a very proud surfing nation, and I mean we all love travelling there. We know what quality waves they can get, and it's as an Australian, you see these kids from such a young age coming to Australia when you're travelling in Indonesia. It's just so cool to see them on the world stage here doing their best. Keone Lassa up and riding. He looks really strong on this wave. A couple of beautiful carves to get things going. He'd want to get a bit more vertical here on the inside, and he does. Bit of water out the back of that wave. We've seen a few bonus sections pop up today. He'll be hoping that he's the lucky recipient of one of these on this wave as it heads towards the end of it. Probably not the finish he wanted, Mitchell, but some great work done through the middle.
His best wave too. So you got to start. It's in the first 10 minutes. That's good. And obviously, just comparing it to the 6.5, not as steep as Emsley's wave, but still a lot of solid work done. You got to get something above a 4.5, which I think he's going to do right here. He's back into the heat space, and confidence-wise, after having so many falls, so many scores on the 1s and a 2, this is much better for him.
Yeah. Talk to us about Julian, obviously a great coach, works with Al. I'll let you break down this wave, and then we can get to that point.
I love the pacing. Great selection on the first 2 carves right there, not pushing too hard. And that's the small adjustments that you need to make mid-heat, and especially mid-wave, too. Third turn was just perfect when it comes to the timing. But as you said, got the bonus section right here at the end. Wave wasn't super steep, though. He did the best with what he had, though, and in the end, that's what you got to give yourself a little pat on the back with. Make sure that you're surfing the wave the way it should be, and I think not only is he going to get his best score, he's also going to be able to match something close to the 6 that Emsley got.
And this is the drone angle, maybe the wave behind Mitchell.
That's solid.
Wow.
I mean, we talk about power coming out of East London, been a long-time competitor on the Challenger Series already, which is saying a lot. The kid's only 20 years old and had multiple full-time seasons already on the CS and looking for a third one this year.
Luke Swanson, one of the most exciting surfers in the world, regardless of age.
There's a good heat coming up.
This is a cracking heat coming up.
He looks focused.
Jeez, I can't say a bad thing about any one of these young fellas. They're all
best in the world.
They're just all so lovely. Luke was at dinner the other night sitting by himself, and we, obviously wanted to pick his brain, so we invited him over, and he had his meal with us, and he's just, mate, he's full of insight, full of good stories, great communicator, and he just was, pleasure to be around. And he by his admission had a bit of a misstep in round 1, but he was just learning the lineup, as a lot of these guys are. So I think today is going to be another level from Bronson as well. Like, both of those guys probably left a bit out there in round 1, and look, unfortunately, we're going to lose one of them.
Yeah, and to be perfectly fair, you want to make sure that those mistakes or those lessons happen at this level.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen at the Challenger. It shouldn't happen at the CT.
Yeah.
Because you know better than anybody else, you have one chance to do well there.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many people qualify and last less than a full season on the championship tour.
Totally. Yeah.
So you look at the success that Rio's had in a few years, obviously bettering his result by a large margin in his full second year on tour. Crosby Colapinto having an amazing first year. Same thing with Cole, winning at Bells over number 3 in the world at Griffin over at Bells too. So there's a lot more talent that's to be seen to qualify for the CT. What we have right now, though, is an excellent comparison of people that have been there, done that at this level already, and then they've capitalized once they made it both to the CS and the CT.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, it's certainly the case.
It's competitive, though. I mean, look at how good every region is nowadays.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's really showing the depth is crazy, and we're getting to see it on display here as we have a sort of a nice-looking wave approaching. It's definitely a good-looking second priority wave. You would roll the dice, as Keone has done, but just probably a little bit running off down the point on that one. But those little waves that you identified earlier, Mitchell, they can be the ones that let off a few really nice turns, just because they have a bit more vertical face. So we'll see if we can get a few more of them in this heat to come. But it's been a good start so far for Daniel.
Kidding?
6.5, 6.27.
Yeah, throwing away the 2.83, but he's always been on the best waves. And, in a good rotation with priority too. He's going to keep it right here with just under 17 minutes to go. And Keone had the answer back. Remember the 5.17, the wave wasn't super steep. Now you're kind of backed up a little bit more. You're looking for something excellent, or at least in the upper good range, and you need to be on the right wave to be able to get that. The hard thing about it, though, is that the other kid in the lead has priority over you, so you really have to try to either force him to sell him on the wrong wave and not improve on the 6.27, or you just have to be on something underneath him that he doesn't notice. But it's tough right now. A couple of sixes, that's a really good score,
Yep.
especially in the first 13, 14 minutes of the heat stays.
No, that is. It's really good, and there's going to be more waves approaching here. It almost feels like a situation for Keone where it might just need to be, priority might just need to play its natural course here.
Mhm.
Daniel's going to look at this wave. It looks like he's going to go, and then Keone's going to have to hope there's something behind it,
It's a
and
paddle,
then
though.
he forced the issue there.
Yep.
And that's really well done. You can't do that if you're sniffing around on the
Yes.
inside. You have to apply that pressure. So Keone's done half his job now. Now he's in first priority, and now it's his turn to make that decision. So, yeah, an interesting moment in the heat as we come up to the halfway mark, Mitch.
I don't know if you get this question a lot, but one of the most common things I get from parents and younger kids coming up are always like, how do I improve my skills? Easiest way to do that is by surfing with people that are better than you.
Yeah, it's really awesome you bring that up, because I was going to ask about Keone's dad, Julian, and who he works with, and just that environment.
Who you're surrounded by is
who
everything.
you're surrounded by, and just seeing that level, in your face. And
Yes.
then also, too, how they act on land, like you mentioned earlier,
Mhm.
how they taking their losses, how they taking their wins. Are they are they humble when they win? Are they gracious when they lose? Like all those little things. They make up the whole deal, and that's what like all of these kids are learning. They're not just learning how to surf a heat and win an event here. They're learning how to be presented on the world stage. Like we've got government officials here, and there's press conferences, and there's posted interviews with a step and repeat board, advertising everywhere. Like it's
You're on a broadcast.
You're
Yeah.
on a full international live broadcast. So it is. It's not just the surfing, it's everything. And then it's how you manage that and not let it affect your heats. Because some kids introverted, they don't want to be like in the limelight, but whether they like it or not, they are going to be there.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah,
but
that is fine. Yeah,
you can't be that way though when you're trying to sell yourself and market yourself as a world-class athlete.
It's to a degree, it's true, unless you have a performance level that is so high that you just cannot be ignored, and that's Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like he is doing the best surfing we've seen in that genre of style in a long time,
Right.
and you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to say Bo Peep, and he knows that.
Mhm.
We're going to take a short break here. It's been a beautiful morning so far. We're going to catch you up. More action as we come back from the break. Thanks to our major partner, TPB. We're grateful to be in the Philippines.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point here at San Juan in the northwest coastline of the Philippines. This is the World Junior Championships presented by TPB, and this is Daniel Emsley from South Africa versus Keone Lassa from the beautiful Basque Country. And it's been a good heat so far. We've seen some good waves coming through. Daniel Emsley's got off to a really good start, but Keone Lassa's trying to chase him down. We did see some action in the break, and we will bring you a replay as quickly as we can. If you've just joined us, my name's Stacey Galbraith, joined by Mitchell Salazar, and we are staying just to the left or the right of that vision. We'll get back to that in a minute. This is the replay, Mitchell.
Yeah, the first turn got a little hung up right there. It seemed like he wanted to be just a bit deeper when he was going up into the lip. That second turn is beautiful, and there's a lot of quality in that maneuver, especially with how steep the section was. Unfortunately for Keone, that wave just flattened out at the end, and yet he had to kick out. So let's see if he does improve on the 517 or not. But bad thing about that, if he doesn't improve, Stace, use priority on that. So situation right now, it seems like it is still very much in Emsley's favor at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he surfed that wave really well. Such a hard turn to do, like fade and keep your speed like that, and connect well with the lip. But it just needed a little ribbon on it, didn't it?
Yeah, that's why almost as a goofy, you'd rather to have those shorter waves rather than the longer ones. That's where I feel like the regular footers have too big of an advantage. And you look at Dan 6'5" right at the beginning of heat. That was a case in point of that one, right, where it just kind of runs away. All of a sudden, it'll bowl up right at the end, and I'm excited to see what this kid brings to the table right now. Surfed well in the first round, I thought.
He did, yeah.
And I feel like he's going to have a real strong performance out there, and a great dance partner too in Luke Swanson. This is, to me, one of the heats to watch in the elimination round.
It is going to be a tango. It is going to be spicy.
The thing you need to watch out about Swanson too is that everybody knows that coming from the North Shore, he's used to reefs, he's used to heavy waves. He can go left on a closeout, though, and just throw a Hail Mary and get a 10 out of that thing, though. So watch out.
Yeah, for sure. As we see an interesting-looking wave here. I like the idea because it could clean up, but unfortunately not on the right side
trying
of
to
the roll.
sell down on it, though.
And he's trying his absolute hardest. He only got a 4.83 on the last one, as we mentioned, so even if he's not chasing down the 7.6, obviously, a consolation prize to that could be just bettering the 5.17,
yes.
which is, unfortunately, a bit of a kick in the teeth there. He didn't get that job done. So he has to essentially have a 10-minute heat because it's kind of starting to look like the 7.6. It's capable with his talent. It's just been a tricky day for those waves that have gone near the excellent score.
We've only seen one so far.
Yeah.
And that was by Ordonez in the last heat. And really just came off of the quality of a second turn. But as I said before, it was really a closeout. He got 2 turns in before the wave closed out. But it was just the quality of the 2 turns in the really spiciest sections that got him that great score. But in the end, you can surf your heart out and you could still be losing with 14, 15 points in your best heat ever if you're not on the right wave, Stace.
Yeah, no, that is true. As we come under the 10-minute mark here, it's been great to see the South African contingent well represented here. You had a good chat with Lily yesterday on the sand, Mitchell, 2 days ago. And then, we've been seeing Luke Thompson and Daniel around among the others. And it's a long way to come for those guys.
Yep.
As well as the Europeans, so that they definitely want to make the most of this opportunity. And I think that the conditions we're looking at, obviously an easy call to run today, and I think most people are looking pretty excited to get out there. There's been a lot of opportunity. There has been some moments of positioning and a few little bobbles there, but for most part, people, like you said, Mitchell, have been able to get in that 10, 12, 13-point range to get through a heat. So I think that everyone would be pretty excited to get out there and do their thing. But it's certainly, like we mentioned earlier, it's a big deal, this event. And a lot of these characters are starting to age out. It's not like Luke Thompson, who did it, the first time he did it, he was 14. He was telling me the other day. That is next level. He's in his last year, and I think Daniel might be fairly similar in age. So, it's it's time to shine.
That's why this event's so cool, though, because especially in particular when we come and talk about the really young surfers, 14, 15, that have especially qualified, that's a big deal when you're beating out people that are 19, 20, they're aging out, and then you come here, you already have the experience of competing at home, but it's kind of a big slap in the face when you get to travel worldwide, and there's a real big culture shock with that, and you need to assimilate that and take it in, and especially if you're traveling with a lot of your parents or your best friends, make sure that you're relying on them too and not being too independent to that point.
Totally.
I think a few of us, and especially I think both of us can relate, we had to be independent at an early age. If you don't have to be that way, to me the best advice would be don't. Because then you're solely relying on yourself, and you're not getting acquainted with everybody else. You're not enjoying the full experience, in my opinion.
It's an awesome point that you make, because I find that, like you said, we're all guilty of it. Then you define the places that you go purely on your results.
Yeah.
And that's just not fair to the place that you're going
to,
or the people that you could be hanging with and all that stuff. And obviously surfing is arguably one of the most selfish sports in the world. However, sharing those wins and losses with your mates, it's all part of it. Enjoying the places that you go, like it's it is a blessing to come to these places, and particularly somewhere like the Philippines, where it is just wide open arms. We feel so welcome here, and we're just having such a great time, not only at the beach, but also, enjoying the local restaurants and other activities around the town. So, it's surfing's a pretty cool place to be in right now.
To just think of it that way, how many people have had the pleasure and the fortune to be able to travel worldwide and compete, especially with people that you love and enjoy being with, in many different places, and a place that we could really call paradise right here in La Union. Fun waves, great food, as you said. Most importantly, though, the experiences that are going to last a lifetime. Once you're working your office job, it's a 9 to 5 in 10 years, you're going to look back and be like, hey, like those were the best moments of my life.
Oh, for sure. Yep, without a doubt. Yeah. It's a motivator for a lot of crew, isn't it? To keep the dream alive.
I know guys that are in their 40s that are still doing their QS because of that. I mean, it's a lifestyle, and people forget that it is a sport, yeah, but more than anything, surfers experience that kind of lifestyle.
Keone Lassa.
It's a big wave
This
here.
is a good-looking wave. Has good shape on it. I'm surprised Daniel didn't want a bar of it. He was a little wider. Nice hit out of the top there. He'd be looking for. He got a Daniel Emsley was the recipient of one of the biggest closeout sections we had earlier in the heat, and Keone would be looking for the same thing. Unfortunately, not going to go to plan for him there. As we see Daniel out behind, important ride. He's either got to nail this first turn or get out of town, and absolutely creams it. Second turn coming up here. Beautiful carve out of the top. That's just a hallmark of South African surfing. Beautiful carving on the rail. Long swooping turns. You know, he grew up on the East Coast, and he is just absolutely drilling this wave. And his wave selection has been brilliant. Big Larry to finish.
Oh, right out.
And he is stoked. Quite possibly the best wave of the heat.
Could be.
We'll wait and see what the judges think, but certainly very pleasing on the eye from this angle, Mitchell.
I just got to say, though, with 5 minutes to go, the kid surfed a perfect heat stays.
Yeah.
5 waves. He could be throwing away a 6. He's got a 4, which would still have him in the lead as his backup. Most important thing, every time he's been in the good priority rotation, he's been on the best waves, and this one seemed like it was going to be a real good double-up. Started off well with the floater, comes around it. Beautiful second carve, too, and I would be thinking, okay, this wave's really going to stand up, and it just let him down here on the inside, unfortunately for him. He was on his way to the right score at that given time. Then you have to look back, though, and see this. I mean, major turn right there at the beginning. Good variation with the little extra slide of the fins, and then fully lays it on rail 2 times in a row. So exactly what Luli, our head judge, was talking about. Combination of major maneuvers on the right wave, too. And really important that he just finished this wave off. I thought he was going to be able to go a little stronger right there at the end, but as you know, that wave does double up, but it hits that sand. So it goes into a little bit of a deep spot, and unfortunately didn't stand up the way he wanted to. Still rode out, though.
Yes.
So there is a chance that you improve on the 6.27. If you do, probably going to need an excellent score as Lhasa.
Yeah. The only thing I would take away being hypercritical was the wave just never really steepened up truly. The second term was absolutely gorgeous, but it just was a little repetitive after that.
A bit flat, yeah.
But it's still, that's going to be, one of his better exchanges. We'll just have to see how high it goes or where it fits in, and it does. They're loving it. A 7.83, and totally understandable. It was a beautifully surfed wave, top to bottom, absolutely belted it. And he'll be stoked with that paddling on the way back out. It's I've got to take a guess at the time there in South Africa. I think it's about midnight.
It's late.
It's late. Well, it'll be the same for Europe, but I reckon both of these boys have got fans up late watching, and whatever way this one goes, I think that all friends and family could be proud of how they both performed. I don't think Keone Lhasa he's been surfing bad. He's been surfing good. It just the wave selection. Daniel has just been absolutely on point, and he's torn those waves to bits.
Yeah, and once again, I just think he's been in rhythm.
Yeah.
He's been in the right spot at the right time with priority, making sure that he's using priority the right way too. And I mean, just look at what Lhasa tried to do right there. He went on a smaller wave, tried to bait him into that one. Emsley didn't really bite for it, and the next thing you know, he turns around, he's on the much better wave, and making sure that he was using patience in his favor. And that's what 2 full seasons on the Challenger is going to do. You go to an event, Challenger, you only have 1 chance to surf. If you lose out, you're making sure that's not happening right here. You at least have 2 chances. It's basically a CT format. He's really learned from his mistakes, and he's applied them and turned them into real good positive conversions.
Yeah, massively. Yeah, it brings up an interesting point about the CT and the format, and like winning your round 1 heat obviously is great, and the best surfers often do. However, sometimes when there's a gap between your first heat and your next heat, this round, like I spoke about earlier today, like Daniel, he's going to come into round 3, if that's the way the heat goes, and certainly looking that way at the minute, not counting Keone out. But whoever gets through this heat is going to be feeling like amazing going into round 3, and they're going to really, really roll into that. Particularly if we run at the Savo.
Yep.
These young blokes are fit as, like they can surf 2 heats in a day, no worries. They could surf 4 at 100%. So that's not going to be an issue of fatigue, and they're going to have fresh feeling from today versus someone who surfed a heat what feels like a week ago now, even though it was only 4 days ago.
That's funny you mentioned that. I was just talking to Luke Thompson downstairs, and he's like, dude, if we don't run for 2 days in a row, it almost feels like we haven't run in a week.
At all, yeah.
Yeah, and this is just going to be, one of those heats that Keone's going to want to forget about. Didn't surf bad, went up into double digits, surfed well, but wasn't on the right waves when he needed to be, and you just got to give props to your opponent in this one. Surfed just better than you.
Yeah.
They were making the better choices, and in the end, got to use it as learning experience days.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come in under a minute now, Keone Lasser was chasing a 9.16, and we would definitely know that is not the score on that last wave, and he's going to be making his way in. And like you said, he surfed a good heat. It just was the waves that just let him down. He looked good on his board, and I've known Keone for a long time. He used to come to Australia a lot, and I couldn't believe looking at him walking up the beach. These guys are young men now.
Yeah.
His surfing is developed beautifully, and he's doing a really good job. But like you said, this is one of those days where you've just got to congratulate your competitor. Daniel Emsley's done a fine job here, and he'll be looking for a victory lap as he takes off on this wave. Loving that pink spray.
I also want to say that
Wow.
I'm really stoked that a lot of the South African surfers are riding something that's local to them, too. Graham Smith has done an awesome job, not only shaping excellent boards, providing great boards for a lot of these young surfers coming up. I mean, if you look at the majority of the surfers on the Challenger and the Junior Tour, they're all on his boards.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's the guy. And, the stab in the dark with Geordie Smith was an absolute, that was a comedy hour, if you haven't seen that already. So, yeah, when Geordie found out that, his dad got runner-up, he nearly had a conniption. But there we are, the results. Fantastic surfing from Daniel Emsley, and a good job to Keone Lasser, but unfortunately it will be his time to go home. Daniel Emsley, the young South African, moving through to the next round. Stay tuned, we've got more action coming up at the World Junior Championships presented by TPB right around the corner, arguably the heat of the round. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan in the beautiful northwest region of the Philippines. We have got one of the heats of the round, and I would go out on a limb and say you will see this matchup in the CT in years to come. Bronson Matey from Indonesia versus Luke Swanson out of Hawaii. It is going to be a cracker. Hopefully I don't jinx it. Surely I can't. We've got Bronson Matey straight into it. This is what he didn't do the other day. He's waited ages for his first wave. He's not messing around today as he gets to the end of that wave, and I know he's the kind of surfer that would be stoked just to get a wave under his belt and get his heat underway. My name is Stace Galbraith. I'm joined in the booth with Mitchell Salazar and Ty Serrati, WSL APAC Tour Manager. Ty? Oh, excuse me. The greatest export to come out of Phillip Island since Glendon Ringrose. Of course, Nicky Van Dyke and the Van Dyke family do it right as well. But Ty, any 10-foot slabs around here, mate, that you've been chasing?
No, not this trip, Stace. Thanks for having me on. It's
of course.
Good to be in here with you guys.
You're our boss, mate. We have to have you on.
You're going to get us fired, dude.
No chance. I'm unemployable, which means I'm unsackable.
Ooh, I like that.
Ty, thanks for bringing us out here. I know you did a lot of work to get this event off the ground. Plenty of partners around the world want to host a World Junior Championship. Like, this trophy means a lot to a lot of people, and as it should. But how stoked are you to have this event out here?
Yeah, it was a lot of work to get this event up and underway, and big shout out to the Philippines Tourism Board and the Department of Tourism of the Philippines. They've been instrumental in getting this event to where it is, and so stoked to have it here in Asia. And yeah, it's such a prestigious event, as we see.
Call
Luke
a wave.
riding.
This is you, Ty.
That's a nice backside jam there for Luke, and squeezes in one more whitewater climb there to get his heat underway. This event means so much to so many people. As we watch the replay of Luke from the Joan. One nice turn, and then just a little late foam climb there.
Both lads here getting underway. I think that's definitely going to be the game plan for these two. They're so much talent, so much firepower. I don't think we're going to see these boys sitting around waiting too much. But while we do have a short break in the action, we're going to jump on the sideline with Jesse Starling. Jesse Starling, who you got down there, bro?
Daniel, we would say that was arguably almost a perfect heat. You started off strong, you threw away sixes, and you ended up strong. How are you feeling after just a perfectly planned out heat?
Thanks so much. No, I'm super stoked. After I had a super tight call in round one, tying with my good mate Luke, so I was like pretty bummed, and then I had a good chat with my fam and my girlfriend and my coach, and they got me super amped up for this heat now, and I just had a game plan and stuck to it, and I just didn't want to lose today.
It's a bit awkward when you tie with your roommate and your travel buddy and you're this close to winning. It was a bit awkward afterwards.
Yeah, coming back to the house, like, how's it look? Like, close heat, kind of grindy. Like, the first evening was a bit, like, iffy. But we washed it off. I mean, I've surfed hundreds of heats against Luke back in South Africa, and we're, like, best of mates. Like my brother. So, yeah, we're back to being good mates now and looking forward to the rest of the comp with him.
Yeah, I saw you come in and Luke was the first person to be there. Congratulate you. All the South Africans came over to just welcome you in. We spoke about how hard that draw was for you, though. Keone, he's been ripping in the surf. Is there a certain element of you that almost doesn't want to look at the draw when you have such big names in this event? Completely.
When I was younger, I used to not look at the draw. But yeah, I have a bit of a bad habit going nowadays. I look at the draw before the heats, but drawing Keone in round two is crazy. He's arguably one of the best goofy footers in the draw. So, yeah, it was a tough matchup, but I'm happy to get the better of him.
Yeah, well, it was a beautiful heat. Like I said, I loved it. You mentioned you got your family, your girlfriend back at home. I'm sure they would love a little shout out back at home. Feel free to take it away.
I want to say a big thank you to everyone back home for all the messages and kind words of support. Yeah, I appreciate it big time, and looking forward to doing you guys all proud.
Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Stace.
Thank you, Jess. Shot brew. Well done, Daniel. And obviously we're enjoying our time here in the Philippines, but hearing that just classic South African accent just can't get me away from thinking we're going back to J-Bay this year on the World Tour. That is going to be fantastic, and that's a spot that these youngsters can aspire to in the future. That's the kind of heat, if you're watching up late at night, where you just go back to bed so easy, because he kind of creamed it from start to finish. That wasn't stressful at all for his friends and family.
No,
I wouldn't say.
Definitely a great heat, but most importantly, as I said before, I think you just want to capitalize on those few opportunities out there. I mean, despite us making an easy call this morning, Ty, there can be few excellent waves out there, and you need to be able to capitalize on those. And especially in this platform, you're surfing in a CT event. Basically, it's a predecessor to once you make it to the Championship Tour.
Yeah, for sure. There is some excellent waves coming through out there, but it is a tricky lineup to be in the right spot for them. And the athletes, maybe day one, were a bit caught out of position, but they seem to be getting the hang of it now. And there's some amazing waves coming through. And yeah, looking forward to seeing these Groms tear the bag out of it.
You know, sometimes you have these superstar matchups like this, and the conditions don't really come to play. Just see the little sea breeze popping up there. I think the Filipino
gods,
wind and surf gods, are definitely on our side here, as we see Bronson Matey on a frothy little soupy one. But you can see what he's gearing up for here. You can tell he's got springs in his legs, and not a crazy air by his standard, but a surfer of his level and the way he likes to surf his heat, a completion is a completion, and that's the kind of thing that he's going to need to now start chipping away and get that up and going. But it is just divine timing, I'm calling that air wind. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, it's been a privilege watching Bronson on this Asia tour. His surfing is amazing, and his make rate of airs is insane. and really looking forward to seeing what he can do in this heat and for the rest of the event.
Talk to us about his performance in Cloud 9.
Yeah, he's been a standout at every event in Asia this year. He won the Junior Asia rankings, and he's atop of the QS rankings as well in Asia. So he's looking really good to qualify for the Challenger Series, regardless of his result here. But yeah, he's such a special talent, and I'm sure Tippy and all the Indo guys are watching and cheering for him back home. And can't wait to see what he can do at this event.
I got a question for you, Ty. I mean, the last 10 years, really, we've obviously seen Rio have success on the championship tour, but a lot of different regions within a small place now. APAC, obviously considered one of the most one of the most successful regions worldwide when you look at the history of surfing, right? But overall, there's a lot of talent in a real short space with excellent waves too.
For sure.
Filipinos obviously now making their debut here at the World Juniors, which is a historic moment. First time we've ever had World Juniors right here in the Philippines, but most importantly, Indonesia having a major standout on the championship tour. When is it going to be time to not only see more of them on tour, maybe make a bigger push to eventually have a CT event outside of Australia?
Oh, for sure. The dream would be to have a CT event somewhere in Asia again. Like the wave quality here is insane. There's Indonesia, Philippines. There's a really strong contingent of Japanese surfers that are really pushing things. And the water's warm, the weather's nice, the people are super friendly.
The food's great.
The food's great. Yeah, that ticks a lot of boxes, and yeah, we're pushing to get some bigger events here. And this, as we see Luke paddling for a nice shaped wave here.
He's definitely got the style of surfing that's going to suit this wave and just about any wave around the world. Such a tricky wave to surf, a lot of foam on it, but he absolutely made light work of it, looking super strong on his board there. Channel Islands board looking unbelievable under his feet. And both the lads opting for going to say black surfboards, but I don't know if they're both carbon. I think Bronson's is. I don't know about Luke's. That one is.
It's an ECT Eco Carbon Tech by Channel Islands. I think he might be riding one of the Rooks, but by the looks of it, it seems like it's working real good. I actually think it might be the better choice. Kainalo's actually riding something that's just carbon on top too, but it's a normal PU and slide. Just the flex patterns for me seem like it's a real good wave here. Just a bit slow every now and then. You want to generate that extra speed.
I know exactly what you mean. I would have to say though, with the wind,
you're not a fan of it?
I know some surfers would disagree, but I do get the feedback sometimes that carving through the clean face, which is what it was before they paddled out. And epoxy is going to go beautifully. It's going to look zappy and fast and all these things. But I certainly have, been in conversations in, shaping bays and that around the world where the surfers are going, but when the wind pops up, I kind of like going back to my PU because I get that pop. And it's just a funny one that these boys are going to have to adapt to that because they might not agree with that at all and they could be completely fine. But if they do have that feeling, they have to adjust mid-heat, which is kind of tricky. Yeah. And you did see that on Bronson's first wave. He did not get the pop that he's used to getting. It's not that he doesn't get it. It's just the type of equipment that particular for certain conditions. I'm not saying that's the case here, but it's certainly changing a lot. Right before our very own eyes here, and we saw yesterday the wind in the afternoon. It was howling.
Yeah.
It was a salt bath out there.
Absolutely.
And it was it looked totally different to now. So we're hoping it doesn't get too strong today, and it's not predicted to. But certainly conditions forever changing here as we see Luke looking to get a little busy off the end. Bronson a 5.33, Luke Swanson a 5.6. There's nothing in this heat so far, and just as we expected, it's a tight battle. Ty, how was your 2024 in the region and in the Philippines in particular? You obviously had a fantastic event in Cloud 9, but how often are you coming up to the Philippines? And you're obviously getting pretty good at brokering deals up here, mate.
Yeah, I think the Asia region as a whole had an amazing 2024. There was the 2 events in Indonesia, Krui and Nias, and Nias had some of the best waves for a QS event probably ever. It was stand tall 8-foot tubes, which you can't really ask much more than that. We also had a Cloud 9 QS 5000, which was the first time it's been a 5000, and again we got amazing waves there. And then we also had Taiwan, which was a QS 5000, and got some really good waves there too. So yeah, overall the Asia region is booming, and being able to give all the athletes from the region chances to surf in all types of waves really prepares them for life on the Challenger Series, and then hopefully the CT.
Yeah, well, we've seen World Junior titles be decided in this region before. Taiwan 2019, I think. Quality waves are on that coastline as well. And like you said, just great variety.
Yeah.
All up and down all of these islands. There's just waves everywhere. And the most standout thing for us so far has been the hospitality. It's been unbelievable. So yeah, it's cool to be here, and it's so good to have people like Luke Langdon and that on your side. And I'm sure you've got a lot of other partners that you work with that make your job pretty easy.
Yeah, absolutely. The people here in the Philippines are so friendly and so accommodating. The first call that went out when this event was up in the air was to the president's son, Vinny Marcos. He's been such a big supporter of surfing in the Philippines. He's a mad surfer himself and just loves it. And yeah, big shout out to Vinny for getting this event to where it is today. Also like to thank Margarita Nagolas from the TPB, as well as the Region 1 DOT representative, Miss Evangeline Dadat. There's been so many people that have made this event possible, and the Department of Tourism have been such big supporters of surfing, and I think having the event here, and we've had other events at Blair before, and obviously in Siargao for Cloud9, it's just such amazing support from the whole country to get these events here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I know you're doing a lot of great work in the region, and I know that the travelling parties, they love to check out what everyone else is doing. You've got Rizal and Ivan Tanjung here supporting the Indonesians. I know if TP's not watching online, he probably would be here. Have you been able to kind of show people like Vinny and the other events that you're working on in the region, and what do they think of the work you're doing as a whole?
Yeah, for sure. Vinny actually came out to Bells for the longboard event to come support JR on his world title contingency. And then, yeah, I think Vinny, he's such a surf fan. Like, he watches it all the time. And when he's not watching it, he's out there surfing himself. It's as we see Noah getting ready for his next heat. Noah's from Siargao and one of the country's best surfers, and he also, like Bronson, loves going to the air, and he's had a great year this year on the Asia Tour, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do against the world's best in this event.
Well, he's looked after you here. I know he was eyeing off the entry into the Phillip Island event that you have coming up back home in Australia. Ty, you got a bed for him?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He can crash at my house for sure.
No, it's cool to hang out with all those guys and their coach Phil Maher and Toby, and then obviously Luke. It's it's just the smiles and the excitement around it has been palpable. Unfortunately, Bronson not really clicking into gear here on that particular wave. You can pretty much tell what he's thinking. He wants to put a movie part together out here, but he just hasn't quite found the right section at the minute. But he's still, I still don't feel like these boys have really warmed up at all, Mitchell, as we take this wave away.
Interesting wave choice, too, at this point in the heat. You had a priority. You waited for a long time for this wave, and you kind of saw that it was going to be a soft closeout, not necessarily a closeout that was going to be steep with that air section or the ramp that you wanted to. So as of right now, Balls and Swanson scored. I mean, I know the wave quality has gone down just a bit in this heat, but 5.6407, you're in the lead. You still got to remember that, and you can't be too down on yourself when you're still in the front position. So as of right now, he has control of the heat, and he's looking to only improve on a 4, and by his standards, that's nothing, Stace.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to think they're going to replace all those scores.
You would hope so.
They're just you can tell the firepower there, and particularly from their round 1 heats. They've got a lot to give. As we see Bronson here staying busy, this would have to be capture Luke Swanson's attention as he throws it up into the lip. Super late, but absolutely no worries at all with the ride out. He'd be stoked with that one, and if Luke Swanson wasn't looking over his shoulder, he definitely would have heard the applause there on that wave, and there's really nothing you can do about that, Mitchell.
It's a really nice section right there, too, and tough. It was already coming down on him, and he had to project into the flats, really, which makes it even more difficult. Should be seeing a situation change here, guys.
Mitchell, from your perspective, Luke, you just have to let that wave go, right?
You do.
You're not blocking that.
That's a regular footer's wave right there.
Yep. And as we see up and riding, Luke in and out, takes a look at a bit of an open face, but not to be. They're the kind of things that I think Luke would also feed on. you know, the best competitors want their guys to be at the best as well, and we're starting to see this heat starting to warm up now as we see Luke. Hopefully that little in and out didn't cost him priority. I don't think it will, but stranger things have happened as we see sets approaching here, and Luke Swanson will retain priority as he makes his way out to this peak. It's kind of capping on his head there. Bronson will take a look off the edge. Fortuitous turn of events if this wave were to turn into a score for Bronson. Luke just slightly out of position. Not much going on at the start here, but he'll be looking for the inside section. He's going to get it. Massive air reverse on the inside. Impeccable style. As cool as a cucumber. Crazy combo coming up here. Are you joking me? That will be the best wave of the day by a country mile. Mitchell Salazar, talk to me.
I don't know. I mean, the 833 a few heats ago was pretty darn good, you know.
It was a backside Rio, right?
It was the two-turn combo, a bit of a steeper wave. Conditions have changed, though, but I mean, when we're talking about single maneuvers, no doubt.
There's 3 maneuvers on this wave.
Yeah, but...
Here's the first one.
This air's gnarly, dude. I mean, just the rotation, and as you said, he integrated style into the air, too, which is not something that you normally see. And that turn, I have no idea how he was able to ride out of it. The flexibility that he has in his legs... Pretty incredible dexterity right there.
We said earlier this morning, and not taking anything away from Francisco's wave earlier, but his turns are obviously out the back and more traditional style of surfing. As I kind of thought or would hope that I don't think the judges will care where the turns are as long as they're steep and they're gnarly. It's a long wave, there's double ups, there's sections out the back. You know, anything's possible. And we've seen the scores come in there, probably a little under what I was expecting it to be, but nevertheless.
That was the previous one, though.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry. We'll see.
You're good.
I stopped calling scores like 5 years ago.
I don't know about you guys, but I love seeing surfers like Bronson when they're out of priority and they're just catching lots of waves. And as we saw with the last 2 waves of Bronson, under priority, just going waves and throwing those sort of maneuvers. It's good to see.
Yeah, maybe I've still got it. 867. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I was a bit worried if that was a 667. I think I might have been in the wrong job. Amazing wave, and just the composure. Like, it's so hard to look good surfing, just normal surfing. Like doing that. That was seriously talented. As we see Ryan Carnalo warming up there, or I guess the opposite of warming up, locking in and preparing for his next heat.
You know, to Ty's point, though, Stace, there are many surfers worldwide, especially once they put on a jersey, that are way better under priority.
For sure. And Bronson's that kid. He would admit that.
Yeah.
You know, we saw it kind of in his first heat. He sat and waited for 12, 13 minutes. He took an absolute burger, looked horrible.
And don't deny it.
Yeah,
you know?
no, that's right. Like, you know, he's... There's been plenty of guys air their way to the World Tour.
Yes.
Like, and that's completely fine. You're obviously going to have to figure it out once you get there. You know, to be maybe a little heavier on the rail, which Bronson will be working on that for sure. But there's nothing wrong. Like, Luke could be similar style. You know, he could easily air his way through the QS, and then you can tell he's got the fundamentals as he grows up. They'll fill into their bodies and they can take apart a big wall at Bells Beach as they go. But for this type of surfing and this age and these waves that they get to surf in, that's the best surfing you could be doing, and he's absolutely doing it. He's at the top of his field. His surfing in Cloud 9 was on another planet.
I want to, this is a question really for both of you guys, but you can start though, Ty. I mean, when we see a lot of the surfers from my region, South America, come over, Hawaii too, and then you compare them to guys in your region and you see them succeed, vice versa when they come over to ours, like, how cool is that to see, especially when they do it in the first event that they do on a large scale like this?
Oh, for sure. Now that the tour's regional, as we see Bronson going for another wave here, it's looking a little flat, but he might be eyeing something down the line, starting to steepen up as he ejects from that. Yeah, now that the tour's regional, you don't get to see the surfers compete against everyone from around the world quite as often as we used to. But events like this is such a showcase of the talent from the best juniors from around the world, and getting to see them compete against each other and battle it out, especially for a world title, it's pretty amazing. And yeah, can't wait to see how the week's going to end and who's going to be holding up that trophy.
It's refreshing, isn't it, Stace, when you see somebody from a place outside of your own
Yeah, oh, big time.
You've
big
seen
time.
them on social media, but seeing them live is very different.
Or even just like, seeing them grab a coffee in the morning and like having a casual conversation with them, like it's like we live on our screens and then you get to come to an event like this and it's all happening before your very own eyes, except for us, we're still watching it on the screen. But, like it is it's just really cool. And then, just like the support networks too, like a lot of mums and dads heavily invested in their kids' career and it's a special thing, like to see them pour their whole life into it and have fun with it and maybe even a bit of success along the way. Like it's a really cool thing. And
I think the parents are having just as much fun on this trip as the kids are.
They should.
By the look of it, everyone's having such a good time here in the Philippines, enjoying all the culture and food. And a couple of the competitors went and did a cultural tour yesterday, which looked pretty cool and fun. And they all seem to have
pottery
a great
class?
time. Yeah.
Stacey and I we're thinking about doing that soon.
Yeah, Mitchell's going to make me an ashtray.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think they.
I thought we were going with the coffee
for my mother. No, look, it's it is. There's so much going on around here. Bronson up and riding. I could just see backflip in his veins. He's there. He's all he's thinking about. He just wants
Same thing for Swanson. He needs to get going soon.
Yeah.
And he's capable of getting the 10 that he needs at the moment.
Oh, massively. Yeah, I haven't seen as many as what we did the other day, and there still wasn't many, but there was the odd left. Like the wind's kind of blowing the wrong way, but Luke's a talented enough kid to make it work. And the rights at the minute that kind of nothing against Luke's talent, but they're a bit of a goofy footers disaster at the minute. They're just kind of flat and they're going out to sea, but then when the steep section pops up, it's there, but it's super quick. We saw Keone Lasser has some success on the back end. He didn't quite get through, but he looked good. And then Francisco obviously got a big score as well, but that was a few hours ago now. It's a different wave out there now. So, no doubt got the talent. He's just kind of, he's going to have to dig deep here and probably find another gear in these conditions, which I wouldn't say it's what he's looking to do every day at home. He's doing wild other stuff.
100%, and he just needs to be on a wave at least in these next 5 minutes. But I think not only do I agree with you in the sense that it is very difficult for a goofy footer out there, I also think he's maybe relied a bit too much on his rail right now and hasn't looked for the air. At least in these last 5 minutes, at this point, needing close to a perfect 10, you need to rely on that. Whether it's a right or a left, that's something you need to go to.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make, Mitchell, because I think the 4.07 for Luke on his first wave, for me and a kid of his talent, that's actually the score you need to just, that's the cement block, that's your foundation. It's not a big score, but you like what Bronson's done, you chuck an 8.5 or a 9 on top of that, which Luke is so capable of doing. But he did stick to traditional surfing on the 5.6. Which it's great surfing and it was a good score at the time, but unfortunately there was just a few little moments where he was either out of position or Bronson got a good wave under him or whatever. This is the 8.67 again, Mitchell. It's a highlight moment not only of the day but of the event so far, right up there with Winter Vincent.
Let's see how quickly he had to make that adjustment midair, go into the bottom turn right there. Goofy footing couldn't do that with the short spate that he has, but once again, the dexterity and the flexibility that he has right there, just by looking at that, my knees probably would have broken. And just an incredible talent.
Bronson actually did his ACL last year, so he had 12 months off, and good to see him bouncing back and still be as flexible as ever.
That's impressive because that's a big injury to have, even if it's just a small tear. Luke Swanson up and riding now. The drone angle, a couple of nice turns, blows the fins out. We know he's got it in him. Unfortunately, comes just a little unglued there at the end. 3:40 on the clock.
So it'll be interesting to see how Bronson closes down this heat now. He's obviously got all the talent in the world, but I think
you know him better than probably us with how much time you spend around these events, and with him, we'll get to that in a minute. Luke's wave, Mitchell.
Yeah, the first card was really nice, but he was forced to go for something big, and even if he pulls that off cleanly, it's not even coming close to the 974 that he needs. He just needs a section, and he hasn't been able to get it so far in basically 30 minutes in this heat. I mean, unfortunately for him, it's really just been in Bronson's favor. It happened, though, once he freed himself up with priority, though, because up until that point, Swanson was leading with the same heat total he has right now.
But, yeah, you make a good point, Ty, about strategy. Like, is Bronson the kind of kid that's going to – he doesn't look like he really cares. Is he going to paddle over to him?
I think his heat surfing has improved a lot in the last 12 to 24 months, and I think he just wants to go out there and surf the best he can.
Totally.
Number one, but yeah, his heat game is getting better, and he's going to have to, of course, to get better at that to make it to the next level.
I was with Rio Wider on the Gold Coast last week, and it's incredible to see his transformation and the steely competitor he's turned. Even in the car park, just waxing up, throwing a few jabs at Joel Vaughan, like, you know, that wouldn't, you know, like it's like, well, that's a tour surfer. You know, like the gamesmanship, it starts like from the minute they wake up, you know, and you can tell Bronson, I wouldn't think that's not even on it. Like you said, he just wants to rip, and that's fair enough. He's like, doesn't seem, I can't tell exactly where Luke is, he's right there, but yeah, even still, he's not like right up in his grill, like going, you know. He just wants to, he kind of strikes me as the kind of guy, like, let the best surfer win. Yeah. And he's just going to hope that that's him.
And 90% of the time, that is him.
Yeah. Yeah.
At this level, though, talent will only get you so far.
Yeah.
And there does need to come a point, and we see it too much on the championship tour, that you need to be able to rely on experience and competitive savviness. And there's been people that have won world championships that way. And
for sure.
In the end, it needs to be a balance of both things.
So Luke's got to do two jobs here. He's got to sell Bronson on this one, which he's done. He's up and riding. Then he's also got to hope that Bronson doesn't get a 9. As we see, this wave starting to steep up. Bronson, we know he's got an incredible aerial attack. He's also beautiful on the rail. He really does have every turn in the book, but you can certainly see his energy is looking down the line, and nothing will eventuate there. So that's a little win for Luke. You've got to take the little wins. He's got priority. There's a minute 15 remaining. Now the tall order of chasing down that big 9.74. It looks like he might have gone a quick wave there, or perhaps got washed in on the attempt to sell. He should get out the back in time with at least one more chance. He hopes.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
He's chasing the best wave of the event so far.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tall order, but he's definitely got the talent to do it. I guess we just got to wait and see what the ocean gives him, and I'm sure he's praying that a set comes, and Bronson's hoping that the swell goes flat.
I think he'd rather be chasing a 9 than like a 7. Because it's a lot clearer about what he's got to do. Whereas, like, if he kind of, maybe I could tag one, like 2 turns, maybe I'll get it.
And he's surfing too safe,
Yeah, but if he gets upset, and there's been some dumpy sections out there, like, he could huck a big backside air. There's no drama there. We've seen multiple single maneuver 10s through the history of the sport.
This might be it here. It's either now or never for him.
Wave height's going to be an issue. It's certainly not his skill set, as you can tell. He's got it all. Though. It's an amazing aerial maneuver there from Luke Swanson. Beautiful technique in the air, not like a limb out of place. And he's looking great on his board through the connection and the joining maneuvers. And I know he'll be absolutely shattered to unfortunately bow out of this event. A great way to finish for him. It will be his best wave, we hope, but it won't be enough to chase down the 9.74. Congratulations to Bronson Matey. Thanks to Luke Swanson for the entertainment. Thanks to Tyce Riley for jumping in. Mitchell Salazar and I are going to take a break. Big shout out to the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. We're very grateful to be here at Mona Lisa Point. We'll be back with Jesse Mendes and Paul Evans with World Junior Championship action right around the corner.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships from the Philippines. Great scenes here for the likes of Bronson Medi, a major scalp and a solid performance to do it, going excellent. And really stamping a bit of authority on the elimination round. Luke Swanson, an amazing surfer, but ultimately the great performance from this kid. Very bright future in front of him, as has the rest of the field. Having a look out in the water, Ryan Carnallo take on Noah Arkfield. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendez. Great looking matchup this one again, mate.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. We obviously got the local boy that has surfed this wave probably more than anyone on this draw right now, and Ryan Carnallo, which for me it's one of my picks for this event as far as consistency, abilities above the lip and on the rail, and it's just a big kid, probably like a 6-foot chew, and moves a lot of water around.
Yeah, he's been around for so long, in terms of getting on and doing events at a young age, and really that maturity in his surfing. We're seeing it right now live. Here goes Ryan onto a section, and he'll flare out for a finish. So close to that. That was super critical, and unlucky not to make it.
I know that's bad luck for him. It's just a very tough section for you to deal with, but he almost made me look very smart. That was a great start for him if he started off with that massive finish right here, just eyeing it down. You see him setting up. See, halfway through was already looking it down, seeing the critical section, went for a massive blowtail, landed into the flats, and probably couldn't see anything as he was trying to spin it, and just the momentum of his body was going a little bit faster than the board, and it was that awkward landing and just ended up getting stuck.
Excellent surfing in that last heat from Bronson Medi. He's with Jesse Starling.
Bronson, that was probably the most anticipated heat of the round. Stace was calling it the heat of the round. You executed perfectly, though. The nerves had to be high going into that one, though.
Yeah, I was super nervous going into that one, especially I was watching the waves and the wind. 2 heats before mine, it just went like super air wind. So, yeah, I know Luke's a great air guy too, and I'm pretty good at it myself. And yeah, just stoked to land a couple of airs and just got a couple of good scores and make it to the next round.
Yeah, you come away with the highest heat total of the round so far. It's funny, a lot of people say a lot of different things about you. You're amazing in the Rashi, but you're also amazing as a free surfer. I want to know, what do you see yourself as? Do you see yourself as a competitive surfer or more so a free surfer?
Yeah, a lot of people ask me that too. For me, I like to compete myself. Like, I just love putting on the jersey and having people watching you, supporting you. It gets me psyched up at the same time. So, yeah, I like to compete more than I like to free surf, but free surfing is still fun.
Well, you compete pretty well. That was a very amazing heat. Well surfed all the way through. I feel like you've come back from an injury, did your ACL about 12 months ago. Getting a heat win like that in such a big stage like this has to feel good.
Yeah, it felt really good. I recovered maybe like a year and a bit now, and my knee's not gonna feel the same like it used to, but it's definitely strong, and I'm back stronger than ever. But yeah, stoked to compete again.
And by the scenes where you got an amazing support crew, not just here but back home as well. Indonesia loves you. I'm sure you got something you want to say.
Yeah, I want to say hello to my mom, my dad watching, all the boys. Yeah, thanks for the support, and we're ready for the next one.
Awesome. Thank you, Bronson. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Absolutely delighted. Bronson Medi, he's an entertainer, he's a showman, and he's through to round 3 of competition. Sounds heavy with the injury, though. It's good to see him back in full form, but young to have that long an injury still troubling you over a year later. Ouch.
I know. It's what he said. It's actually pretty true. You can ask most of the athletes and most of the injuries they have. You're never going to feel the same, but you feel good enough to get back on it and forget about it as time goes on. So for him, it's just tough because, I mean, him and his generation, they just go to the air every other option they have. And they're going bigger and bigger and bigger sections, and it's going to be more taxing on the body.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw a wave there from Noah Arkfield, cheering that cross from Shargout, so over where Cloud 9 is, and part of a great generation of surfers from the Philippines. His number in for this, it was a 4.67, Jess.
Yeah, that was a nice surf for him. Kept great flow throughout the wave. That was a beautiful tail release, but right here the wave starts to get a little bit on the flatter side, and was maybe a little late there, but he did as much as he could on that wave, just going one of those wide ones that we've been seeing a lot that gives you maybe one decent section and then runs a little bit too fast and goes into deep water. So, but great start for him. Looks solid. Both of surfers look solid on the start, but definitely Noah getting the nod on that one.
Yeah, just thinking about that section that Ryan took on. I mean, he's so exciting, isn't he, with his surfing, and well-rounded as well. You know, you think Trying to sort of see what type of surfing can you expect from someone, what conditions do they thrive in. But I think one of the things from Ryan that we've seen from pretty young age, I mean, he was kind of small when we first sort of started doing qualifiers. It was little.
Yep.
He's much more solid now, but so well-rounded in everything.
And, you know, typical, you think of Brazilians, right? Like, you think of their air game, first thing that comes to mind. But to tell the truth, as much as he has an amazing air game, I don't think that's his strength. His strength is just solid surfing.
Yeah, the carving. Remember seeing him little with baggy trunks just carving up a storm. Looks really good on the face as well. And those kind of attributes stand you in good stead to be versatile in a range of conditions. Not a great wave there for Noah, just having a look speculatively. Priority remains with the Brazilian Kainalo. Plenty of time in this outfield, really just looking to try and get something else on the board, but open up with that mid-ranger. We've seen some of these sort of pulses from the ocean, providing these opportunities for surfers able to take them, but a little bit of a patient approach towards the start of the heat. I think Ryan right now will have an idea of the kind of wave he wants to go. Meanwhile, having a spin, Noah again, why not? Here he is. He'll just pull through.
Just another up and down for Blue.
Ryan Carnado will just wait out the back on the peak with that priority. Just wait for something that he feels not going to close out. It will offer him a chance to go complete, but I like the risk that he took. Going down in a super critical section. It dumps pretty hard, doesn't it, here? It feels like this reef is kind of almost like in a straight line. You can see where the water hits it and just kind of dies on that shelf suddenly, which kind of lets you know there's nowhere really for the water to go. And there's some impact on that section, and hats off to people taking it on.
And that's what the judges have been recognizing, the effort on those critical sections that are dumpy and chunkier. And, man, whoever takes advantage of that is going to make heats today.
So elimination round for surfers, finishing second or third to open up. And the men, it's been a couple of days actually. We ran the women, then we had a whole day off yesterday. We've had a little while to think about this heat, which obviously that's just part of dealing with competition in your career and getting everything dialed in. But after that loss, or maybe making a mistake, something didn't go your way in the first round heat, maybe three or 4 days since we first ran that round. And now a chance really to get this campaign going again and head towards a World Junior title. 24 men and women on each side of the draw. Here's Ryan Carnalo. And he'll ease into his first turn. Steep section here. Very nice hit with some decent spray as well. There's that heavy dumping section. That time, it was a great turn. A little less dynamic from what he tried before, but crucially gets the completion.
And that's his point of difference. It's going to happen today. He's going to look big in the big sections, mostly against Noah that is much smaller in size. And the experience that he has on tour or on the Challenger Series, let me rephrase that, and on professional surfing in Brazil, it's just going to give him the edge. It's so easy for him. It's crystal clear for him to identify that all he needs to do is find a critical section and make the turn looks big. Look at that. He can do on his sleep that turn. He just timed it well, projected the board down the line so he wouldn't get stuck, and made the turn come out clean. That was beautiful surfing from him, and it's not going to be a massive score, but it's going to be a solid score.
Yeah, just showing the judges a little point of difference as well. In terms of the overall control with that strong finish and it looking dynamic, the amplitude of the surfing all the way up from the bottom of the wave to the top. And the judges will reward him here as he makes his way out the back. They'll reflect, check out replays. I've seen some excellent numbers go down, but other than that, mid-range surfing kind of been practical as to what's available in terms of sections. That's been the key throughout the morning as well. So smart competing. Can't win the event today. It's all about trying to stay alive here. Number in for Ryan. It's decent. 617 for him. And I think, yeah, that's a decent points return for that kind of surfing.
Definitely. The judges have been rewarding that. And I think for his competing IQ, I think he's going to find that wave clear and more easy than the opponents. I think his heat IQ is very up high and one of the best at this event, together with a few other names that obviously are on the QS as well and have the edge on top of the opponents that are a little on the younger age and never been exposed to such a tough environment as the Challenger Series is.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Get on that tour at a young age, the kind of experience you can get by meeting surfers coming straight off the CT, some big names as well, but doing it in that kind of brutal, like qualifying style atmosphere with just big events, heats, lots going on out in the water. It's so hard really to find consistency through that tour, and if in terms of like a way to kind of prove yourself and kind of steel yourself up for a professional career, I mean the Challengers literally is a big challenge for young careers. Here's a flyby of the beach here, beautiful warm water, and Ryan Carnello enjoying himself with some speed. A section it just crumbled away and ran. He was lining up some speed for something. Has a little look just where exactly that section was. But looking forward to seeing maybe a bit of the air game as well. Bronson mentioned about what he's been able to do in terms of enjoy himself with the free surfer to try and bring a little bit of that in competition. But this is a big stage right now. It's maybe some of the smaller events, a little bit less nerves. That people travel a long way here. There's a lot of people watching. And it's easy to second guess yourself. Think about surfers like Ryan with that experience we mentioned from the Challenges. He's used to dealing with a bit of pressure.
Definitely, and this is the platform for kids to prove themselves and show the world that they're capable of being in the highest level. So, yeah, if you're not scratching yourself and you don't add that, you don't have that pressure on you, it means that you don't care about it. So you should have that, and you should just embrace it and commit to it. That's the best way to deal with, and that's the way that the best in the world do it. You think, guys like Gabriel, John, like Griffin, Ethan, they feel so much pressure, but they just love and embrace and recognize that they have that, and to just do the best to deal with it.
Yeah, it's always interesting as well. You see younger surfers, obviously everyone here is a junior early in their career, the way they deal with stuff. It's amazing sometimes how nonchalant some of these young surfers are. They just don't seem to be fazed by anything at all. Almost sometimes some of that stuff almost comes later in a career when maybe you've had a couple of setbacks or a bit of adversity, you realise what's at stake. Some of the youngsters, they don't realise exactly kind of how big this is, and that's when you see that really exciting surfing, and that's why I've had such an impact from surfers in the under 20 age group on the main stage of all. Of course, our world champ, all the women, Kate Simmers, she could be in this event. It's incredible to see how the young generation just shakes up the establishment. Here goes Ryan Carnello on a softer wave. He'll open up with a carving jam in the pocket. Now the speed and now the section. And he'll get an air reverse done. Just kind of hops over that, clicks it clean. And that'll be for sure a number for him. Just still sitting on that 1, 2, 3 from his first wave. So that'll be his second number.
Yeah, that just goes back to heat IQ. Like, nice wrap to start the wave right there. And he needs to back it up that 1.23, and beautiful, dynamic, kind of down the line, and a lot of amplitude on that air. As much as he wasn't lofty and high, but how much amplitude he got down the line on that air was impressive, and it just led up to all this. That's just because of all the speed that it led up previously to that turn, and setup was, it was perfect. Clean wave for him, perfectly executed.
Yeah, really good read on conditions as well. So recognizing that wave would offer something. That wrap into the pocket, just putting back behind that section in order to get a run up at it. Comes full swing. Just makes it look really easy and composed. Smart surfing with great execution from the Brazilian Carnello. Noah Arkfield, ball's in his court now. He's had priority for a little while. Let's see what he can do with it. He looks interested here. Surf from Siargao, the island off the east coast. And it's been pretty well known around the surf world for maybe 30 years or so, particularly for the wave called Cloud9, which is basically tube from takeoff. Different sort of wave to this. There are high performance waves over in that part of the wave as well. At the moment, with 15 on the clock, it is the Brazilian Ryan Carnello in the lead. A 5-6 drops in for him. So far, so good. Can Noah Arkfield come back at him and stoke out the Filipino surf community? Find out when we come back from break.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships, Mona Lisa Point. In the beautiful Philippines, we're having a look at the Brazilian Ryan Kainalo taking on Noah Artfield of the Philippines. And this crowd, this community, they're definitely on the come up, providing more and more talented young surfers. A tough heat for the local right now. Taking on really one of the biggest names in the draw. You look at the list and you think, all right, who's going to go well here? Who are we looking at in terms of favourites? It's a tough heat, but this was his comeback wave, and this stoked out the crowd.
Yeah, we could hear the crowd from here. That was the first nice carve and finish it off very strong, kind of similar to what we had for Ryan Kainalo 6.17. Very dynamic, very powerful down the line. Maybe the section a little bit less critical than Ryan's wave, but that was very well surfed. And what I like the most about seeing the Philippine surfers, they don't have that much experience on tour. They don't have anyone to look up for, but they still put in on a good fight, and they look confident. They look ready, and they're compromised with the situation they have ahead of them.
Yeah, an important wave for him, just to stay in touch really in this heat. It's exactly what he's done here. We got 5.37. He's still in second, but he's brought his requirement down to a 6.4, and a crucial wave that.
To move into first. 12 minutes.
Another great looking matchup coming on in the next heat as well. And it's cool to see really that story unfolding with some of the bigger names, people that we know from the challenges, the surfers we know a little bit less about. And the kind of meeting of that energy coming together. Also good to see surfers. This is under 20, but some real youngsters in this. It's Dylan Donegan dos Santos, and that next heat is 16 years old, so he can surf for a while in this. We were talking earlier about some of the youngsters. They just got that sort of audacity, bit of a lack of fear. That's cool to see. There's some of the setups you were talking about earlier. Waves all over the place, Jesse.
All over, look at that. That looks like a great point break right there on the right of our screen. I think wraps around probably with some bigger swell would be amazing. So many waves around here. We can look at both ways, and it's like endless opportunities.
Philippines, an absolute paradise for a surf trip, blessed with waves, tropical climate, warm water, board shorts year round. Absolutely delightful. We're loving our time over here so far. Here we go, Kainalo interested, little double up energy for the entry for him. And he'll just stay close to the pocket, and then the stance widens a bit and he sets up. Oof.
And blue now up.
Goes down. Meanwhile, right behind, nice little aggressive check, set up speed snap. There's a big rotation. Just didn't quite get enough spin, but there's the squad willing him on, giving him really good energy.
Those are pretty similar attempts right there. It looks like we might have a paddle battle, but I think Ryan probably getting the edge because he's on the channel, and looks like Blue is just kind of getting smoked by all that water. The pressure of water that comes after actually the duck dive is pretty intense usually, mostly on a day like today. Waves are a little big on the bigger side of things, so
two sort of similar sections there from these two, and then both identifying the fact that there's some ramps out there. Don't need to necessarily wait for one of the bigger waves. This inside section it will set up. Both of those could have been pretty healthy numbers had they been stuck, but I love to see them going for it.
I know they have to. Like it's on the men side of things now, so you're gonna have more opportunities for yourself, and the scale is gonna go up a little bit higher. The scores are gonna get higher, and you're gonna have to push yourself a bit more. So like both of them are close from probably an excellent score if they have landed those terms.
6.4 is the requirement at the moment for Noah. That's what he's looking for. It will be Ryan with the priority as well. And always just from that position of those two in the set. Landed on him. Noah been in the channel, made it a bit easier. There's Dylan. So his father's Brazilian, his mother's from Ireland. That's his heritage. He's from Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Very wave-blessed region. It's a big swell in the Atlantic, heading that way at the moment, actually. Series of them. It's really fight to life. He's over here looking for further success in the age group division. Such a good competitor. Seems to carry it quite lightly as well. He's just kind of cruising, really good energy, super sort of positive kid. I've seen him in a couple of free serves down on the Rip Bowl. He's just loving his time over here, having fun and enjoying it. And if you can do that as well, make it feel like a surf trip. Don't think too much about what's at stake, all that kind of thing. But he's going to have a tough heat on his hands here, is Dylan.
Yeah, definitely. I guess if you take the weight off your shoulders, it would help you. You kind of got to get a good balance of it. You can't be really too much thinking of the free serve side. You need that pressure because that makes people that thrive under that pressure are the really good ones that are going to come out of this and go along the road, because it's undeniable that the pressure is going to get to you. Just got to deal with it and try to perform as light as you can under that.
When you're in the competition, you're going for a surf. How much are you kind of thinking about your heat, or even trying to do mock heat drills, or are you able just to go surf and not think about what's coming up in your heat?
It's I'll tell you, it's almost impossible. I feel like those guys are thinking about heats from the day they wake up until the day they go to bed, right? So it's the first and the last thought of their day. And as soon as you're training, as you're surfing, you're trying to figure it out the best way that you can maximize the opportunity you have in front of you. And you do that by training. So every time they step on the board, they're thinking about numbers in their heads, and they're thinking of what the judges are going to be rewarding them the way they're surfing on that wave. So they're trying to get the best out of themselves during the training to put it in like those words into the heat.
Well, a lot of time's gone in this heat. 7 minutes remaining now. And just the 5 waves ridden by Ryan, but good enough for a total of 11.77 at the moment. And the opportunities come his way. He's really made the most of just 2 quality waves, really, that he's paddled into, and he's turned them both into scores. And he's shown some of that variety that we touched upon. We've seen the carving, the wraps. He's gone to the air. So that really nice vertical punch that he did into the lip as well to finish. And that versatility is a real weapon for Ryan Kainalo, and that's why he's leading this one at the moment. He's got priority as well. And he's sitting very close, Noah and him. Not much to separate those two in the lineup.
Yeah, and that's Ryan all the way. Like, obviously I know him so much better than I know Noah, so I can speak for myself. I had hits with him before, and he's not going to give you an inch. He's going to try and apply pressure as much as he can. And I'm talking last time I competed with him, he was probably 17 years old and I was 30. So it's he wasn't scared of someone older than him, so he's definitely not going to give an inch to Noah right now. And just back to his heat IQ. Look back, he has 5 wave rhythm, only 2 decent scores, which is the 617 and 5.6, but all the other 3 waves had opportunity. He was very close from getting big scores on all of the 3 waves, and it just shows how much he puts himself in the situations of closing the gap, closing the heat and making the gap bigger for his opponent.
Here he goes again. Ryan Kainalo loading up. He's got plenty of speed. And again, getting pretty high. But going down, so enjoying these ramps on the inside. A little grimace from him. He's disappointed with himself there. And he's pretty consistent when he clicks it, but just a couple of incompletions from him. Meanwhile now, an opportunity for Noah Artfield, just over 5 on the clock. And not a massive requirement for him. This heat by no means put to bed. 6-4. For sure he's capable of getting that. Will have that big support that we've been talking about. There's a pretty strong squad over actually from Siargao here. It's very much been traditionally the kind of power centre of surfing where most events are. Regional qualifier was just there back in early November in just dreamy kind of conditions as well. Big squad from that part of the Philippines over here for this competition, and they'll be willing a wave to come through for Noah, who at the moment has had a couple of opportunities. He surfed pretty well. That last wave he got, desperately trying to get back onto the face, wasn't he, on the inside? It just wouldn't cooperate with him. Just trying to find another section on the inside, but right now with that priority, a key moment for him. Now, even though he's not specifically from this wave, he will have the more experience with the lineup. Let's see if he can use some of that local wave knowledge and make it pay. A little bit of motion outside. We have seen a couple of bombing sets every now and again. We've got the sets that come through relatively regularly during the heat, and then it feels like every 2 or 3 heats we'll see something that's quite considerably bigger than anything else that's been in the water. He's just dragged himself a little outside. Be in position if that does happen. Just have to continue to be patient at the moment though. Meanwhile, Ryan will slip up the inside.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, that's very smart of him. It's just got to try and find a little bit of gap and a little bit of room to maybe have that unorthodox way of finding a wave under priority, and looks like that could be it, or maybe not. Just having, you got to sniff, like you got to have a look at waves right now. He has no priority. He needs to better at 5.6, and he's in pressure. 6.4 is not that massive of score for Noah.
He's looking at that ramp section, isn't he? He thinks he's got unfinished business. You saw him just kind of look down the line there. He's going to try and go again. He wants to stick one of those. Well, he has stuck one, but he wants to go on that real big one and stomp it. Just kind of show a bit of flair as well. At the moment, that lead that he's got, as you said, he's definitely not far enough ahead to be confident, comfortable. When your opponent's got priority, looking for a 6.
3 minutes remaining.
An opportunity is what Noah Artfield's going to need here. At the moment, being patient, but he really wants the manager to come through and to get involved. Let's see how he goes about doing that. So deeper up the point is Ryan, and he'll find an opportunity. So here he goes, and once again, he'll just flare that out, blows the tail, reverses it. And then a little inside bonus runner section. He kind of speculates, has a little look around in there, realizes not a lot on offer. So just staying in motion here, just kind of buzzing around, being active, trying to improve possibly. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that was a very critical maneuver for him right there. Nice spin, but wave was a little bit on the smaller side. Lacked a little bit of steepness on the wave, but he did as much as he could. He was hoping for maybe a little extra bonus section right there, because he doesn't need to batter so much, but I don't see that coming above a 5.6, right? He lacked intensity, he lacked size on the wave, and yeah. Kind of the same on this wave, starting off with a little bit of a flatter section. He recognizes and kicks out before Ryan's out the back, so he can regain priority. And with 1 minute and 35 seconds left, looks like he's probably gonna have maybe one more opportunity, and that's about it. So you got to make the most of it.
Yeah, just realizing he needs to get going there. So he goes Artfield, is up, emerges out of the white water, bit of a fluffy section, just catches it a touch, manages to get some directional movement. There's a nice rotation that he'll complete. So interesting wave, just a little fluffy and soft, wasn't it? What do we think of that decision, first of all, to take that wave, minute and a half on the clock?
I actually don't mind. As soon as he took off, it seems like the wave was kind of running down the line, but he was a bit late on the takeoff. It felt like he exited a little bit maybe. So see right there, he took off on the whitewash, so that put him late for this first turn, which the judges are going to be critical on that. But this is great. He noticed he had to go big. Nice rotation into the flats, but then he was a bit late again. In my opinion, he needed to finish that last turn in order to get the score he was needing for.
Yes, so Ryan with priority and the peak right now, just over 30 seconds. Noah Artfield will paddle back out. His number comes in a little bit under 477. And really making that decision to go twice there and just trying to force it. And I think realizing the fact that at 6.4, you go to the air, get a ramp, get speed, you could get that score. But just two ways, both of them were just kind of soft and just a little bit awkward to surf.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are tricky today. It's not easy for you to find a rhythm in the wave itself. But maybe just lacking a little bit of experience, or maybe thinking a little bit too much before he committed to that wave and put himself a little bit in an awkward spot for that first turn, which I think was key for that wave.
Another one of our big seeds, Ryan Kainalo, true to form, will emerge from the elimination rounds with a pretty solid performance from the Brazilian.
Yeah, just as I expected. You know, I don't expect anything less from him. Just heat IQ is on point as usual. Knows how to build the heat very well, and solid surfing. Nothing special, but just very well done. And I'm surprised actually with Noah as well. Like, not much experience, and just showing us that he's ready to take the world. And this is going to be great baggage for him to bring it on.
All right, we'll go to a quick commercial break. The Brazilian Ryan Kainalo gets the win over Filipino surfer Noah Artfield. More live action. Heat 8 from the elimination round for the men from the World Junior Championships right after this.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
The World Surf League's World Junior Championships from the beautiful Philippines. Elimination round 4, the men Heat 8. Cauê Frazão of Brazil taking on Dylan Donegan dos Santos from Spain, out of the Canary Islands. With some mixed heritage, Brazilian father, Irish mother. You got a little bit of insight. His dad's from your part of the world.
Yeah, he is actually. I've briefly met his dad the other day, but I've met his son, his older brother, Dylan's older brother. Back in my city, they go there almost every year, I feel like, and he went and did some training with my coach a few years back, and he's an amazing surfer, so talented, the whole family. And nice start here for Cauê. The wave on the smaller side, but this finish here was very dynamic, like just on top of the board, pushing the back foot, getting some good release. But smaller wave, it's going to keep the scores on the low side.
Yeah, just wonder if these two obviously were watching the last heat as well, just sort of seeing the rhythm and the waves coming through, particularly towards the back end of that heat. We didn't see many bigger sections, so I think pretty good choice to get going early here. Don't waste 10 minutes for looking for perfection. Get scores on the board, just get in flow, get in motion, post some numbers, just kind of loosen up.
I think that's a great way that he mentioned. I think it's a good way to start, just for you to kind of get the nerves out of the way and feel the board, feel the wax. But this, I don't see this dictating the heat, right? Like we've seen it, the judges today really rewarding big sections, and you have to find those, at least one big section throughout the whole heat, in order for you to make, because I expect Dylan to do that.
Here we go, the Spaniards, Donegan dos Santos has to wait. That first section will drop without a maneuver for him, and then he'll get a little stuck. So an awkward beginning to this wave. He'll clean things up here with a nice hit, and then a wrap again. Just a little caught on that one, and he finishes it very well though. So good recovery from him on that wave. And he might just have been thinking to himself, you'd be forgiven, thinking, oh, I'm not quite in the right place here, I'm off time, and all of a sudden clicks it for the completion on the inside. Someone that made completions, started well, finished strong. Ryan Carnello is with Jesse Starling.
Ryan, that never wanted elimination round is over. You've made your way into the next round, which will be happening this afternoon. Got to feel good to take the win here.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to make this heat. It's such important round, and now I'm gonna watch my heat again and see what I can do better for the next one. And I'm feeling ready, but yeah, I'm happy.
I feel like every time I come down here, you're sitting here watching the conditions, watching every heat. Is that kind of a part of you as a competitor? You want to be down here amongst it, feeling what's going on?
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to put a lot of energy in this event and in this wave and my surf. I know it's a really important event for me, and again, I'm feeling ready, and my board is looking so good. And I want to say thank you for my shaper, because that board's gonna make good results here.
You're an ISA World Junior Champ, so you do know what it takes to win in conditions like this. This is a new arena for you though, being here in the Philippines. What kind of small tweaks are you making to make sure you can walk away with the win here?
The wave is looking like my home, but I think here is a little bit better because it's more long. And I'm just gonna try to play my game, do good airs and good turns, and stay happy with everything. And I'm loving this place. All the local guys, every time smile for you, and I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, we love the Philippines. I also know that you love your hometown. You feel free to say anything back home.
Eu estou muito feliz. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está na torcida no Brasil. Tem uma galera no Hawaii também assistindo. Então, estou bem feliz. Queria agradecer meus patrocinadores, minha família. E é isso, vamos com tudo.
Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks. Just going to feel a lot better for Ryan. Back on track here with a good win. Meanwhile, here goes Callaway with a nice clean carve. Pushing some water, and he'll just hit it, and then into the bottom turn. A little bit of slide on that last hit. Looking for one more. It's not really there, but just being busy, super active, packing the maneuvers in. Combination of turns. It was a smaller wave. It's a little bit sort of bounce, a little bit of movement from the water on the face. Made it a little tricky to surf. Couldn't maybe quite get the pace and the clean rails that he would have hoped for, but he just wants to keep surfing.
He definitely wants, but I don't know if it's the smartest idea for him to do that. I mean, it's clear in my head that he needs bigger waves, and looks like blew up and riding.
Here's Dylan. There's that bottom turn. There's that hit off the top. Much more like it from him, but just that one section. So almost the complete opposite of his previous wave, where he missed the first section, but then he got a runner with multiple maneuvers. That one looked great in the beginning of the wave, but nothing else on offer. So 5.33 it was prior to that for Dylan. With just a couple of errors on the wave, but he did so well to finish strong and just bang out that rotation at the end and actually turn it into a pretty decent number, 5.33.
Totally, and I think he'll be scratching his head in the end of the heat for those two carves that he kind of pushed a little bit, not even pushed a little bit too much, but he went a little bit up too high, and as he was bringing down, there was a lump on the wave and he caught the inside rail, so he was probably looking at a 7-point ride if he would clean those rails up. But going back, look at it. Second score, 2.73, just a one single turn out the back. That was a strong but very simple turn for those guys. It's much more technical for you to finish it up with that blowtail reverse that he's did on a 5.33. But it was on the end bit of the wave with way less energy and way less critical. So if he can kind of adjust himself and realize, hey, if I stick to two turns out the back, I'm going to get massive scores. Because this is almost actually more than half of the points he got for that one turn than the whole wave that he had 5 turns in it.
Yeah, a couple of almost like rangefinder type waves for him. Let's see where he goes with his next wave. He will have priority, just that short ride while Callaway was down on the inside. So back with the run of the lineup is Dylan, and looking to try and use that to his advantage, find some quality from the ocean. Let's see if this approach from Callaway changes it. He's been on the inside on smaller waves. Not sure about that tactic, just in terms of going right up through the scale. Looking for those better sections will be key for him. He'll slip deeper up the point. Meanwhile, in motion, here goes Dylan Donegan off the top, hitting it. And then this one will run and run. And he'll desperately try and get back. It just didn't want him.
Yeah, I definitely didn't want him to.
So, not a great use of the priority there from Dylan. And a couple of moments in this as he just tries to figure things out in terms of conditions so far. Trying to link one like that first wave he got that ran all the way down the point. This will be an opportunity now for Callaway. Frazal in the lineup with that priority. Plenty of time on the clock. You wouldn't be surprised really if surfers replace all of their waves that are currently counting in their heat total at the moment. That 5.33 was pretty decent start for Dylan, but let's see in terms of the ocean if we get some pulses. Here's some interest from Callaway. The wave eventually lets him in. It's a concerted paddle. Really nice dynamic opening. He loves it. The finger flick as well. So just one maneuver, but it was exciting. It was sparky.
And two things that the judges love, right? Progression, and another thing too, judges hate to see you taking off and going for progression by pumping down the line and wasting waves. So that one, straight off the bat, as you're going to see right here, takes off straight to the bottom. And a very nice amplitude air reverse right there for him. Landing into the flats, bringing the board all the way around. Critical. This is going to be a great score for him, I have no doubt.
Yeah, what an opportunity that was. It just popped up, wasn't it? He was just in the right place. There it was. You could almost see his eyes kind of light up and widen. He saw that section and he's like, yes, let's go. And he had the surfing to match it as well. So with the judges right now, that last wave from the Brazilian Frazão. But good dynamic surfing. And when we have conditions where there are some softer sections, you don't need to milk one all the way into the beach. One dynamic crest turn. Judges will reward that if the surfing is radical enough. And that ticked a lot of boxes, I think. Let's see where it goes. Still 19 minutes to go. Priority has been awarded to Dylan. And he, at the moment, would just have... Well, we're still waiting just for that number to drop in. Kawe leading with a couple of low scores. He's not going to hang around, so he'll go onto a foamy wave that will double up for him. The wide stance, the section. Tail is high, but the completion isn't on, so he'll go down on the inside. So no one hanging around with priority too much in this heat. They're getting busy. Scoring for his previous to last 5.63 puts him into first place. It's the high score of the heat, and now Dylan's requirement is the 4.81, but there's still plenty of time left to go in this one.
Yeah, there's way too much time for us to get stuck only on those scores. I hope they have opportunities to provide us, because the surfing is there. Both of them very drastic, completely opposite styles of surfing. Wider stance for Kawe, a little bit wider also knees, and then you see more of a polished surfing from Dylan, but also very dynamic and progressive with that finish that we saw. So we just need opportunities for those guys, and it seems like overall they've been catching a lot of waves. So
yeah, it's been a while since we've seen one of those bigger kind of stacked sets. So they're sort of almost between sets that these guys have been taking so far, and really getting into the lineup just by virtue of the fact they don't have big numbers in. They're rolling the dice relatively regularly. Let's see how Dylan goes now. He's ridden 3 waves. He's got priority. He's got an idea of where the good sections are, where he wants to be. It's not a tricky lineup in terms of where you're going to sit, but the challenge is where exactly and when and if the wave's going to pop up. That's the conundrum of Dylan right now, but he'll be, I think, pretty comfortable with where he is in the heat at the moment, particularly overall. He's had such a good competitive year, a lot of success for him, some big statement wins, and he's been able to do it as well. Seen a couple of heats where he's needed big numbers towards the back end of heats, and he's pulled it out with really clutch surfing. So relatively new name in European surfing. He popped up a couple of years back with his brother surfing in QSs in Portugal. I remember seeing him over in Caparica, both of those two, and they were really little then. But still young in years. As I mentioned, he's got a couple of years still to go in this division, but already really impressive and a bright star, a rising star of European surfing.
Definitely beautiful, polished style too. And I mean, coming from the Canary Islands, there's plenty of good waves there and a lot of barrels. So I wouldn't have doubted if he's an amazing tube rider as well. So probably all around well surfer and a bright future in front of him.
Yeah, definitely. All sorts of waves there. And then, of course, access to competing in Europe, doing the events all around that continent, in the beach breaks generally. But yeah, a lot of rocks where he's from, and a lot of barrels as well.
A lot of amazing
some heavy
waves.
slabs, some, yeah, definitely would be well accustomed to a bit of vision.
I know for a fact his brother's an amazing tube rider, because I've obviously pay closer attention to, because I've met him before, so I follow his social media, and he's an amazing tube rider, that kid, since he's such a young age. So I have no doubt that Dylan also has those skills. You have your younger brother pushing you, like there's not really an option for you not to go.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. And it's been a story that we've seen throughout surfing, isn't it? Those siblings, those rivalries, with that sort of support as well, pushing everyone's level. There's a couple in this event right now as well. Always good to see family support from everyone, mainly a lot of parents at this one for obvious reasons. It is under 20s. Just having everything kind of settled in terms of your prep, just feeling like everything's taken care of, and then it's all about going out and delivering. Bit of a spread in the lineup right now. The Brazilian Frazão way deeper with the lead as well. It's not a huge one. Donegan dos Santos to the left of your shot with the priority. So not an unusual position, but generally speaking, most of the better waves have been coming from a little bit deeper, so a decision there from Dylan just to sit a little wide. He will be able to just scoot up there relatively easy. It's not a long way if he feels he needs to, but looking for something wide here, a bit of a corner maybe. 4.81 is that number at the moment, but won't get too caught up in requirements at this stage. Just gone past the halfway point in the heat, but patience is required at the moment as the wave just crumbles on the reef. Nothing with the kind of energy that excites these two, and just starting to see a little bit more texture out there, but a little bit of wind starting to blow on this swell.
Yeah, we did have some wind come up in 2 heats ago, but they were kind of more of offshore blowing into the right, and now it's really swinging and clocking, going a little bit cross to onshore more likely, so that's going to make the wave a little bit more wobbly. And the wave itself, it's already a hard way for you to find a rhythm, because it has different moods. It's slow, it speeds itself up, it's kind of chunky sections in front of you, but pockety, and with this texture it's going to make it a little bit harder even. So most likely if you find that second wave of the set and the first one cleans up a little bit, grooms out for you, you're probably going to have an advantage to lay the rail a little bit easier. And let's see if they're going to be able to take advantage of that. But yeah, sitting very far apart from each other, probably a good 20 meters right there, 30 maybe.
A little bit of a quiet section of this seat. Time for reflection for these two, and a little pause to think about where they are and where they want to be, and think about those plans that they came in, that strategy, and how and if is it paying off. Any adjustments need to be made. 13 on the clock. It's the Brazilian Frazão with the lead over Donegan dos Santos from Spain at the moment. We'll get a quick commercial break, more live action from the Philippines real soon.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to La Union in the Philippines. We're having a look at Mona Lisa Point right now, which, to be honest, isn't quite showing her best side. It's been a bit of a tough one, this, Jesse. There's not a lot out there.
And it's funny to think, right? Like, we woke up this morning with 8-foot faces, and right now it seems like it's dropped to like 3 foot. It shows you that, those small pierced swells, they build up pretty quick, but they also disappear pretty quick, and that's what we're seeing right now. It's a little bit on the slower side, and the waves are not that tall. I'm sure we're going to still see it, like posters of sets coming, but this heat getting a little bit of the short end of the stick.
Yeah, that texture not really helping things, is it? Let's see. A bit of a straight-hander here, but Callaway will, for some reason, decide to go anyway.
Not letting the board go somehow, so he's getting dragged all the way in, and look how much he got dragged in. Like,
just did a reverse duck dive. He sort of held onto both rails and went the other way.
He did. That was pretty funny. Like, I would have let that board go and maybe not lose that much ground from the outside. So now he's gonna have to paddle a good 20 to 30 meters out the back. Look how far he is.
So a bit of time just sitting and waiting. Obviously, made a decision to try and go, just to try and get something going. But on this occasion, not offering much. Meanwhile, all right, what's Dylan got here? A little bit of interest. He looks like this wave will be way behind it, too deep, which he is. So his decision to go wider, you can see why now, actually, that is. We were kind of thinking, wow, they're sitting really far apart, but just the way conditions are, it's this kind of corner that he's after. He'll find one. Here goes Dylan, out of Spain, and out on a rail, swooping back into a whitewater section, tagging it again. And again, using that rail just to drive back to the whitewater and hit it, make an impact. Quick hit off the top from him. A little steep section onto the insides. Pushes with the back foot and gets out. So a much longer wave. And definitely in terms of decision to go and sit, positioning vindicated, that was a good place to be.
Definitely. And what I think is the smartest decision that he did, he let that first wave go. And it helps on grooming out the things for him. Look how smooth that wave is for how windy it is right now at this moment. And this is a critical section. Nice stab right there. This beautiful cutback, bringing it all the way around. He was just timing that wave perfectly. Very smooth, clean rails. So he kind of cleaned that up from that first wave. He got the 5.33 and finished it off with an exclamation point. There was no major maneuvers in that wave, but a very well put wave together. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to like to the point that he's going to get the 4.81. Obviously, situation's a bit different in this heat. The waves got a little bit trickier, so it's harder to... he surfed it very well for what is in front of him, but from what the judges have been providing as far as the score throughout the day, it lacked a little bit of that criticalness.
Yeah, let's see where the judges go with this, but good decision in terms of his position to be in the right place when that wave did come through, and you want competitive success. Well, that's all part of it as well, isn't that strong mental game, making the decision, backing yourself, trying to get that read going with the ocean. So the panel right now, we're flying way high above the point here and looking back down. So we're looking south down the west coast of San Juan.
Look at that point right there in the middle of the screen.
All sorts, just up and down.
Might be a left on the other side too of that bay. This looks like dreamy.
So many beautiful places to check out here in the Philippines. I love the Philippines flight cam showing us just how shapely this coast is. And the numbers in for Dylan, the 4.17 for him, not quite enough. And as you thought, I think just a little bit soft, wasn't it? That wave really well surfed, but just lacking a bit of punch.
I'm in agreement with what the judges have been throwing out today. And this just proves that even though the situation decreased a bit as far as quality of waves with the wind, but they're still looking for the same thing, and I think they should, because doesn't change the criticalness of finding a big section and really going to town for it.
Yeah, it's been a tough heat for waves, this one. And that early start from Kauai, just getting busy early on and kind of building up his momentum. And that rotation off the top for his high score, and the high score of the heat at the moment. That's the real bit of quality, the 5.63. There's the view from above. See the shape of the reef. It's providing us the waves here in the position of the pair. As they head just a little wider and further outside. It's generally a good sign. It means there's waves coming. We haven't had loads of energy from the Pacific in this heat thus far. Let's see if we can finish strong. There's still well over 6 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, here we go, live action. Frazão, little double up section. Nice section for him to hit. Gives it a quick turn, but that one stretched out and not really a chance to really tee off all that or go at it hard. Nice little redirect with speed. It's not going to be a big number.
Definitely not. Great sell there for Dylan. Now back with priority and with the chance of choosing the next best wave that comes in the lineup. A 4.81 is not a big task.
Last wave of red at 2.3.
He's one big turn away from it.
Will not change anything.
That's all he needs to focus on, in my opinion, right now. Just try and find a big critical section, or just get very blessed and lucky with a runner that cleans up. But realistically speaking, it's much easier to find that one big section right now today.
5.5 minutes to go, and what's been quite a tough, low-scoring, grindy heat. Kauai Frazão with a quick wave, and now a big section and a really nice pop rotation. Smooth as you like from Dylan. And then wrapping that Bradley surfboard back in the pocket. Cleans up the rails, is patient, looking for a section on the inside. But he's just fired up, and he's got a bit of personality. There's plenty of spark about this kid, and he's pretty stoked on that air that he did, and we are too. That was sick, Jesse.
That was impressive from him. What a way to back it up. And as soon as Kauai committed a mistake from going on that wave that closed out for him, he capitalized it, and that's what he needed to do. Beautiful wave selection for him. You're going to see him take off. The wave is bigger in size. Got this drone shot here, and he's just eyeing it down. That nice, clean section. Beautiful rotation. So smooth. What a great style he has as well. And right there, this is what happens. The wave dissipates and going into that deep water that doesn't give much opportunity. So it's a big section. Go massive. You're going to get rewarded. And just a little fun right there. Just emotions running through. Yeah.
Love it. All right, big score coming his way, we reckon. And this heat needs it, really. It's not been a lot to get excited about, but he's feeling it now. The head nod as he paddles back out. The panel having a look. They'll deliberate here, but we needed a bit of quality. We just haven't had the waves. We haven't had a lot of mistakes in the surfing. There's just been low energy from the ocean. You get heats like that, it's all about dealing with it. Meanwhile, Kauai, he'll need to find something here. Nice steep section, though. Good drive to that opening maneuver from him, and doing well to arrive late. A bit tangled up, a little too late. It'll be incomplete from him, and he'll need to try and find some energy. Here he goes, Donegan again, finding a wave right in Kauai's face. A little hook in the pocket. This one a little soft. He'll be patient, and he'll just swoop and clip it. And not a lot on offer there, so still buzzing after his last wave. Picks up a ride that won't be a huge number. Score in for his previous to last, a 6.77. So the high score of the heat by over a point. And well deserved, really good surfing.
Yeah, that's great surfing for him. And I love just how smooth his style is. Look at that rotation. Look how flawless that landing was. It seems like he was landing on cottons right there, and which just props to him to make that, because it's not that easy to do. And it's another big score with one single maneuver. All the rest didn't add up, basically nothing. Maybe a 0.1, 0.2 to his score. Everything came from that first turn.
Yeah, he made it look easy, didn't he? Just the way his body position was and the balance. And just landing it real clean. And a really important wave for him in this heat where he struggled really to find sections, to find energy. Think about that opening wave that he got right at the beginning of the heat. There's a couple of little missteps, a couple of mistakes, a couple of glitches. Did well to finish it and get a decent number, but I wonder if that's been playing in his mind since then, and then almost like that's the payoff. And he's kind of, all right, now he's kind of shown his stuff with that 6.77, and now feeling a little bit more in control, but by no means in control of the heat. The requirement 6.48. Very gettable for Kauai. Where is he, though?
Kauai's out the back, I think.
Way deep. Is he? And this is him just sit. Sorry, that's
it's
next
him
heat.
right there.
All right, so just under 2 minutes here, Jess. Only needs a 6.48.
Yeah, and thanks to Dylan right there. He just went on that wave that he didn't need to do, and with 2 solid scores on the heat, just kind of needed to play defense. And
maybe a little bit fired up.
Yeah, too much. Sometimes that happens, you know. You get in that rhythm and you get so excited that you just want to surf, but you got to remember, you're in a jersey and your opponent is an amazing competitor that could turn things around pretty quickly. And now, I mean, Dylan's in a good position still, don't get me wrong, but he's leaving the door open for Kauai to maybe do something.
Giving him an opportunity, and he'll fancy himself Kauai. Here he goes. Up with some speed, has to come past a little bit of fluff. Now the wave will stand up, the stance widens, and he'll fling one down to the flats. Just took a while for him to get there, just in terms of the sort of speed. Maybe arriving a little late, did he, Jesse?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just that in-between section was very flat. He had trouble generating speed, and what that does when you match trying to do an air with the critical section, you need to match the momentum of the wave, and he just tried to put himself up there. Did as well as he could, but needed more momentum forward to actually come out clean and in front of that whitewash instead of just right on top of the lip. Buckling him off, and that's all she wrote.
So with slightly bumpier conditions, scoring coming, the high scores for each of our surfers coming by going to the air, which is enjoyable to watch when the sections come through. Another chance possibly Kauai will have a look. He has to go something here. He needs a 6.48 to stay alive in the World Junior Championships. Meanwhile, Dylan counting down just over 10 seconds. Either can't quite get that wave or decides not to. A desperate situation here for Kauai, who's been a little bit unlucky, really. And after a pretty kind of bright start to the heat from the Brazilian, a period of not a lot going on, he wrested control, but then this guy stepped up when he needed to. And you saw how much it meant to him with kind of infused body movements. He was fired up. This is how we got it done, Jesse.
Yeah, I just love how smooth that kid looks. It's nice. I mean, as I was gonna say, he just kind of caught the rail right there.
The opening wave.
That's the opening wave that he had a few wobbles throughout. His here right there gets a little bit too high and overpowers the section that was a bit flat. But then he finished it off with a very smooth, lofty blowtail. Effortless surfing. That's what it comes to mind when I see him stand up on a board. And this is that second wave, the 6.67. Just perfect technique all around. Just a great surfer overall. Then the wave dies out. And that's all.
So the Spaniard Dylan Donegan dos Santos getting it done and advancing through. Coway Frazal will bow out. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, Mitchell Salazar and Jesse Starling in for the call. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to day 3 of surfing here at the World Junior Championships in the Philippines. It's round of 16, heat number 1 in the water right now. One of our top seeds, Winter Vincent from Australia in red. Our Indonesian surfer in the blue, Mare Ariana, a great surfer coming out of Bali. Should be a fun and exciting heat. Mitchell Salazar here with the co-founder of Murmur Magazine, professional surfer from Oz, Jesse Starling. Let's get things going, Jess. Ariana up and riding there. Just a couple of quick waves on the board for him. 30-minute heats into the round of 16. We're going to be running all 8 heats this afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have a really great great round of surfing, I should say, this afternoon. I feel like Pajar, he's been looking really switched on. So from that Serangan area, trained there, kind of similar waves here. And this was the wave I wanted to note about. I saw it while we were in the break. If he makes that second turn, that's a way better start to the heat. So a few little fumbles at the start right now for our Indonesian surfer, but I feel like if he can just piece it together, he's going to be a really great opponent for Winter Vincent.
This kid, not only one of the top seeds, maybe the favorite to win the whole thing. Standout surfer on day 1, he's looking great. On day 3 so far, wave selection, Jesse, has just been his thing throughout the entirety of the event. But you talk about a 19-year-old coming out of Sydney, Australia. Obviously a great performance last year on the CS. He has looked incredible so far here at World Juniors. You know who's also looked real good so far? Dylan Donegan dos Santos. He is downstairs with Stace.
Thank you, Mitchell. Dylan, that's a way to win a heat in front of all your friends.
Yeah, it was a sketchy heat. I started I was not trying to do too much on the waves, but then I was just okay, just take a breath and just do your thing.
How hard is it to slow down? You see Bronson matey ripping, your fellow traveling mate Francisco doing really well. How important is it just to stay in the moment?
Yeah, but I was watching everyone rip, and I was getting a little bit too excited. So yeah, I was just when Coet got that 5, I was okay, then you have to take a breath and just do your surf and stop trying to do more on the waves that are not too good. So.
You did that really well. I know you got a lot of support back in Europe and in the Canary Islands. Did you want to say hello to everyone back there?
Before I do, just want to say that thinking about the Green family and all the Quicksilver family as well. And yeah, todos los que están mirando ahí en casa, muchas gracias que los que se han despertado a mirar. Y nada de eso. Entro otra vez hoy, así que con todo.
Well done, mate. Thank you, Mitchell.
Stace, Dylan, great interview right there. Always getting the insight from the world's best juniors. Dylan Donegan dos Santos. Interesting story with his bloodline. Father is from Brazil, mother's from Ireland. Represents Spain, lives in the Canary Islands, Lanzarote, where he is from. Some of the world's best waves over there, Jess.
Yeah, that is a unique combination. I feel like coming here to the events is just such a multicultural international affair, and I'm actually loving learning all the backstories. And something I think, when we go to the regional events here in Australia or Asia, I hang out with the Aussies, so we all just speak English. So to go down to the athletes area and to hear all the different dialects, it's really refreshing and upbeat. I actually really love it.
It's a different vibe, isn't it?
It is. Looking at this wave from Winter, though, I saw 7.17. This was just textbook surfing. Winter and this board just seemed like a match made in heaven. 3 beautiful turns, picking up right where he left off. He's had the only 9 of the event so far. And Winter, we grew up together, both from Sydney, both from the Northern Beaches. So Winter, to me, he was always just little Winter. And over the last 2 years, he's just grown so much.
He ain't that little anymore, is he?
No, not at all. His voice is a lot lower than when we were younger. And yeah, to see him grow into this competitor and surfer that he is, it's actually been really awesome to see. And sometimes boys grow really quickly and then almost have to take a bit of time to figure out their body. He never did. That was one thing he never really had to do.
That's an excellent point, actually. He had a massive growth spurt, as he said, within a year or two, but developed into his body very well, and your boards change. Obviously, your travel has to change a lot, too. You're growing up into not only new equipment, a lot of new clothes, too. It's a big experience change, Jess, and it's a great point on your behalf, but 19 years old, won junior tour right here in Oceania last year. But talk about a great season on the Challenger Series. Number 18, third place over there in Bolito, finished with the 9th place in Saquarema, Brazil. And as you mentioned, the only 9 of the event so far. Had a couple of 8s in that heat, threw away one of them. Coming up against a great opponent, though. Ariana won a QS 1000 last year, got second in the same event as the Pro Junior, and got second in the Asia Tour alongside Bronson. Big accomplishment for this young kid.
Oh, definitely. And I was lucky enough to go over to the Maldives last year, spend a bit of time at the Asian Surf Championships, and Pajar was just so switched on, and he actually took out that event, so he's one step closer to getting to the Asian Games, which is a big Olympic qualifier.
Right.
It's a big ranking system for them, and I feel like that was almost the turning point for Pajar. It always kind of overcomplicated heats, and in this event, simple just worked for him, and he surfed so beautifully throughout it.
Oh, a quick one right there. Luckily for him, no harm, no foul, had second priority. Still 20 years of age. That's the good thing about the World Pro Juniors, is that you have up until the age of 20, as long as you don't turn 21 the year of, you can still compete in junior events. Obviously an excellent platform, Jess, for these young surfers that are looking to make their way up on both the regional QS and then the Challengers eventually too. More importantly, though, you get to surf in the same kind of format you're eventually going to see on the Championship Tour.
Yeah, I think that is brilliant. I really do. I think just getting used to that high stakes stage of, okay, we've got 3 people in the first round. If you don't win that heat, you do have to fight for a spot in back end of the draw. So a lot of the time in QSs, we've got 4-man heat, 4-man heat, 4-man heat, and then a couple 2-manners at the end, which is probably the more frequent events these guys are surfing. They're probably surfing a lot more QSs than they are Challenger Series, especially for the first half of the year to really ramp up into it. So considering how fresh we are into 2025, I think this is such an amazing event for our juniors to compete in and get used to that higher stakes energy that they'll probably feel when they do get to that Challenger Series, and then, like you say, to the CT. But yeah, I think it is brilliant on WSL's behalf to paint them the picture of what it's going to be like on that big stage.
Yeah, and we mentioned the past champions at this event, Andy Irons being the inaugural one, but overall, people that have made the quarters, lost in this round before, have still had very successful careers on both the Championship Tour and outside of it too. I also say within the industry, a lot of people have become champions as well. They've held very high-ranking positions within surf industry, and I think the most important thing in the end, you want to apply this to your own life, right, Jessica? That's my nickname for you. I'm sorry.
Mitchell.
I had to throw it out there at least once.
On the broadie? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I just think this is, yeah, like you say, competitive surfing and just competitive sports in general kind of gives you a lessons to take into the rest of your life. I still apply that simple mentality that I would try and take into my heats when I was in the juniors, and still apply that into whether it's commentating, like keep it simple. But one of the biggest things was like failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Like just,
ooh, I like that.
Might write in our book. But just these guys, just the time they put in before they come to events like this, it's really cool to see, I think, from such a young age how dedicated they are to the sport. And if they take this beyond their competitive career as well and just use that drive and that determination to achieve something great, I think they'll be pretty set for whatever they choose.
Well, chasing greatness is Winter Vincent, up and riding his second wave. Carves it back all the way. Nice drawn out bottom turn right there, throws the rotor. How's the completion on that thing? 19:20 on the clock. Looking it back up to 7:17, just incredible stuff. I mean, his completion rate, his wave selection all event long. Jess, we're looking at a future superstar right here.
Oh, absolutely. Winter is just, but he's so cool, calm and collected. Like, he didn't even flinch a muscle after he did that air. Here we go. This is the replay. I love watching these back. This first turn, I was like, oh, I haven't really seen him catch a rail yet. So I thought, let's see how this next section goes. Didn't he prove me wrong? That was so well completed, got the full spin, and I just absolutely love seeing Winter do what he does and how humble and graceful he is about it as well.
Here's Adiana now. Needs a big answer after that air from Vincent. Little hung up there on the first one. And just from our perspective up here in the booth, Jess, it really seems like a very difficult wave right now, especially with the texture on the face of them to surf as a goofy footer. You can just see the different lines a lot of these regular footers can apply. Looking at the replay from a different angle here from what seems to be the best wave of the heat.
Oh, it definitely is the best wave of the heat. This air was outstanding. That was potentially going to be one of the best waves of the event, whether it comes in at an excellent score. It was one of those high-risk maneuvers. It had you on the edge of the seat, whether you're, is he going to make it, is he going to not? It was quite a critical section to do it on as well. So, yeah, that score locks in. It's a big one, 8.33. So, in the first 12 minutes of this heat, 7:17, 8.33. Winter, and he's in cruise control out the back as well. He just seems pretty locked in to me, Mitch. It doesn't seem like much is really phasing him right now.
And what's so crazy about it, Jess, we mentioned the completion rate that he has, the excellent wave selection that he's had so far within the event. You look at the top 5 waves, he's holding 3 of them so far. The 9.27 in the opening round. He's already got an 8.33 in this round. He matched that in the opening round as well.
Yeah, he is just insane. He's just, I don't know where this energy has really come from Winter, because I feel like, you know, watching him back home in some of the junior events, potentially even just 3 years ago, he was really struggling to make those deeper rounds and couldn't find just what that little extra 2% to just get him over the line, where now I just feel like he's the whole package. It really feels like he has everything dialed. I was talking to Jesse Mendez about this the other day, and I was like, you've been on the tour, you've seen the talent it takes to get there and what it takes to become that sort of athlete. I was like, I obviously know Winter, and I've known him from a young age, but I think he's there. Like, watching him surf, I truly believe he's at that level. And Jesse, he completely agreed with me. He goes, oh no, absolutely. He just looks so sharp and switched on, yet humble and subtle about the way he goes about things. And I think he still keeps you on your toes, which is such an important thing. You don't want to become not an anticipated surfer, you know, just a surfer that you kind of go, oh yeah, they're probably going to do this and that. He just keeps you on your toes every single time he's in the water, and you never really know what you're going to get from him, which is one thing I love about Winter, but it's another thing I also love about Pajar, because he is that type of surfer as well. Unfortunately, he's just had a bit of a sticky start to this one.
Yeah, you want to be sporadic, don't you? You want to be able to have a bit of creativity in your back pocket every now and then. Hadn't necessarily seen that air from Vincent in a little while. I mean, Simon Sakurema competed very well over there, got the 9th place finish, which eventually automatically requalified him for the Challenger Series for next year as well. He finished number 11 all the way through 20. He automatically requalified, but a big moment in his career was winning the QS 5000 over there in Nias. I mean, talking about the conditions we saw over there at that event, might have seen the most perfect 10s out of any QS in history.
That was a crazy event. I think it's funny now that we have the regional QSs. You almost take for granted all these international waves that you could go to and get points, but looking at the waves like Nias, we went to Cloud 9, it was Cruy. We have this incredible platform of waves, and I think the Australian and Asian tours just lucked out. That could have been the best waves potentially a QS has seen. I saw Xavier Huxtable got 2 10s in one heat. It was just outstanding, and Winter to take the win there, just speaks volumes of what kind of surfer he is.
Priority being used here by Ariana. At the moment, in a combination situation, needs at least a 5-5 to break it. Beautiful floater right there by Mare. That's all she wrote, though, on this one, and looking to break the combination, at least a tall task. And if you do get the 5-5, you're going to need a perfect 10. Not impossible, Jess, but very improbable out there right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a big task, but these 30-minute heats, they're quite beautiful for someone who is in Pajar's situation. I love that floater, really projected down the line. It was a hard section to learn. Stace likes to call these waves perso waves, and I do really believe that was just a personal wave for Pajar. Just complete a wave, and complete a wave with at least one high-risk maneuver, whether that floater, he could have, just based on his energy at this heat, it looked like he could have potentially jumped off at some point, but I really do feel like that was more of a reset wave more than anything.
I had a lot of perso waves yesterday in my free surf, Jess.
Same. Until I roped you into an inside shore.
You did.
Stop breaking.
I only sat there for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, you know what? I'll stay on my peak on the outside, catch less waves, or maybe a little bit of a better one.
Sold in a lemon. Sorry.
There's Hyen Kainalo. Just surfed this heat a few ago. He's coming up against a red-hot Owen Moss. That is going to be an excellent heat, both of them with CS experience. Kainalo, a big superstar coming out of Brazil. Moss from the east coast of the U.S. Really like that matchup, especially when you talk about different styles.
Oh, definitely. And I just think as well, it feels like 2 minutes ago I just interviewed Ryan after his elimination round win. So I feel like this is a really quick turnaround. So I think this next heat is going to be really interesting because Owen's had a lot of time to think. Ryan's just been out there. He knows what it feels like. So we're going to have 2 different approaches for sure.
Here's Vincent again. Has not really put a foot wrong in this heat so far up until that point. We're looking to replace a 717. The kid has just been on fire. Riding the driver 3.0, which is probably the most high performance board out there from Lost Surfboards. There's Mossy. Been riding the sharp eyes lately, Jess, and he's looked good while doing so. Very successful surfer coming out of North Carolina. Very humble and blue collar kid too. Looking at the last of Vincent here.
Love that first turn, really nice flow down the line. And I just love the fact each wave he's just going for it, but the board kind of got away from him. You could see he kind of ejected himself right at the end there and just thought, all right, let's just get back out there, try and get first priority. Both of them seem to be pretty cool, calm and collected right now. Neither is kind of rushing to get out the back, so trying to potentially reserve a little bit of energy. I was speaking to some of the athletes. It actually can be hard to get back out when you do get stuck in that inside zone, even though we have this big wide rip, but if you get there, it's quite the long paddle to get back out. So potentially a little bit of energy reserve for these guys right now, but I would love to see Pajar. He got a 3.67 on that last one. I would love to see him use that energy and commitment he had on that last wave and apply it to something in the next 11.5 minutes to really put him back in this heat, because I know and you know and a lot of the world watching would know that he's got so much more to give than what he's giving us right now.
You know what Pajar means?
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just a nickname that people gave him?
No, so Pajar is actually the name he goes by.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah. I learnt that last year, and yeah, he's just awesome. He's just a really funny, charismatic guy. He's hanging out with Bronson. I saw Varun Tanjuns down here supporting them as well, and looks like he's having a look here.
Yeah, no. A little bit of a wider one here. Goes for the big rotor. He pulls that. He's right back into the C2 and has plenty of time to spare. 11 minutes on the clock right now, but it's been Winter Vincent with a 15.5 heat total, just looking incredible so far in the 2 heats that he has surfed. There's the crew that you were talking about. Bottom of our screen, Indo crew. Most of them from Bali. Talk about great talent, a lot of great waves over there. We're seeing that region develop a lot more over the last few years. Catching up with Winter Vincent in the last third of this heat. Looking to replace a 717 What is it about Sydney's northern beaches, Jess, that just proves to be a great playing ground for a lot of these surfers, including this guy on screen?
I think the amount of world champions we do have in our region, you know, if I think of Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch was there for a really long time, just those three names in themselves, they speak volumes for the history they have in our sport and the push they gave in our sport, and they are there at our doorstep to ask for advice. And never once have they ever held it back from anyone. We have brilliant coaches. Matty Cattle, who has coached Geordie Lawler to a win on the Challenger Series. He coached Winter to his third place in South Africa. He's a phenomenal coach, and I know Winter works really closely with him. But I just think the history of world champions on the Northern Beaches is just, it's mind-blowing. And I know I can be biased because that's where I'm from, but growing up there was just the biggest blessing because we had the most phenomenal worldly surfers just there wanting to help us. And for myself, I grew up in North Narrabeen board riders, so I had Nathan Hedge to rely on, and he's still my biggest hype girl. You know, he's always in my corner pushing me, and I know he does the same for Winter. And I think there's a word called recompense, which means to pass it forward, and I think that word is really strong on the Northern Beaches.
So you're saying I should buy some property over there by now?
Absolutely, you should.
Just a one-turner right there by Vincent. 9 minutes to go. Ariana still needing at least a 5.5 to break the combination. He's up and riding, though. A lot of speed. That's a good start on this wave for him. Needs to combo it up. And some solid stuff right there on the backhand and a really difficult second section to ride out of. Let's see if that'll be enough to break the combination. If not, it's a start, Jess, and
Definitely.
Just under 9 minutes. It's not impossible. There is, a chance to be able to catch 2 waves in 8 minutes. The one thing I will say, going up against the most dangerous person in the draw right now, at least just based off of his 2 performances so far, tough task.
Oh, definitely. I feel like Winter is that guy that everyone's probably looking to, that, okay, he's really setting the benchmark right now, and we got a lift to his level. I do really think he's setting the tone. I think as well, something to note is Winter has really beautiful connection with the wave. I don't feel like he's pushing too hard or forcing in sections where he doesn't have to force, where I think at the start of the heat, Pajar was almost too twitchy for what the wave was allowing. It wanted slower, powerful turns, which is exactly what Winter gave it. And now Pajar is slowly figuring that out, 4.83, so he's edging closer each wave. He's slightly increasing. I would love to see him really unleash because he does have this incredible backhand. So, yeah, hopefully in the next 7.5 minutes he can get something done, but 15.50 points in 7.5 minutes is a really big task, and I know Winter is also a very smart defense competitor as well.
Most Australians are. I mean, I can just tell you from experience.
Yeah.
Having been in the booth, competed against them, they might be the most talented, and when it comes to strategy, probably the best there's ever been worldwide. Vincent, going to have a look at that one, going to let it go. Just over 7 minutes on the clock. Ariana still needing the combination 15.5 or better, and Vincent, after catching 7 waves now, still looking to improve on the 7.17. Moss Kainalo coming up in heat number 2 of the round of 16. And I got a question for you after, surfing this lineup the other day after we finished. I believe it was the women's elimination round. We decided not to run men's elimination round that afternoon. A lot of people came up to me after seeing Winter surf, and they were like, that kid's ripping right now, and most of them were his peers.
Yeah.
And now getting that kind of recognition from your peers, is it more valuable at this point of the event, or would you rather see that once you win on the podium?
I think recognition for especially a junior surfer is probably valuable at any point, because it probably is the phase of your career where you doubt yourself potentially the most. You probably have the most, am I not? Because I remember when I was 18, 19, 20, I thought, yeah, that was sick. And then I was like, oh, was it sick? You start second guessing yourself a little bit. So I think at this stage of your career, recognition at any point would be great, because it's going to be that confidence booster to know you're putting a step in the right direction. However, of course, you want that when you win, but I think if you can get it all the way through, job well done, right?
I think so. And talking about age, you're 22, Jess, okay?
22.
Stop acting like you're 40. Back when I was 18, 19.
Back in my day.
That was 3 years ago, okay? There's the Indo crew. Bronson Mady, he's going to be coming up again in the round of 16. Boy, did he surf great against Luke Swanson, dropped an 8 in the process. Maybe the most successful surf rounds had a real wide to make it from Indo all the way to the left. Rizal Tanjung had many big clips, big surf videos back in the day, especially during Taylor Steele's day. Kai Neville even had him in a few of his clips too. But just talk about quality of waves, great surfers. With 5 minutes to go, still talking about the Indo guys. A lot of them still haven't wanted to travel outside of the region because the waves just get too good year-round, and I don't blame them. But if you do want to be the best surfer in the world, though, you have to be competing internationally.
Oh, definitely. If you want to be the best, you do have to push your limits and push yourself. You saw Rio, he would travel everywhere. And I think that is why he was that guy to get Indonesia over the line and get them on tour. Oni Onwa was really close at doing it. He was quite international as well when he moved to Australia for a good chunk of his life, traveled to Europe a lot. But, you know, if free surfing is the way you want to go, I would never leave Indonesia. There is so many perfect waves over there. The water's warm, the food's amazing, the people is amazing, and their culture is just beautiful. They're welcoming you in. It's so lovely. And I think as well, they're such a family unit, and no win, lose or draw, it feels like they win, lose or draw as a team. So with Bronson's win, they all won, and if we do see Pajar fall out in the next 4 minutes, I feel like they will all feel like they lose, and I think that is a strength to them, that they build each other up and they also help each other through the hard times.
You're getting very emotional right now, and it's kind of it's getting over here, and I almost feel like I'm close to crying.
Yeah, good, tear jerks, that's what I want.
Don't want to see that in the next 4 minutes, but this guy has something to say about it, though, Jess. He has just been on point. Look at that, top to bottom surfing, radical stuff. And you know the most impressive part about it? It doesn't seem like he's putting that much effort into each and every turn. 3 minutes 30. Good chance he improves on the 717 here.
Oh, surfing like that will make me cry. I am so I just love good surfing, and Winter is putting on a great performance right now, and I love the fact that he basically has won this heat in the first 12 minutes with the 833 and the 717. He's looking to improve still 25 minutes later. You know, he still just wants to keep pushing, keep bettering himself, and this wave, 3 gorgeous turns, the flow between all of them, wow.
Phenomenal.
Not a moment of second guess or glitch or pause. It was just start to finish, all systems go. And every time he stands on his feet, it's another reminder to me that I do think he's there. I do think he's on his way to going to that top end.
Well, especially if you look at the calendar now, the re-edition of Championship Tour events like Snapper Rocks and, of course, South Africa, Jeffreys Bay. So 2 events where he could do greatly at, one of them being before the cut as of right now and one after. So you have to make it there, first of all. But, you know, you have Abu Dhabi, which is a big wild card at the moment, 7.3, the last of Vincent. So the combination requirement just goes up slightly for Ariana, 15.63. He's got the body built for it, Jess, and obviously has the mental capabilities to be able to relax himself and stay calm in big moments. I feel like 2025 could be the year he eventually qualifies for the Championship Tour. Could be Rookie of the Year in 26.
Imagine you just called it and we take this back in 2026. I'd be like, Mitch called it, everyone. I think Winter's well on his way. I just think he's just so well versed, and Pajar, he's on his way too, but right now he's not really having his best heat.
Up and riding though. They take off right there. That's a cool combo for Ariana, but fortunately needing close to a couple of 8s right now to move up into first place. 90 seconds to go. Got to look at the positives, Jess. Made it to the round of 16. You were able to skip the elimination round too, which was a big thing for him. Didn't have to surf a second time. But as of right now, just going up against the informed surfer of the event, the guy who's really just been clicking on all gear so long. It's a loss that you got to take as a victory too, because still put up a fight, made sure that you were using priority at the right time, and put up a couple decent numbers in the process.
That was actually a really lovely wave. There were 2 really nice, strong turns, bit of variety in there as well. It came through at a 4.57. If I know one thing about Pajar, it's that he's not going to be satisfied. I do agree you have to see the beauty in events, and you can't let a result define your time here or the place, but he is such a driven competitor, and I know that if he's the kind of surfer, if he feels if he's not first, he's last. And I think that is something that you can definitely, every athlete can work on in water and out of water. But yeah, Pajar, he's probably going to come back revved up and ready for the next event. But unfortunately, Winters just put on an absolute clinic in this heat. 8.33, 7.3. He threw away a 7.17. I would take that heat total any day of the week.
Yeah. Still has the 2 highest heat totals of the event. The kid in red, an unstoppable force at the moment here at the World Junior Championships. 10 seconds away from qualifying for the quarterfinals. We'll see him there in days to come. Just another outstanding performance from Sydney's own Winter Vincent. And he is looking not only like the favorite to win this entire thing, also potentially qualifying for the World Championship Tour at the end of the calendar year. Much more action to come from the World Junior Championships right here in the Philippines. It's been all Winter Vincent. Stay tuned for Heat 2. Ryan Kainalo taking on Owen Moss.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills.
One of the most beautiful places in the world, hosting the world's best juniors. We will be deciding World Junior Champions at the end of the week. Heat number 1 goes to Winter Vincent. Defeats handily Mare Ariana in heat number 1 of the round of 16. Mitchell Salazar with the co-owner of Murmur Mag and great surfer out of northern beaches in Sydney, Jesse Starling. I'm thinking to myself right now, did we make the right decision to come to the Philippines to crown World Junior Champions? I think we did, Jess, because we're looking at some real fun waves, consistent waves, and we're also looking at some of the best juniors to ever qualify for this event. Owen Moss in red taking on Brazil's Ryan Kainalo.
Oh, the Philippines has my heart. And I don't say that lightly. I genuinely mean that. This is my 3rd trip to the Philippines. Every single time I come back, I just think, I love it here. Not just the place or the waves, but the people are amazing. There's Winter and his mum. And he just put on an incredible heat in that last heat. And I know he's probably loving the Philippines right about now as well. But
he better.
Yeah, you'd think so. Mona Lisa Point and La Union is just one of so many provinces and regions that is just wave-filled. It's such a wave-rich part of the world. And to think there's 7,000 islands here, and we only really know about 2 waves being Cloud 9 and La Union. I just feel like, imagine the waves here that no one knows about.
I got a couple of things up my sleeve. Not right now. I'm not going to tell them on the broadcast, but I've heard a couple of people already tell me some secret spots that we eventually should check out on just a regular surf trip. Not coming here for an event.
No.
Making sure we're coming here just to eat and surf. 2 things.
That is my kind of surf trip. Eat and surf. That's
See how I put
beautiful.
eating first, though?
Yes, no, I do appreciate that.
Cuisine has been good here so far. Had a great barbecue place yesterday. Had a pulled pork sandwich. Really stoked on that. Our place, San Juan Surf Resort. Luke Landrigan, been providing a lot of the great stuff over there. The pasta's been amazing. I know you had the pizza the other night.
Yes, it was great.
Real stoked on that.
You know what? I'll take your word for it if you think food is great, because you're a real foodie.
I am. I'm Mexican. We love food, Jess. We love food. You know how many different types of cuisines we have just within Mexico alone?
No, you were telling me these. I was like, yeah, Mexican's my favorite. And then you rattled off all these things. I was like, I have never had real Mexican.
Oh, wait till you come to California. We have the best Mexican food in the world. 26 minutes on the clock. Owen Moss, Ryan Kainalo out there. Mossy from North Carolina in the U.S. Runner-up to the junior title in North America last year, but had a great and very successful 2024. 65th on the Challenger Series, not the best year for him there, but for the 20-year-old, won multiple big events at QS 1000, was also winning another QS 1000 in the Outer Banks. The previous one in Cocoa Beach, where he won both events actually, Jess, the QS and the Pro Junior event. And you talk about Ryan Kailala, well, a big superstar coming out of Brazil, very tall kid for his age too. We're seeing him multiple years in the juniors right now. Got 5th last year at this event in No Side.
Yeah, he's knows what it takes to win a World Junior Championship as well. He's won the ISAs, and I just find it very interesting because he looks so revved up and switched on running out to his heat. He literally surfed his elimination heat 3 heats ago, so this is really going to test our juniors, ability just to keep going. But I think it's funny to look at them and call them groms, because I wouldn't call them groms, but it's going to test his grommet ability. Like, can he switch on grommet mode right now and just, I don't know, serve his heart out for another 30 minutes?
Speaking of groms, 19 years of age, Stace, Winter Vincent. He's looking very mature out there.
Yeah, indeed, Mitchell. Very mature Winter. You've got this place locked down. Did you come here for a 1 month Perth trip before here?
Well, no, I didn't. But I showed up, I think, 4 or 5 days early, and it was good to practice and just hang out with mates out on the surf and just figuring out the lineup slowly.
Well, you're absolutely dominating. It must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I feel great. Boards feel really good. This is actually a board that I took through all the challenges, didn't ride once. Felt pretty average, actually. And I picked it up and goes pretty good as well. So, yeah.
What'd you change? Deck grip, fins, new wax job, what was it?
Actually, I did change the deck grip. I did. It fell off and put a new one on, so maybe that was it. But, yeah, everything's just feeling good.
Well, let's go there. Do you reckon where you put the deck grip on the first time was the wrong spot?
I don't know. Maybe a bit of sand got under there. I've actually got it in the sand right now, so maybe that's not helping, but maybe that's it.
You got great support here, Mum, Dunks, all the Aussie crew. How's it all feeling?
Yeah, everywhere I go, the Aussie crew is so good, and got a lot of support from back home as well, from friends and family back home. So shout out to everyone watching, and yeah.
Mate, we're really enjoying watching you surf out here. I'm looking forward to see you go deep into this comp. Well done, mate. Thank you, Mitchell.
Congrats to Winter Vincent. He's on to the quarterfinals. Perhaps tomorrow, the day after, we shall see. But as of right now, Heat 2, in comparison to Heat number 1 of this round, slow and steady. No waves ridden so far, Jess. And Mossy and Kainalo, they're just battling for positioning at the moment.
This was such a big part of Pro Juniors and like Grom comps and learning that you want the inside at the start. And Ryan, you can see he's paddled himself a fair way up the point to ensure that he has that inside position for this first exchange. But Owen, he's got the motor going right now. He's hunting for this one, but nothing really eventuating. Sometimes I feel like those bigger sets don't really hit that reef properly. They almost just are slopey rather than bowly.
Right.
So probably a blessing in disguise, that one for Owen.
And spoke to Mossy in the water the other day. Mentioned, not only his accolades on the competitive side, spent a lot of time at home during the holidays, just chilling, but making sure that he was in shape for major moments like this. Coming from North Carolina, good surfing scene, Jess. A lot of great waves on offer during certain times of the year, but not necessarily the biggest industry, really, location in the United States. You usually have to go out to California for that. Spent some time in San Diego right before coming to the event, riding sharp eyes right now. Shout out to Taylor Clark and Mark Suzuki down there in SD. They've been providing not only some excellent boards for Owen out there in the red jersey, but also their number 1 rider, which still seems to be Felipe Toledo. We're going to see him back on the CT in 25.
Yeah, even thinking about Sharp Eye and people on tour, Jake Marshall, I know Taylor shaped a bunch of his boards. I actually wrote a piece on Jake and Taylor's relationship, and Taylor shaped all of these boards for him the first year he fell off the tour and he went back to the Challenger Series. And didn't tell him that he shapes them because he only had just started working for Sharp Eye, and the boards that Taylor shaped for Jake actually got him back on tour.
Wow.
And it was once he qualified, he told him, and it was a pretty cool moment for their friendship because they've kind of grown up, big brother, little brother, best of mates. I know they had a QS final together. I believe Jake got the better of Taylor in that one. And I think Taylor's still hunting back for that redemption, but really great relationships. And I think it's so important as well, and I think it's something our juniors have dialed, is that at this point in your career you should probably have a pretty good relationship with your shaper, if not some sort of a relationship. And from talking to all of these guys, even just the post heats, they're all just thanking their shapers because all their boards seem to look incredible.
A lot of them not only tend to have personal relationships, as you mentioned, been with a lot of these shapers for a good amount of years too. Reed Van Wagener riding Chris Borst Designs, which is obviously one of the #1 guys in the world right now with Caitlin Simmers, but you'd like to see that personal intimacy between shaper and surfer. Obviously going into the shaping bay is a major thing with that too, Jess, but overall it comes down to you just being able to surf that board in different kinds of conditions and just trying it out, right?
Oh, definitely. I feel like it's so funny the amount of times you get on a board and your first 3 surfs, you're like, oh, this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like that last one. And then all it takes is one slightly different condition, like Stay said, change the fins. If you want to pull a Winter Vincent, rip the grip pad off and put a new one on, it might change the board entirely, but this guy's boards are looking pretty good.
Well, literally right before we possibly could have gone into a restart, Kainalo steps on his board seconds before it, and he's going to be off to a decent start right here. Priority with Owen Moss, and mentioned Kainalo, only 18 years old, from Ubatuba in SP Sao Paulo, Brazil. Been a superstar for a long time. As you mentioned, won ISA Gold at the juniors a few years ago. But looking good here in the Philippines. That board looks great too. Carbon on top, Jess.
Yeah, this board looks awesome. And when I was talking to him, he was just saying how great it felt. Loving the new designs, whether they're incorporating carbon in different areas of the boards. I know Firewire have those polybaric rails where they're just the carbon on the side. There's Marzi, Daniel Emsley on your screen. It's got Daniel coming up against his roomie again.
I know.
In this next round.
It happens too many times. And we're calling that heat too. It's going to break my heart once again.
Yeah, I was chatting to Luke. He was saying, we're splitting, we're moving out. We're splitting accommodation. I was like, who's taking the bill? He was like, whoever wins this next heat.
Sounds like the right idea right there. But, you mentioned the addition of a lot of carbon boards right now in the U.S. You have Dark Arts, Lost has their own thing. You have the ECT with Channel Islands. But overall, it kind of seems like the direction we're going is a very positive and enthusiastic one with new designs, new technologies too, Jess. Overall, you just look at the way we can improve surfing, and especially globally too, with different kinds of not only materials, but a lot of these different waves worldwide. Speaking of different waves, first time we've ever hosted this event here in the Philippines. Kainalo, well, he's like in the way we were hosting up until that point right there. Opener was a 3.83. This seems to be a throwaway on this one.
That was such a shame because he was right there, Mitch. He was so close. He did all the hard work. It was just right at the end. It just kind of all unraveled for him. But for someone to think about how much exertion these heats would take out of you, 30-minute heats out here is a long time with the swell, a little bit of current.
The heat, the humidity.
Heat, yeah, how warm the water is. It feels like after a 30-minute heat, you'd be pretty tired. And then to, get the knock on your door to say, all right, you're actually up in the next 2 heats. He's surfing a pretty smart heat at this point in time too. Although he just fell on his last wave to go for turns like that and put his best foot forward again, I'm actually really impressed so far. Obviously, he would have loved to have made that last wave, and I'd hate for that to be the turning point that he'd be like, well, if you had just made that turn, it's not really what you want to hear. But I feel like he's looking good to become a great competitor for Owen in this heat.
Well, at the moment, he is in the lead, 5.83, as the heat total just a 3.83 and a 2. Mossy so far without an answer back, and just before he came to this event, made sure that he was going to PR, Puerto Rico too, to practice. A lot of similar waves over there, Jess. Water temperature and outside tends to be very similar to here in the Philippines. But the cool thing about PR, not only do you have a regional QS too, it's very close to the east coast of the U.S. You get on a short flight, you're there in 2-3 hours, and many different waves on a small island over there in the Caribbean.
No way.
Yep.
Puerto Rico is 2 to 3 hours.
From Miami, it's usually about maybe 2 hours at the most, yeah.
Oh my gosh. get me to Puerto Rico next time I go to the US. That sounds epic.
You're coming to Mexico first, though,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Making sure.
I need to go and educate myself in that part of the world. Would love to get over there. Something I think is really interesting, speaking about, the US and Owen Moss, no Californians represented this
on the men's
year.
side.
On the men's side. That would have to be a first in quite some time, because they seem like quite the dominant region over there in the US.
I want to say in World Juniors, yes, I think it might be the first time ever. Huckabee did get a wild card, though, so the two guys that did get 1 and 2, including this gentleman on screen, from the East Coast, and a bit of a mishap right there by Owen. Still has plenty of time, just under 16 minutes, but did wait a long time to catch that wave, though. Just 14 minutes had gone by up until he got to his feet. The one thing I will say about Mossy, though, and very similar to Ryan, coming from places that have good waves every now and then, but for the most part, you're surfing very average or subpar conditions. Very much like what we see in the afternoons here in La Union. 15:30 on the clock. It's been Ryan Kainalo so far with a slight lead over Owen Moss here at the World Juniors.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
The Philippines hosting the world's best junior surfers, and it's the first time ever we will be crowning world junior champions right here in this part of Asia. Owen Moss taking on Ryan Kainalo in the water, the U.S. versus Brazil. Mitchell Sassad here with the co-owner of Murmur Mag, Jesse Starling. Jess, during the break, Mossy got to work.
Yeah, I feel like he's finally getting his heat started. That was a really nice first turn, opened the wings, kicked it up there for a second one, and just really put together 3 nice turns. This is where the wave does hit that deep water. It does get a little bit fat, so smart to get out of it before you kind of get fooled into cutback land down the end there. But it's a start for him. It's the best wave of the heat so far, 5.5. So I feel like we're starting to get a heat on our hands now, Ryan.
Yeah, here's Kainalo now. Talked about his size, still only 18 years of age. Spends a lot of time in Hawaii. His father, Alex, great big wave surfer, also out of Sao Paulo, traveling here with him. You've had the chance to meet him today. Real nice dude, and obviously has done very well with his children. Ryan, not only a very talented surfer, carries his way in a different kind of manner when he's on the beach too. You see him on land, stands up very straight, well educated, but overall just a nice kid.
Oh, he seems lovely, and I always try and introduce myself before a post-heat interview to try and make it a little bit more familiar, ease people into it a little bit more. And Ryan and I are having a good old chat before his post-heat. This wave, though, he's so talented. This was really nice. He read that foamy section really beautifully. This is, like I said, where it does get a little bit fat. Sometimes you can get a bonus section here, but yeah, I think the start of that wave is definitely where the bulk of the points are going to come from. Right now, because Owen only has a 1.67, he's looking for a 3.35. I liked those first 2 turns, so I reckon it could go there.
Well, has the 3.83 at the moment as his best. Needs just slightly under that to take the lead, although Owen does have the BOH, best of the heat, the 5.5 that we saw. Yeah, I got a lot of...
I was going, BOH in my head.
Judging terms for you, Jess. BOH, best of the heat. Ofer is anything under a 1. So a 0 point something. Ofer is what we call it, yeah.
Okay.
And that's really all I have for you. We don't use
We'll start
much
with that
more.
for today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't really think of much more terminology that we use at the moment. Maybe I'll get a couple of texts from the people that I work with often and telling me,
Yes.
hey, you're forgetting about a few. A 4.37, the last of Kainalo. But overall, I think the cool thing about having such a smaller event in terms of the actual spacing of it, it's cool that you're able to interact with different levels of people that are working at it, the judges, the people that are organizing, obviously the production, and ourselves amongst the broadcasters too.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. Right before we jumped into the booth here, I was sitting down on the judges level, and I just love watching the judges because it's such a different energy, because you and I are here, we're laughing, I love talking about the heat and what's going on and really like encapsulating the surfing that's happening. And they're so locked in. It's just such a different energy, but I think it's a real testament to the judges and like how switched on you do have to be, and how they probably cop the most like feedback or critical feedback out of anyone. Because if you're the guy that loses, you don't love the judges, but if you're the guy that wins, you love the judges. So I think they carry themselves so epically, and just listening to how they break down waves, I think it could make anyone a better surfer.
100%. I actually encourage anybody out there, if you want to start doing that, got to start out on the smaller events, on the amateur side, then eventually you work yourself up. But in the end, it only benefits you, and especially if you're still competing, doing a lot of those amateur events, you tend to appreciate things a lot more from the judging perspective.
Oh, definitely. And I think you can work your way up. You can start at any point. And to think we have a world champion longboarder as a judge, we have a very high up when it was back in the old QS, when it was the 10,000s, the prime events. We've got a judge who repeatedly competed through that. We've got an XCT judge. And I think it's a real testament to our sport to know that people want to be a part of it for such a long time, that they'll find different avenues and different kind of routes to go down to still be a part of it and be able to help just grow the sport. And I think judging, I remember I did a judging course maybe when I was 17, but I didn't
Long
take it,
time ago.
Yeah, back in my day when I was 17. But I didn't take it that seriously. But I think it's time to do a refresher. Just learn a little bit more, and it'll probably make a lot more sense as a competitor as well. So it's probably actually a really good asset to have as a competitor.
It truly is. 9 minutes to go. Kainalo still in the lead, 4.37, 3.83. Although Moss not needing a whole lot, just a 2.7, so slim pickings out there the first 21 minutes of this heat, Jess. And we talked about the slow start. Kainalo barely got to his feet in time before a restart, was able to get his backup score, the 3.83, which he's kept for all heat long. And Moss does have the best, the 5.5, but at the moment still hasn't been able to get anything. And you're seeing the pressure right here being added on by Kainalo. Real smart strategy, especially when you consider how slow it's been out there.
To be honest, I think if Ryan didn't get that first wave, they may not have restarted, considering how far up the point they paddled each other. And
Good
there
point.
was that wider set that came through. The judges are pretty crucial on that. This is our Aussie smiling assassin on your screen, Jarvis. As Stace says, he's all hair and teeth. But we absolutely love Jarvis. He's the biggest sweetheart, and it's just epic that he rips as well, because you want the lovely ones to do well, and he's just awesome. He's here with his mum. I know he's got a brother and sister and his dad back at home watching, and he's had a lot of experience, and he's also won here at the World Juniors before as well.
Oh, I was there the year he won at Seaside Reef, dispatched of excellent competition. I mean, two guys who finished top 20 last year in the Challenger, Al Cleveland Jr. at the semis, and then he had local boy Levi Slauson in the final. He had a close to a 10 and 9.93 in that event. I remember waves were just so epic, Jess. And
stop it.
For that kid to win the way he did against the competition that he did, I knew that we were going to see big things out of him. Third year in a row he's competed here at the juniors. He's made finals day at least in the first two. Could potentially be seeing him on finals day here in year number 3. Here's Kainalo now. That's a beautiful turn. Great forehand wrap. Under Moss's priority 2, looking to improve on a 3.83. So we talk about the quality over quantity, especially the wave quality on that one too. Kid has a lot of talent, but just overall, you want to see him on the best wave because you know that he can deliver a 7 or an 8 with a lot of ease.
I truly think he's probably just playing games at this point. he's probably thinking, I'm going to make Owen second guess every decision he makes for the rest of this heat. Here he is now, though.
Well, not second guessing on this wave. Had to go with priority. 6.5 on the clock. Good wrap. Much better in the pocket right there. A bit more of a steeper section. And looking for a big blast at the end. There he goes. And the kid from the East Coast of the U.S., he's looking great on this wave so far. Should be seeing a lead change right here as the last of Kainalo comes through as a 4.37. Actually still waiting on his last, so 6:10 on the clock. Could be back and forth here in the last 6 minutes, Jess.
I really love this wave from Owen. Beautiful roundhouse to start this one off, and it felt like it might have had a bit of a weird pace, but he just read it beautifully, laid it down for that second one. Love the body talk through it, kept that flow, though, momentum going. That turn, though, that was the money turn of the wave, Mitch. And I love he didn't get caught up with this cutback land. He said, no, I'm out of there. And I think that's the best wave of the heat. He's got to eclipse his 5.5. He only needs a 2.7 every day of the week. That's a 2.7. So Owen playing the patient game, but right now it's paying off. On that first day, didn't pay off. Sitting and waiting was not working for anyone. So maybe a little bit of a change now that we have a bit more swell.
Yeah, he's won at home and in the Outer Banks before. He knows what it takes to win major events under pressure, too. And now trying to make major heats. The dying moments of it, too. 5:10 on the clock, waiting for a couple of scores. The last of Kainalo comes through. It doesn't improve, a 3.67. As you said, Moss only requiring a 2.7 or better. I think we all agree that that's at least that score. He's trying to keep things under his own control, though. A little bit of a wider one. Wraps it back all the way, and that's going to be it for Owen. 4:50 on the clock. And, you talk about the all-time great, Kelly Slater, coming out of Cocoa Beach. You go to that place, Jess, you're not going to find a very lot. And Cape Canaveral's pretty close by. You see NASA take off. A couple cool things in the area. Waves aren't great, though. Yeah. Where Owen's from, you go over there hurricane season, you might be getting the best wave of your life. Outside of that, though, tends to be quite small. And for a lot of East Coasters, they have to go to California the majority of the year to get not only good waves, exposure, too. Get it from this kid, 4 minutes 20 away from the biggest result of his career so far, in a completely different country that he's used to, doing well against one of the world's best.
To be honest, I'm going to expose my lack of geographical knowledge right now. Stace and I were having a look at Owen's Instagram before we locked in. I didn't know you could get waves that good where he's from. We were watching, he got this crazy barrel. It must have been one of those hurricane swells he talked about. I didn't know that was a thing in America, that type of wave. It was insane. That just shows my US naivety because I haven't been there before, but I instantly was like, okay, there's another avenue I want to go down. I want to go there and I want to surf a swell like that, because where he's from looks incredible, and for him to be able to adjust and then come to a wave like this and now get himself in the lead with a 5.73 based on that last one, he's looking like a very well-rounded competitor to me right now.
Speaking of well-rounded, too, needs to be it right now, Jess. 3:20 on the clock. Kainalo up and riding. Needs at least a high 6 for the lead. It's a beautiful turn down the line. Needs to keep up the speed. Up and over the white water, but the wave just lets him down at the end. 3 minutes to go. We've seen stranger things happen at the end of the heats. Needs close to a 7, but say he does improve on the low 4 that he has at the moment, it'll minimize the requirement out there.
Yeah, this wave was nice. I feel like potentially he read this next section wrong. He's looking too far down the line. Probably could have capitalized on that a little bit more, gone for an air, something a little bit more dynamic, especially when you need a 6, because that last turn didn't really add any more points to the board. So maybe a bit of a mistake there for Ryan. He's been looking super switched on from the start. 6.86, he's got a great air game. If he had brought some of that out on that wave, potentially could have gone there. We've seen the judges really loving airs today, thinking back to winter.
Yep.
So, yeah, maybe he might watch that back and think, oh, that could have been something else. But I've seen stranger things happen in 2 minutes, 15 seconds for someone as talented as Ryan to need a 6.86. If I was Owen, I would not be feeling safe at all right now, just thinking of how talented Ryan is.
2 minutes to go. And Mossy could still improve on the 5.5 as well. Kainalo, though, talking about a kid for not only 18 years of age, really when he was 15, 16, and he burst onto the scene. A lot of people knew he was going to be a big thing. And so far, he's really been able to capitalize on the big moments that he's had within his career. wave-starved heat, though, and he's just been a bit out of position and out of sync with the ocean so far in this one, Jess. And the last one comes through. It does not improve a 3-4-7. Still needing the 6-8-6. Let's call it a 7. With 90 seconds to go right here. Here's Owen. He's going to use the priority game. That's a cool double grab. And uses it in transition, too. Like the combo right there, Jess. A minute 20. And looking to improve on the 5-5 is low score.
Very skater style. I really love it. I just love the never knowing what Owen's going to bring to the table. This section was really nice, double hand grab, and then he finished off really strong with these 2 turns pretty close together. I feel like he liked it as well. I love how little like over the top body talk there is in his surfing too. He just gets the job done, has a lot of power and relies on that power. I think at 5-5, you know, he's just trying to push the limit that little bit more and make that 6-8 or 7 basically, a 7-5 or an 8. With 40 seconds to go, 8's a big number to be chasing.
Here's Kainalo, though. Has the chance. Needs to get around this section and go big, and just not the pop that he was looking for. 30 seconds to go. Moss on the tail end of the wave. Wraps it back all the way, looking for an inside connection. And he has just been on point when he gets his sections, doesn't he, Jess? I mean, you look at the way he surfed this heat, especially after not catching a wave in the first 13 to 14 minutes. Was able to surf the back end of the heat as good as he could have. He's going to take away the W, and he's going to be in the quarterfinals of the World Juniors.
Oh, that's a huge achievement for Owen. And to think, you know, you just mentioned it so perfectly. Every single opportunity that came his way, he 110% capitalized on it, and that's a winning attitude. This wave, it was the tail end, but he thought, you know what, why not? And just reached that section at 2 turns. I actually think this potentially could have been one of his earlier waves, but yeah, just having a look back at this, he's just been on form all heat, making the most of everything that's come his way.
Yeah, looking at the heat recap right there, Owen Moss, 11.23 heat total against the Import 2 of Hyan Kainalo. We'll see Kainalo on the Challenger Series more than likely in 2025, but into the quarters is the surfer from the US of A. Moss coming up, heat number 3, Jarvis Earl, Dylan Donegan dos Santos. It's a banger. We'll see Jesse Mendez and Paul Evans jump into the booth.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Champs. Mona Lisa Points in all of its splendor and straight into it. Round of 16, Heat 3. Jarvis Earl, former champ of this event a couple of years ago, taking on Dylan Donegan dos Santos. We just saw him in the elimination round in a tough heat with a bit of form, and he'll need it against a very tough competitor. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendez. Great looking matchup here. Looking forward to see Jarvis go at it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited on this one. Both standouts, one in the first round, the other one in the second round. It's just completely different contrasts. One surfing with the right foot forward, the other one left foot forward. And you're going to see Jarvis obviously a little bit more sense of urgency. He surfs on his front foot a little bit more aggressive, and definitely a little bit older and more powerful. And then on the other hand, just way smoother approach from Dylan, but not shy to boost some airs and keep the rails clean. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Owen Moss got a win in a tough heat. We just saw that. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Stace.
Thank you, Paul. Moss Dog, belting it.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. He got a little slow, so I was like, it was 10 minutes before we got started, and then I just kind of like, after he got that first 3, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna get started, try to get a 5 or something, and ended up getting it, and kind of worked in my favor.
And you're part of the Holy Trinity of East Coasters representing the USA. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. It feels good. 3 East Coasters. I think it's probably the only time that's ever happened, so it's pretty sick.
I see you cruising a lot with Al Cleland Jr. He's obviously doing really well at the moment. How much does hanging out with guys like that really push you and make you want to do well at events like this?
Yeah, for sure. No, all those guys are like, Al's so experienced, and I was hanging with Luca too, and just learned a lot from all those guys, and kind of fed off that, and kind of helped push me a lot for sure.
You got a good crew of dudes here that you're cruising with.
Yeah, cruising with Blair, Martin, and Ryan Huckabee, and we're all just kind of feeding off each other, and we're doing well.
You guys are all doing really well. Did you want to sing out to anyone back at home tuning in?
Yeah, shout out just all my friends and family staying up late. It's like the middle of the night over there, so yeah, thanks for watching and supporting. Appreciate it.
Well done, mate. We'll see you in the next round. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Shout out to all the great necklace wearers from around the world as well. Owen going with the precious metals, Stace going with the puka shell and the beads. I like it.
Yeah, bringing a different mix into the webcast for
us. I like
us.
Owen pulling it outside the rashi for the interview class. Here we go, Dylan Donegan with a bit of speed and a nice little tickle on a lip. And then a stumble as well. He wanted something down the line. Here we go. Oh, gliding in, swooping out. So no damage done in the opening exchanges. Get towards 5-minute mark in this. Jarvis, with a little while since his pretty solid performance in the opening round. He's been cruising, free surfing, always one of those characters. Seems like he just takes life relatively lightly, just enjoying himself wherever he is. But now in a tough heat against the surfer, who will have to change things, certainly probably in terms of the scoreline from his last heat. What we saw at Dylan, it was down to the waves, a lot of it. What do you think he'll try and change, obviously, other than scoring better for this heat?
Every heat that you go through, you have to step up your game. Obviously, the longer you go, most likely you're going to surf with surfers that are more in tune with the ocean and with the conditions, and since they're surfing better than probably surfers on the previous heat. So in this situation right here, you're going up against a World Junior champ that has so much experience on top of him and is just used to that pressure. So you're going to have to step up your game, be on the right waves, and apply the right maneuvers in the right sections, and just be solid overall, because a heat's a heat, but most likely Jarvis is going to play a pretty good heat.
All right, let's see how we go here. Dylan having another little tentative look, never really committing too much with the paddle there, just on the inside, having a little fossick around, seeing if he can grub something up and apply a little bit of pressure from under the priority of Jarvis. Will sit there and be patient in his career with that win. That was a big statement for him, part of that whole new generation of talent from Australia, with so much in terms of the air game and the competitive chops as well, all those heat smarts. Dylan, chance to be an upsetter here. He's not the favourite coming into this, but these kind of conditions, maybe levelling that playing field a little bit. It will be a chance of trying to grab a little bit of luck, possibly find some of those meaty sections. Let's see how that happens, but still nice looking waves out there. I think the airs could be an important manoeuvre as well when the right section comes through. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We spoke this morning, it was almost better to be in your backhand, trying to find that deep bottom turning, creating that space in between the tight, kind of flatter sections in front of you to get up and vertical. And in this situation right now with the wind, the wave kind of starts to breaking up a little bit more, and it turns just very good into an air show right there. So if you could take advantage of that, I think it's going to be a turning point for him, and up against Jarvis, that's going to be on his backhand, a little bit tougher to get that, to generate that speed down the line. And let's see if he can capitalize on this situation.
Spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs here. Still nothing of significance on the board. Just that small number for Dylan early on. Jarvis, pretty patient. Just got that one quick throwaway. Had priority for a while now. Really waiting for an opportunity. Hasn't really had to make many decisions thus far. There's not been a lot to come through for him to look at. Seen him meerkatting on the board a couple of times, just trying to get a little elevation and just kind of squint into these lines. But so far, the ocean is telling these to hurry up and wait. That's what we're doing as well. And this head space that we talk about so much in heats, well, when you've got a bit of experience, you can deal with maybe having to be a little bit patient, and all of a sudden, you spring into action, you've got to fire up and surf.
Yeah, you definitely have to. For Dylan on the upper side, he just had a heat about, what, an hour and a half ago? So he's definitely warmed up already. Jarvis most likely had a serve early morning and had to be waiting throughout this whole time. So you kind of got to wake up and, get up and make sure you're ready for when a hooter buzz.
So Jarvis still continuing to be patient right there. Dylan just still trying to buzz off some of that energy. And a little extra confidence as well from that heat win this morning. He's another one of those real positive type guys. Cruising over here with his dad and enjoying himself with that Euro contingent. But that win this morning, it was a tough heat. It was a low scoring affair. And he made a couple of mistakes in that. Let's see if he'll be afforded those kind of margins up against a competitor of Jarvis Earl's stature. But at the moment, bit of a phony war as these two just wait to really try and strike the first blow. Look like some energy up on the outside as our drone will swing around and just have a look, see what's coming through towards the top of the peak here at Mona Lisa. So positioning pretty much orthodox from these two thus far. On the inside, it will be Dylan, Donegan dos Santos, Ada Lanzarote on a good looking section with some speed, and just opens up with the hips really to make room for that carve, and then he'll blow out the tail and then straight into the bottom turn, pumps it a couple of times. Nice wrapping carve, got that stance pretty far back on the board, which makes the rail work look clean and crisp. Decent wave from him.
Man, that was a very good wave that Jarvis just let it go right there. And Dylan made the most of it. Nice first setup here. Brought it back in, got caught a little bit, but set it up perfectly for this beautiful reverse. And then right here, this is my favorite turn, just bringing it all the way back around, using the arms to his advantage. Body torque, upper body torque was beautiful right there, and kind of getting that exclamation point, like it was a surprise factor to that last turn. You think it was going to be kind of just like a soft carve, and he popped up. It was nice to watch. I don't think it's a massive score. Maybe the wave lacked a little bit of criticalness mostly on the reverse that he had, but overall very well wave surfed and under priority. I'll take that any time of the day.
Yeah, what's that telling us about Jarvis's tactic then? Was it just a misread, or does that tell us something about specifically the type of wave he's looking for?
I think it's more the type of wave he's looking for. You could tell that he showed no interest whatsoever. We'll get back to that after this one.
Little foam climb set up for Dylan. There's the wrap again with plenty of spray. And then again with a speedy one with a little bit more zhuzh in it as well, as he just squeezes every little drop of performance. Swinging that Bradley around in the pocket. Nice crisp surfing once again.
Yeah, he's looking on point right now. That last turn, just a little bit of an X factor once again. As he taking off that wave very wide. Kind of set things up here. Beautiful carve. Body torque is on point, like extending and accelerating. And right here, he's gonna see the nose of that board, bringing it all the way back towards to the lineup, and then coming back pretty clean. Just a lot of speed, just rails are cutting through the water like hot knife and butter.
Yeah, great way to mix up as well. Look, kind of similar setup, but uses that variety just to keep it interesting as well for the judges. Previous to that, 5-3-3. Bit of a gift, really. Get yourself a mid-range 5 from under priority, and then straight into another wave, and all the momentum at the moment is with our Spaniard. A 5-9 in for his last wave, so all of a sudden, he's thrown points on the board, and that tactic from Jarvis Earl, he's waiting for a specific wave. Well, he thinks this is it. Here he goes. The backhand, first turn, gives it a clip, and then deep bottom turn, gouging with buckets of spray, adjust the feet again, gives it a nice crack, really good rhythm to it. Very well done.
That's what he was waiting for. Thank you for coming. That was beautiful from Jarvis right there. Just showed the maturity, right? Like, obviously, you let a 5.33 go, and then your opponent gets a 5.9 back-to-back. That adds pressure, but it didn't seem like it phased him at all. Just beautiful combination of major maneuvers. This is going to be a solid score for him. And he's been kind of doing that throughout every free surf session that I've seen it. Like, he's very specific on the waves he's catching. He's taking off a little bit deeper, which I think is very nice for goofy footers, because that wave gets a little bit steeper. You see right here, see a little bit more anxious like type of surfer moving the board around, but way more aggressive than we see it from Dylan. That was a big turn right there for him, and getting up in vertical once again. A little heavier on the foot, and it looks very nice. That was a very well served wave for him.
Yeah, it gives you a real good opportunity to appreciate the speed. See that board chattering, dealing with some of those chops, dealt with them pretty well. was super patient, delaying his bottom turn, nothing rushed, crucial with backhand surfing. You want to go up nice and vert. Just waiting for the exact right moment and then just knifing that board up into the lip. Looked really good, didn't it? Let's see where that goes numbers-wise.
5.9. So Blue is in first with a 5.9 and a
Solid performance from this guy this morning, surfing with some speed. Looking impressive. He'll have a tough heat though. Another one of our East Coasters out of the USA, Barton. That'll be 16.5 minutes time. Plenty left on the clock in this. The score in for Jarvisel, 6-2-3.
That was a great serve for him and got rewarded for best wave of the heat. And a great way to answer after, sitting for almost 15 minutes. So, show some guts right there.
Nice and evenly poised this one, isn't it? Just in terms of what comes next for Dylan Donegan with that priority now. And what's he going to do here from under priority? A couple of fives, really surfing up the potential on relatively subpar waves, certainly from the point of view of Jarvisel. Now with a chance to find a bit of quality. How patient does he need to be? Does he try and surf for a similar wave? Something in that 6 region? Does he wait for something really special? We'll find out soon.
Well, the special ones are tricky to find today, so obviously he has to pull the trigger, in my opinion, on a clean wave that has big sections that it's kind of easy to identify that, but you can't really wait for an 8-point ride right now. Like, they're not out there that often, so he should try and better that 5.33, probably try to better the 6.23 and have the best wave of the heat.
More rough than diamonds really at the moment. There's something of a gem here for Dylan. Here he goes. A meteor wave for sure. Loading up the speed off the bottom. And then gets hung. Just slid that tail through the lip. Waited there a while and ultimately that one proves incomplete, unsuccessful. So not a great use of that priority. Had a feeling he wouldn't wait very long. It looks like he wants to stay busy. And he had to push there. Kind of right decision in terms of type of move that he wanted to do, but not quite the execution, Jesse.
Yeah, I think he pulled the trigger on the white wave. That was probably the biggest wave of the heat we had so far, and just a very critical maneuver. I think he just overcooked it, went a little bit too high, and got stuck.
All right, at the moment, it is Dylan Donegan dos Santos with the lead, but just one score in for Jarvisel. He's in a strong position. He'll have priority as well. More live action from the World Junior Championships right after this.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
La Union Philippines playing host to the best under-20 surfers from across the surf world. One of them has already won this title back 2 years ago. Jarvisel from Australia taking on Dylan Donegan dos Santos, the Spaniard out of the Canary Islands. A little bit of a pulse, it looks like, outside. Priority right now is with Jarvis, who's got one score that he banged out by being patient. Let's see if he continues with that kind of approach underneath him. Dylan just trying to sniff around a little bit. See if anything tickles his fancy here. Jarvisel so far so good, just making smart decisions, no wasted energy at all. As we check out Blair Barton making his way down the beach. The East Coasters from America really coming together with good squad energy. All of their qualifiers for this event being Atlantic Coast surfers. A little while since we've been able to say that. Meanwhile, someone else from a little bit further across the Atlantic, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, inside runner for him. A little fizz to the first snap, and then really trying to get speed. And goes with the air. Didn't quite get the execution there, but it's exactly the sort of stuff he might as well. Why not have a go and try and do that from under priority?
I totally agree with you, Paul. Taking off on that wave, I could see that there wasn't much potential. Smaller wave inside, so he had to go huge in order to better the 5.33. So, smart decision for him. Sometimes when you go that big, you're not going to land, but it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do.
Being over in this part of the world, in the Philippines, always a pleasure. Thank yous to people that made it happen. Vinny Marcus from TPB, DOT Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, Local Government Unit of San Juan. All of those people coming together, really pulling the strings and making it happen. It's been absolutely great to be over here. Tap into the culture, sort of enjoy ourselves from the point of view of this being an epic destination, but at the same time, serious business. The crowning world champs. Also the LUSC, the SJRRHAS. Lots of letters. Thanks to all of these people for helping out here and making this event possible. It's been really cool so far. Plenty left to come at the moment. Deciding quarter finalists. Whoever gets out of this will go into that round with just 8 surfers remaining. Someone that's done that's gone real deep. It's gone all the way. And he's lifted the trophy. This guy, Jarvisal, out of Cronulla on the south side of Sydney. Representing that region with its strong surfing heritage. Let's get a little bit of vision of it. This is over at Seaside Reef in California. It's Pumpin' Jesse.
Yeah, that was an amazing performance from him last year. It was just solid. Like some of the best waves you've seen at Seaside. At least that, I mean, I haven't surfed that place that many times, but I remember talking to a few friends that lived there, and they were surprised at how good it was for how solid it was. To see him going to town right there, beautiful surfing on rail and just very aggressive on the closeouts. That's what stand out to me. Look at that. That was such a massive section, and for him to come out clean on that one, that was very impressive from Jarvis and making us proud.
Yeah, absolutely delighted to take that out. It's amazing as well to see. That's 2 years ago he's the champ. Just a sort of growth from him as well since then. He looks quite little there. Here we go. We got Dylan with a little bit of fire as he's trying to get some momentum going back his way. And it's been the story of the heat has been he basically hasn't had priority at all. He held onto it for less than a minute before he took a wave. It didn't work out for him, but that's been his energy. He's been all scattergun, trying to get on all over everything. Let's see if that will pay off for him. We'll pick up the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, just like a little bit below, like a nice double up for him right there, and a beautiful hack. Like that wave had more coping with the third combination of maneuver, and now a nice cutback. What a beautiful clean rails and style that kid has, and he looks fired up right there. That was a great way to find a little bit of room from your opponent that's sitting on the back, really waiting for that specific kind of chunkier, bigger wave, and find a gem of a double up.
Yeah, definitely. Found a bit of room for himself on the wave, didn't he? Just because of the speed, he was able to kind of really open up with his line and get different places on the wave. Would have felt really good to be kind of dictating the rhythm of the surfing rather than having to follow the wave. Oh, that's really, really well done. And this is going to be a crucial number for him because it's going to be a big one and possibly a chink in the armor, certainly in the tactics of Jarvisal by letting him go that wave, because this is going to be a big score. And it's just dropping in now. 7.5 for Dylan, 7.5. So Jarvisal will start to rue the decision to not show interest, significant interest in that way to take it. A chance to make amends, though. He needs a 7 himself, more than capable of that. But he's just ridden really one proper wave, just that one very quick throwaway as well. And there's under 8 minutes remaining. So his tactics now to be patient, well, there's a little question mark there.
That was well-deserved, a 7.5 on that wave. I think it was right on point. Like, as much as it was a smaller wave, it was one of the most performant waves I've seen on the event. Like, as far as combination of major maneuvers and right off the bat, like he had 3 back-to-back very critical turns on the pocket, and he gouged it through, drove through that second carve, and finish it off with a beautiful open up cutty and on point. Dylan's looking great today.
Yeah, really dynamic as well. We watched the heat before and where the scores were and the sort of earlier stuff in this, and he was kind of in maybe like third gear with some of his surfing. Really got a chance there to show us that acceleration. I thought the board speed was great as well. The wave helped him out by staying steep, and he was good enough to match that. And a good reward from the panel. A little paddle back towards shore for Jarvis, and a little grimace at the moment. He's in a bit of a spot. I'm not going to say a spot of bother, but 7.18, that requirement. Just over 6 minutes and 40 for him to get that. He'll back himself. He is a champ here, and he did it in pumping conditions. But right now, in conditions that are offering good opportunities, there's a little bit of luck involved as well as just when exactly they come in terms of the situation in your heat. Whether you're with priority or whether you're just spinning and trying your luck and chancing your hand, as Dylan Donegan's been doing thus far to good effect in this, and hustling up a 7.5 is going to feel great for him. As we watch the continued patience from Jarvis. He'll go over another wave. Now he looks interested. See the outboard going. He's kicking into position here. That one will go a touch soft. Dylan has a little look. Kind of duck dives underneath that section, and that'll just eat up a little bit more time here, Jesse. Jarvis still looking for a second score.
And it's not a small one. I think with the time winding down as we see it right here, it's probably going to have maybe one chance to get the 7.18, you know. As far as how many waves have been coming with the potential of that score throughout the day of today.
How's this for a bit of proximity paddling there from Dylan? Staying nice and close, nice and tight.
I'm with Dylan right now, mostly like, you know, being the underdog. You want to make sure he feels your presence right there, and it bothers you a little bit. And, you know, it's an extra thought that comes into your mind. And
it's annoying. It's irritating.
It's super annoying. It's super annoying.
All part of the heat craft, the strategy, the tactics, the positioning, all going into it. And now with that extra lap, the elimination round heat, and a little bit more read on the lineup, and with that busy a tactic at the moment, is it good enough for a lead which will seem to just kind of swell in its significance as the clock ticks down under 5 minutes now. A 7.18 the requirement from Jarvis, so just less than a point better from his previous effort. The goofy footer has not done a lot of surfing in this heat. Just that one wave of any kind of significance. It was a decent one, the 6.23. It set him up, but since then, a mistake clearly to let that wave go by and offer up his opponent a huge number in the form of the 7.5. He's going to have to find something. I mean, you back his chances of getting a second wave, really, with half an hour. You think what he's looking for, it's got to be coming through at some point. But when that chop comes, also makes it a little bit harder to read, Jesse. Thinking you're looking for those lines come through, and then the way that shorter period swell with a bit of wind chop on it, hard to get the read.
I think that's the biggest issue right now, for you to reach and put yourself in the right part of the wave. Because, like, mostly of those waves are given one big opportunity, and there's a borderline for you to get that opportunity. You have to be in the perfect spot as you take off. And as soon as the wave stacks up in front of you with all that wobble in, like, in the surface of the wave, it just makes it so tricky for you to decide where to paddle to.
Looks like they're on a tandem board host. They're really close together. Dylan is showing, yeah, he's got his smiley side, he's got his light personality on land, but in the water, he's giving him a little bit of the treatment right now, just applying a little bit of pressure and just saying, yep, over to you, buddy, let's see what you got. In the meantime, he'll have a little look here, decides not to go on that. Probably a decent choice, a little wobble going through that wave there. But what that will mean is yet more time off the clock. Jarvis is still waiting for an opportunity to try and find a 7. I guess in some ways, when you know you need a big number, it makes the task, I guess, a little bit clear in terms of he will need a bomb.
Yeah, no doubt in his mind. Obviously, if you're needing a 4-5 to a 5-5 range, there's quite a few waves that are going to, you know, come by in 5 minutes, but this one is very clear in his head. He needs 2 big critical sections or going for a massive error.
Yeah, see, this wave stands up. It's just so soft. You just see the wobble on it. He knew no interest at all from him. Didn't even really look at it sideways. It'll just go underneath them. And he'll look for something with the power, with the steepness, in order to get up there through the scale into that good range. Or better, from his point of view. 2.5 is the time remaining in this at the moment. our Spaniard, heading towards quarterfinals. Jarvisol, champion in 2023, saw vision of the pumping lefts at Seaside in California, where he got that victory, a real statement breakthrough performance for him. And at the moment here, finding himself just not quite getting the energy going with the Ocean, and a couple of decisions to be patient. That one in particular, allowing the 7-5 for Dylan. And he'll be impatiently waiting now for his opportunity to come through. This won't be it. Another straight one will go through the lineup. A little bit of paddle, really just trying to stay in position. You can see with that chop going through, just a little bit of pull. Essentially just trying to sit there and wait for something of any kind of quality to come through, but it does feel that we've seen him, it's basically all he's done really. Other than that one wave in this heat, he's just been waiting, scanning, trying to find the Ocean, provide him a bit of energy towards that final minute. A little redirect here, Jesse. He's heading a little bit wider.
Yeah, he has one shot now. He needs to pull the trigger in the right wave. And to tell the truth, he's making us like pretty solid heat so far. Like started with the 6.23 and just kind of be sitting there waiting for that second wave. Unfortunately for him, that wave kind of came underneath and the double up went straight into Dylan without priority, and Dylan made the most of it. Sometimes that's just how the game rolls.
And another little redirect, being very closely watched by Dylan Donegan. He's just sticking pretty close at the moment from the second priority position, just kind of nagging in his eye line, right inside him. Now Jarvis will steal away a touch, but with 20 on the clock here, I'm not sure he's going to get an opportunity to get to his feet again. He's just ridden that one wave in this heat, and his patient approach doesn't look like ultimately paying off. Let's see if he can try and scratch onto something here. Don't think this next wave, even if it is the one he wants, is going to get there in time, and it'll be frustration for Jarvis Early. Such a quality surfer, and he's just not really had the opportunity to show us much in this heat. But you have to say hats off to this guy, because he ripped it.
Yeah, and look at that second wave of the set that we say. Like, see the first one, you can see the whitewash line right there. So that first wave came and groomed in, put some water on the reef, and that second wave just doubled up so nice and clean, and he went to town on that. You look, he's frothed, ready for the next round.
A big scalp for Dylan Donegan dos Santos from Spain. A good result for the Euros. He's through to quarterfinals here. We'll keep it rolling with live action from the Philippines. More right after the break.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the Philippines. The stoke is real for Dylan Donegan. He's absolutely delighted, taking down a major scalp in the form of a former World Junior champ, Jarvis Earl. And absolutely delighted you're watching the continued rise and rise of this young guy. Great surfer, competed well. And ultimately his tactics paying off of being busy. Let's set this one up. Heita Muller out of Brazil, taking on Blair Barton from the USA. these two will match up in conditions where there are opportunities out there, but certainly if you're taking on intel from that last heat, Jesse, you're thinking don't be too picky in terms of waves.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Mostly in conditions like this where there's a lot of texture in the water, it's hard to figure it out which wave is actually going to hit that bank pretty nicely, because if you see, most of them are coming with a nice stretched out wall, but a lot of them just run a little bit too fast going to deep water. As we see it right here, see that wave? They're starting to paddle to the left side of our screen. The waves have been doing that a lot today. But then as it looks like it's a great wave right there in the corner, but that wave goes into deep water and you can't really get much out of it. So might as well pull the trigger in a few of them, and one of them is going to provide you the opportunity.
All right, let's go and chat with Dylan Donegan. He's with Stace.
Thank you, Paul. Just checking in with young Dylan down here. You've just caused the biggest upset of the event so far. How does it feel?
Well, I mean, Jarvis is one of my favorite surfers, and obviously he's like the favorite. He already won one, so I knew it was going to be a really tough heat, but I'm so stoked to make it, and yeah, quarterfinals next.
Even though he's one of your favorite surfers, that didn't stop you from getting right underneath him there at the end?
Yeah, but he's just so good. I was like, fine, I think I'm going to try and make him nervous in case the wave comes, but I was lucky it didn't come, and yeah, it's really happy.
And your thoughts on your surfing on the waves you caught?
Yeah, I think I surf good. I can do better, but save the best for last.
That's right. Did you want to check into anyone who's still hanging on? I'm sure you got plenty of friends up late back at home.
Connor, Mami, bueno, y todos mis amigos que están viendo, nada, muchas gracias por todo el apoyo, que lo sentí en el agua, y nada, los cuartos siguientes y con muchas ganas.
Congratulations, Dylan. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. Absolutely delighted, and a job well done. How good is it to take down one of your favourite surfers?
Man, this is crazy. It's a big task for him, and he definitely pulled that off with lots of flair and confidence, because he looked on point, like very clean rails, and yeah, good surfing for him. It looks like we have a nice double up here, bigger set. Nope. See, that's what I'm saying, like kind of runs down the line quick and then slows itself down. He gets kind of, it's just so hard to read right now. Like, it's very unpredictable.
Challenging conditions for our surfers who have surfed this place every day, and slight differences from each day, from one day to the next. We've seen real big, unruly, kind of powerful stuff, almost maxed out just before the competition. And that swell dropped off, cleaned up. Big storm blew through yesterday just in terms of the winds, and it's ruffled the feathers a bit. Picked up the swell with the energy, a bit of texture coming through with that wind right now as we head into the afternoon. So the wind's not gone crazy, actually. It's from when it's come up, it's not really got any stronger. But I'm just wondering in terms of reading, and like you mentioned, that second wave of the set with the first one cleaning it up, but it's quite hard to see if it's really another set wave or if it's a bit of chop behind it. It's quite hard to look behind if you see a set coming, just how many waves there are going to be.
Yeah, that's true, and that's all because of that low period. Let's see what happens here.
All right, here goes Barton. First turn, he'll bank one backhand off the top. Just gives that a little clip, just keeping the speed and the glide really nice there. Just slightly overdoes it. Back foot pressure, gives it maybe a little too much, over rotates with the body. This is a nice hit, sparky stuff, and then pushing hard. Muller pushing too hard, and that was a mistake there in terms of not making that move, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity for both of those surfers to actually start with a decent score, right? But obviously Muller got the best of it with that layback just going a little bit too big on it, and as soon as that wave junction and hit him from behind, he just got stuck there, and that was done. Like, you could tell he wasn't coming back from that.
Just trying to force things a little bit there was Hayter. Maybe didn't need to push quite that hard. Couple more maneuvers for Blair. Barton fit in, but ultimately he went incomplete on his final turn as well.
Yeah, that was a good example of that first wave. Look how much cleaner the second wave of the set is. The first wave came in, it was kind of wobbly, and then the face of the wave gets much cleaner because the first wave wraps it down the reef and gets all that noise and texture that is on the water a little bit cleaner. The only problem is if the second wave it's a little bit smaller than the first one, most likely there's going to be whitewash. And then that also doesn't help with the vision of the judges that are watching from the beach a bit far. Makes it a little bit harder for you to track and get some traction with the fins because there's a lot of air mixed up with water. So there's a thin line right there. Like, you really have to be on your A game today to make that happen. And here's Heitor. Nice first crack right there. Very dynamic turn. Setting up beautifully for this here, but went too much of a surf movie right there and ended up getting stuck. And Blair also started off pretty well. Nice timed right there. The wave was kind of broken, and then right here he's going to really open up and get that nice release off the back foot, but just getting a little bit ahead of himself and got stuck.
Lennox Smith with Josh Kerr. Very relaxed, taking it all in, just vibing on it. Tough hit against Leo Casal. Finished third last time out in this event, did the Brazilian. And Lennox Smith, he mentioned after his first round, people know about his free surfing parts. He's just trying to bring some of that mojo to his heats. Let's see if he can do that out here in conditions which will offer ramps for sure. At the same time, are challenging our competitors in terms of their wave selection. Not so much the lineup position, but there has been a little more of a question of maybe tucking a little wider. So far in this one, not loads of quality, a low scoring exchange. The better of it was with the Brazilian Muller, but priority possibly could be more significant than the points accrued on that ride is with surfer out of Virginia Beach, Blair Barton. Let's see what he can do. He'll just be thinking about that last turn. Just have to try and wash that off. What do you think's going into Leo's mind right now in terms of his tactics preparation?
He's a very fired up kid. That's one thing for sure. And we'll get back to that.
Taking on some last minute instructions as he walks down the beach. Meanwhile, backhand attack, Barton. Here he goes. And he'll clip it again with some nice whip from that board. And he'll go up vert, and the board will sort of tap him on the bum. Meanwhile, here's some glide from Muller. In and out and over. Not doing damage. He'll get priority, though, when he gets back into the lineup. So again from Blair, unable to execute that final maneuver.
Yeah, once again, getting stuck on that last one. Obviously, the first wave was a mistake, but the wave didn't have too much opportunity as far as scoring potential. But this last one, he got critical. He just transitioned between the last turn to the previous turn. He just kind of got a little bit flat on the bottom and didn't get the projection he was probably hoping for and had to force that last turn a little bit late. And sometimes that happens. You force it a little bit too much. Your front foot just gets off the board, and it seems like it slid, but it was mostly not from the wax, just from you trying to force it a little bit more than you should have.
So last minute instructions here for Leo Casal. Try to take that in. At the same time, keeping eyes on the lineup in terms of where the waves are, what sort of opportunities are coming through. He'll look to try and get back for finals day and repeat that performance that he was able to do last year. Also in California, over here in the Philippines, a different ocean, a different environment. Similar prize at stake to be the world junior champion. And after we finish this round, we will have quarter finalists decided which one of these two will be advancing. Well, at the moment, it is the surfer from the East Coast with the better of it, the 4.33, but still pretty low scores.
So yeah, that paddle right there, do you see what happened? Just a huge mistake for Heitor right there. Had a look, and you could tell he was hesitating a little bit. It seemed like a wave that was going to double up. I mean, it's so easy to sit from here, sitting down. And then Barton was out the back already.
He knows all about it. He's saying, well, what's up? What's up with that? He's asking for it. He wants the priority to change. He saw it as well. He's making his thoughts known. He hasn't seen a change yet. And he wants to know why, essentially. It did look like a paddle and a loss of priority from where we were.
I completely agree. That was my first instinct, right? Maybe the priority judge had a closer look to it and it was paying more attention to. Maybe recognized that he wasn't really out the back yet, or whatever the reason was. It's obviously much different just to see from the screen right here. You can't really have a perspective of depth and also positioning on the lineup. So as we see it right there, see, he's still paddling back out. In my opinion, he's out the back, and as much as that wave was so far from him from breaking, in my opinion, he committed to.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was probably about 20 meters away from that wave to break. But you could see him kind of having a look and gliding a little bit down and having that two strokes that usually it is what it takes for you to lose priority. But
Blair's not stoked with this, but you don't want him to, overthink this. If the priority doesn't change, you just got to deal with it. Don't let it get inside your head too much. All his surfing is yet in front of him now for Blair.
It's very hard, though. I got to be on his side as much as it's something that he should avoid. And, hey, recognize I'm bummed. It is what it is. Let's move on to the next page because we still have 17 minutes in the heat. But it does get in your head and creeps in. And looks like Lennox is getting ready for the next heat, talking to his coach.
Yeah, I think in terms of what waves are coming through and where scoring is, I think Surfer's taking on a little bit more counsel with conditions that we've got on offer here, because not nearly as obvious or apparent exactly in terms of what sort of waves, where they are, how often they're coming through, all of those things where you map your plan out, make your strategy. So taking that extra advice. Coaches, been watching what's been happening throughout the day here. Take that with you, kind of box it up as intel and you paddle out with it, but ultimately really it's all down to decisions that you make. Decision for paddle for a wave was deemed not enough of a paddle to surrender priority for Hayter Muller. He still will hold on to it, much to the chagrin of Blair Barton. Let's see what happens on the next exchange when it does indeed come through. But Blair Barton has got himself in the lead by virtue of that 4-3-3 that he got. Some backhand manoeuvres, an incomplete finish, good enough at the moment.
A missed opportunity right there for him in that last wave. 4-3-3. I would say that last section was probably the steeper section we had on the whole wave, so it's probably looking something on the 6-point range if you would have hit it nicely and came out clean. So let's see, looks like Heitor was like scratching to get to the left and he takes off.
Here goes Muller. Clipping a lip with a bit of foam on it. Now a steeper face, finally some speed. Whoa, goes the flip.
Wow, that was
throwing
impressive.
everything at this. So just realizing, you know what? I've not got much going. Why not? He saw the section. He liked it.
It's impressive how much pop he got out of that. You see that wave, he's like not even braking. And he's zigzagging, trying to generate speed. Barely gets any speed, but look at the pop right here. Perfect rotation. Just needed a little bit more momentum. When he landed, he felt like he just got stuck right there, which is completely understandable when you're trying to do a backflip on a 2-foot wave that gave you no speed whatsoever. But that was so close. For a second, I thought he had it. But got stuck on that whitewash right there, and that would have been a massive score for him.
Super technical surf, and it's great to see the approach of Heitor Muller. Just going for the backflip. It's a ramp section, but relatively innocuous, going for something really technical and huge. Great to see it. Meanwhile, now that priority will come to Blair Barton. An incomplete score will go by the way of Heitor Muller. It is the American out of the East Coast at the moment with the lead. It's not been a classic so far. More live action from the Philippines right after this.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point. It is Heat 4 of the round of 16. Have a look. The Brazilian Heitor Muller taking on Blair Barton from the USA. It is the American at the moment with a pretty slim lead and quite modest returns in terms of points in this. There's not been a lot of great action thus far. Let's hope it fires up for the back half of the heat. The priority is with Blair Barton. He's got the run of the lineup, but Not loads of opportunities coming through right now, and it will be a case of trying to pick the eyes out of it, get yourself through to quarterfinals. Surf looking like improving as we'll go deeper into the event period tomorrow. Looks like a good day as well. A little energy coming through here. Let's see if Blair can get himself on something, and indeed Hayter as well, who's inside, who's shown us his radical approach. And I love the audacity going for the flip. If he sticks something like that, could go crazy score-wise. Meanwhile, underneath this one, a little bit of a thick double up, and he is in the spot, and he'll go head down into the bowl. First turn, spanks the lip, plenty of spray. Then he's patient, just gathering some speed, and another mistake from him. Meanwhile, backhand attack, whippy turn with plenty of speed, Barton, and again, just slicing off the top of that wave. Bang! Good fizz to that as he just cracks it, and again, a little bit of spray heading the way of Hayter as he paddles back, and then an inside. He'll keep swinging at this hit. Doesn't get that last section, but some good work done and nice speed, linked together maneuvers. It was important for him to finish, crucially.
That was a massive wave for him. This is a great way to put pressure after kind of going to that tricky part of the heat where no one's catching waves. Look how clean this wave is, above overhead, and he's a big kid too. That's a very critical first turn. Nice amplitude setting up for this third turn here, which was so critical. Lots of spray going in the air. One more just to finish it off, and damage was done. This is going to be a massive score. Like I haven't seen that many combination of major maneuvers out the back in such a critical wave. It was such a nice wave he chose.
Kept the speed up, didn't he, throughout the ride as well. Really nice and light on his feet. Just adjustments to the maneuvers. Timing really good. It's going to feel great from him as well. He knows a little bit of frustration, a couple of falls on that last section on previous two rides, and then getting one. He already would have known it was a better wave, and then the surfing that he's able to deliver, going through the maneuvers, using the repertoire. Very well done. He'll make his way out the back. He hasn't got his number assigned yet. His small wave for Hayter made another mistake and fell. So a lot of, whether it's nerves, whether it's just bad execution, unable to get good completions, this thing just sort of steamrolls them. We look at it from above and you see there's plenty of energy out there, but just the way it's hitting the reef at the moment, it's not offering loads. But that last wave that we saw from Blue, Barton, definitely the best stuff we've seen. Judges still thinking about it here. Jesse, where do you think it will go?
I mean, no doubt it's going to be the best wave of the heat, but I think it's going to be close to an excellent score.
Yeah, well, it is. You're absolutely spot on, mate. It's an 8, drops in. An excellent ride for Blair Barton. You just saw him breathe then. And just the combination of sort of jubilation and relief coming over him as that score comes through. Let's have a look at it.
It's just so easy to digest. Like, amazing surfing, very critical on a clean, nice set. And this is what the judges love to see. Just you doing damage and no downtime, just back-to-back massive maneuvers.
Making critical adjustments as well from steeper sections into softer ones. Very well done indeed. Really liking the sort of weight transitions from front to back foot from this goofy. Another hit off the top and into the lip again. He'll give it a crack. Just those 2 turns. So an 8-point ride really has fired up this heat. And we needed something. We needed a bit of quality, and we got it from the American right now. Sitting on an 8, he's in a really strong position here. Right, let's transition over to Hayter. Not got a lot going. You're stuck in the 3s. You just heard your opponent go excellent. He needs an 8 of his own right now, under 9 minutes. Where's his head at? What's he thinking?
I mean, he needs to go massive, obviously, and most likely I think Blue is going to better his score. Not by much, but the last wave, last turn was critical. It was a bit sticky. He hit it there a little bit late, but still was critical. So Hayter's going to be sitting in a very tough spot, and now, in my mind, I need to see him land one of those backflips.
Yeah, well,
realistically speaking, like, because for you to find another wave kind of similar to what Blair had, you're still going to have to come back and get a backup. So you're sitting just way too far. 2 steps ahead and 2 long steps ahead of it is Blair right now in the situation of the heat.
Yeah, to get that improvement, the 4.8. So it makes it pretty tough for Hayter. 9.3, the requirement now. We saw his audacious approach. Stuff like that backflip, which is amazing if you pull it off, but if you don't, it means you're not adding at all. Meanwhile, I mean, relatively stock surf, and it was great fast surf. It was just kind of classic up and down backhand hits. Combination of turns on the backhand, going excellent with the panel. A left here goes Blair. Goofy's love a left. He obviously wanted a ramp, thought he might see one. Why not? Haven't seen loads of that, but there's been the odd one come through. All right, chance here for Hayter. Decent looking steep opening section. Cracks it with a ton of speed, but he's a long way back on the section, and once again, going underwater and going incomplete.
There's been a very good heat so far. Like if you look back at it, we have plenty of waves that were pretty decent. We had the 4.33 from Blair that he felt on the closeout. We had the 8 right. We had a 4.8 for him. And then Hayter felt on the 3.2 and the 3.5. So those are two, and this last wave that he had it as well was the first nice crack, and then kind of was a little bit late on that second turn. It was aiming down the line a little bit too much, but it seems like the tide is just in that perfect side where it's holding up a little bit of the bow that right before it hits the deep section of the bank. So it's been quite a heat so far.
9-3 is that requirement for Hayter. It will remain there. We'll get a small number in for Blair. It's not going to change the situation. 6.5 to go in this. This was just that left. Looking for a ramp, really. Wasn't quite there, was it?
Yeah. I mean, as soon as he took off, you could tell that he was looking for that, and I think that's a smart call. It's just unfortunate for him. The wave ran a little bit more than he expected, and he was a little bit late, but he was very close from boosting. And on his first heat, he actually tried one of those. And he actually had a very good attempt on an air, but came out stuck. Still sits at priority now. 6 minutes left. He's looking good.
Yeah, situation is a little rough right now for Hayter. That 9-3, the number. He'll have second priority as well. And I think he'll probably identify, he's already been going to the air and trying to go really big, but that's going to be probably his best bet at getting out of this position right now, staying alive in the event, getting into the quarters. He's going to have to show something massive. We know his air game is super technical, and we're going to need to see some of it in the remaining 5.5. Blair, things turning around quite nicely for him by virtue of that 8. Absolutely belting it. And that huge number coming in and just really giving him control. And able to just extend that a bit, find a quick way, a couple of turns, add a little bit more pressure. Turn an 8 into a 9 in terms of the requirement of your opponent. Adding that pressure from the scoreboard. In terms of Hayter, it's, we know what he needs to do. But how hard is it not to get frustrated when you keep falling off?
I mean, it's almost impossible for you to get that bummed at yourself, but you just kind of got to try and reset. As soon as he sits down on the board, it's time to breathe and have that never give up attitude. And that's a chance for him right there. He still needs such a big cast. You think that he's going to get a 9.3? It's almost an impossible mission for him. Looking throughout the event, we haven't seen that score yet. The conditions are tricky, but right now he's sitting in priority, and all he needs to do is go massive.
He's going to have a chance in terms of that priority, and it's good news for spectators and fans because it will need to be something massive. So we know he's not going to take off and do a couple of wraps to the inside. He's going to have to try and punt something huge. He's already attempted the backflip hit. Bring it on, I say. Let's see what he's got for us. He's going to need something really, really special. The high score of the event is that requirement. Just about enough time right now for a couple of waves. He gets something, maybe not that 9-3, and paddles back out and gets another one straight away. 4 minutes. It's enough time for 2 waves. It is a short paddle back. Probably, in all likelihood, you think about that one score. Let's see what he does here. Identifying a little opportunity that's just tugged him a bit wide and not quite getting in a position. As you mentioned, those ones there do go into that deeper water. That's exactly what we saw that wave do. Just shouldering off. So now we'll make his way back slightly deeper towards the traditional position. 9-3 is a humongous score that he required, and chances of doing it in 2 ways, well, they'll get slimmer and slimmer as time ticks away. Blair Barton, we'll have a look on an inside now. Why not? Here he goes, up on the backhand, sticking to the right, the more traditional direction that this wave breaks. There's the occasional left out there, and obviously a goofy. He's going to try and go left on a right hand. That's what they do. Blair Barton, you got a big lead and you got an excellent score. Why not? You see a ramp, go for it. But this heat It's been pretty entertaining by virtue of that excellent surfing that we saw that's fired things up. I just wonder if the next seat as well, they're in the lineup already. I wonder if that'll give them a little extra pep as well here in that score, getting read out, firing them up to go out and deliver. And we're expecting to see something pretty explosive when Hayter Muller takes off. Again, he won't go here. He's not super interested. Blair Barton, he'll take it. He'll swing into action, drives the bottom turn, and then swoops back on his rail. Just a little clip adjustment in the pocket for him, and he'll just try and fade this one to go on a more steeper section. It's a little soft through here. There's not loads of excitement available for him. He has a little look around, realizes that really need to stick with that. Meanwhile, all right, here we go. Hayter, live action, looking for a massive score. 9-3 is what he needs. First turn, he'll belt it, and he'll hit it again. And then one more time, he'll get a pretty sick rotation down to the bottom of the wave. He'll emerge from it, and he's absolutely stoked. Is he back in the heat here, Jesse?
I mean, he's 100% back in the heat. My only concern is he let that gap get so far, but this is an amazing wave. I love how he fades the bottom turner here, gets very calm, and just hits that right on the spot. Once again, just letting the board do the talk and just keeping the body very quiet, but just so aggressive on the times of the wave that he needed to be, and just finish it off with a very critical blow tail reverse into the flats and spin it off, coming out pretty clean. As much as he got a little bit stuck, but that's okay. When you're going that big, the judges are not going to penalize you too much for a little hiccup, right? Like, because you're pushing yourself, you're going to the limit, and that was massive. Problem is that a 9.3? I don't think it is, but
not going to be that score, is it? It's going to be good. It's going to be helpful for him. It's time that's not going to be on his side. When he gets back to the lineup, he will have a shot then. He will have brought his requirement right down. It's going to be a really, really good score. I mean, it was great surfing. The powerful, speedy hits, and then that section was not an easy place to do that maneuver and to pull it.
And the impressive part of that wave as well, you're going to see so many airs that people have to pump down the line for doing it, and that one was straight back to back. Looks like he's going to get another wave.
He ain't hanging around for the numbers. He'll just go. Smart call. Under 30 seconds. Set up work on a rail. Big jamming. Driving roundhouse. A little foam climb. He'll want a ramp in here. He'll do another wrap. Not sure he'll get much of an end section, so it will basically have to come down to whether that score was the 9-3. Judges will assign him a number for his last and his previous to last.
Let me tell you right now, if he loses his heat, it was that 3.5 first wave that he overcooked that closeout turn. That was most likely to be a 6-point ride. And this is just how important it is for you not to commit mistakes, and not to mention the 3.23 as well, that he kind of had that big first gash and just went a little bit lateral on the second one, trying to aim down the line a little bit too much. Could have finished it off strong once again. And it's when you commit that many mistakes, man, it just keeps the gap too high in that level. And that's what Barton did in this heat. Just kept applying pressure and making himself better. Got the best wave of the heat. Got an excellent score. And the judges are thinking,
yeah, we're still waiting to find out here. You know, if it was going to be like an 8, they would, you know, just throw it down. As if there was a point of difference, it would have come in by now. So we know for sure it's going to be close. And maybe slightly nervous moments for Blair Barton. We'll get the numbers start to come through. And yeah, it is going to be, it's great surfing, it's excellent surfing. It's well rewarded with an 8.23, but he's about a point shy, slightly over that from what he needed. Well done, but just a case of too late. And to your point, Jesse, great pickup. The mistake early on in the heat has cost him.
Yeah, and that's what usually happens, you know, like in this level of surfing. Minimize the mistakes, man, because otherwise you're going to, you know, it's going to play against you at some point.
Another really entertaining heat with excellent surfing from both of our competitors. The shame to see Hayter bow out. We'll see Blair in the quarterfinals. We'll keep rolling with the action from the round of 16. We'll bring in Mitchell Salazar and Jesse Starling for the call. Stay tuned.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Back at World Juniors here in the beautiful Philippines. It's heat number 5 of the men's round of 16. Brazil beat Australia. Leo Casal in the red, Lennox Smith in the blue. My name is Mitchell Salazar. Next to the little sis, Jesse Starling, co-founder of Murmur Mag. Pleasure to have you with us once again, Jess. And just looking at the conditions, got real fun out there the last 2 heats. You know, wind has picked up, but I think overall the tide has definitely helped. And most importantly, it seems like the swell finally fitting into the right sides out here.
Yeah, definitely. I think throughout the day it's just been slowly shifting and for the better. And a little bit of wind never hurt nobody. I mean, these guys surf in wind all the time, let's be honest. So this isn't anything they're not used to. And I think if anything, it's pushing the wave back and making it bowl up just that little bit more. So yeah, looking good for this afternoon.
Yeah, Goofy V regular out there, Casal out there in the red. Got into the semifinals last year, Jess, and coming up against Lennox Smith, who had a late call-up to the event, too. Got in as a wild card, and obviously a huge opportunity for him. A lot of people think that he's going to be one of the next big things out of Australia. Yourself, you've seen him quite a bit over on the regional QS and the junior side. Talk about Lennox Smith and what he can develop to into the future.
Lennox is just this... He's almost like a Labrador puppy. Like, he's just the sweetest, goofiest young guy coming out of Oz who just happens to be insanely talented at surfing. He's the kind of guy that could honestly take either route. He could be a competitive surfer or he could be a free surfer, and he would probably be successful in either. Kind of like that similar Bronson matey kind of, no one really knew what he wanted to do, but chatting to him earlier, he wants to compete. And I know Lennox wants to compete, and he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. And he's just so talented. He really specializes in barrels, especially forehand barrels. And he spent a bit of time last year over in some bigger, scarier barrels like Chopu. And he actually handled it pretty well. So I think he's definitely got a pretty big future ahead of him.
Speaking of big futures, Leo Casal on the backhand. Real great opening turn right there into the lip for the second one. Has a great rhythm on this wave so far, not pushing too hard. And off to a fantastic start in this heat. With 26 minutes to go, back-to-back heat wins for Blair Barton. He's into the quarter stays.
That's right, Mitch. Blair, how were the nerves at the end there, waiting for that score to come through?
A lot of nerves, but I don't know. I was trying to get a backup wave and I just couldn't. But when he did that air, I was like, just waiting for it and praying. So
the left on the other side of that last right you went was pretty good.
Yeah, it was all right. I wish the wind was coming in so I could do an air on the left, but.
You certainly clicked into gear that heat, though. I think some of your early performances, you were just working the wave out, but the 8 in that heat looked amazing.
Yeah, that 8 felt good. I really wanted that wave, and I don't know. I feel like I'm just slowly getting back into the rhythm, and hopefully I can just get more and more comfortable every time. So.
And you got the 3 East Coast boys. You guys are all staying together. 2 of the 3 getting through. How good's that feeling? And obviously Huck coming up later.
Oh, it's feeling good. All the boys are psyched. We're gonna be supporting Huck, and he's got a really good heat with Bronson, so that'll be entertaining.
Certainly will. Did you want to sing out back home?
Yeah, I just want to thank my family, everybody that's waking up at like 2 a.m. right now, and my girlfriend. So, yeah, thank you guys for supporting, and on to the next.
Well done, brother. Thank you, Mitchell.
Appreciate you, Stace, and congrats to our quarterfinalist, Blair Barton, making the East Coast proud, especially VB, older brother Kai, also an amazing surfer. And a lot of people forget that not only is he an NSSA Airshow champ, Jess, but he can lay it on rail, dropped an 8 on the backhand right there. One of the few 8s we've seen out of Goofy Footer.
I love when you just see a Goofy Footer connect and just go 12 o'clock. It has to be one of the most beautiful things in surfing. If I even just think, you know, to all the goofy-footed greats when they just time it so perfectly. To think even some of the women who have just been on tour or have just made tour, Alyssa Spencer, when she clicks, she really clicks, you know, and same as Vahina Fiera. She's about to go onto her first year on the CT, but yeah, Leo Casal, 617, he's done it on his first wave too, and it must feel so good for them as well, considering there are so many rights at this point. They must love when they can just really connect and feel it out and kind of do it for the goofies, you know. I feel like they really band together, the goofies.
We do.
Oh,
we
you're
do.
yeah. Yes. What am I saying? We served
look,
together yesterday.
I'm just saying that we're underappreciated
You are.
and maybe, you know, we're not the largest number out there. So when we do get good results, we got to stick together. It's when we don't do well that we just talk bad about each other. But we'll talk about that later because Leo's up and riding 23:20 on the clock. No, but I mean, you look at historically, especially this event, the last 3 males that have won have been goofy footers. Lucas Vicente,
Yes.
Jarvis Earl, Jet Schilling. A lot of them have been runner-ups too. And just overall, we're talking about one of the largest platforms in the world of surfing right here at World Juniors. And what a place to do it on the back end right here, especially a wave that resembles a alignment that you're probably going to see on the Challenger Series over there, Ribeira de Ilhas in Portugal. Really similar wave, Jess, but you know, you just mentioned the abilities that you need to have to adjust and adapt on the back end, especially with a win like this. It ain't easy out there.
Oh, God, no. And I think as well, like especially when it was big this morning, just talking about Portugal, it did really have similarities of that Ericero, especially in that wide part of the peak. But I want to know, because I'm a natural footer, so I don't have the pleasure of thinking like a goofy footer. Who do you think the best goofy footer of all time is? I know it's a very broad question.
It's hard not to say Medina.
Oh, yeah, of course. What am I talking about?
Seeing Leo right here. You know, but I think a lot of people forget about what Aki did for the sport, and
Yes.
especially after what he went through just in his life and in his career. He had a major comeback right there. To me, another person that goes underappreciated in that sense is Raul Machado. And I know he didn't win a world
course.
championship, but he did a lot for the sport.
Yes.
Major contracts. Obviously, in the 90s, he might have been the most popular surfer outside of Kelly Slater. And I think up until this point, if you ask just a normal person that's a non-surfer, they probably still know who Raul Machado is in Surf's Up. Obviously, one of the greatest films of all time, Jess.
Yes.
And, you know, you see a lot of resemblances from those guys in the new generation that have previously looked up to those people right there. And those goofy footers in the past, most of them weren't necessarily that successful competing. Damian Hardman, Barton Lynch, they didn't win world championships, but it took a while for them to really get to that point of Derek Ho, Akalupo, CJ winning in the shortened year. And now obviously you have the dominance in Medina the last decade or so.
Yeah, Medina is so good. I love this new approach, thinking about this new generation. I feel like Jack Freestone, especially when he comes to mind for someone who I've really been in the mix with since getting into surfing, he's really introduced this meditation, almost slow down before the heats, because I feel like for such a long time, it works for me. Put on hype-up music and get excited and kind of rev yourself up a little bit. But
Techno.
now that, techno. But now there's been this kind of wave of meditation, and Daniel Emsley on your screen just really just pinpointing that right now.
Yeah, I was, you know, not necessarily in the techno aspect of it. I loved my house music when it was like big and gnarly. I needed to chill myself out. When it was small and I knew I had to grind, I needed to get in the zone, listen to my Metallica. I needed some Tupac, some Nas. But I agree, everybody's different, right, Jess? And you just have to find a way to be comfortable in the most uncomfortable situations out there. And speaking of being comfortable in the lineup, this kid's been ripping all of the free surfs. Lennox Smith up and riding his first ride of the heat. That's a beautiful second turn, but unfortunately just comes unglued riding out of it. Still 20 minutes on the clock, though, and really just trying to match the 617 of Casal so far. But, you know, we mentioned the different approaches into a heat, too. Some people tend to be slow starters. I feel like we're seeing one out there in the blue jersey with Smith.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of those guys who isn't really phased by much. He's very nonchalant about a lot of things. He's just cool, calm, and collected. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, he kind of dusts it off. He only ever really gets harder on himself if it's his fault, if it's purely his fault. And I think that is such an attribute to his competitiveness, because if you can stay that calm and try not let things phase you, like imagine falling on your first wave. So many people be like, oh, I wish I didn't fall, just then Lennox probably be like, oh, all right, well, next one. Like, he's just that kind of guy. He's got that very Aussie laid back. He spends a lot of time in Byron Bay these days, so he's kind of taken on that Byron Bay sense
Chill.
to him. Yeah, he's very chill. And he has to be with the huge waves that he's usually surfing or chasing around the world. But, yeah, I think that 3 probably would have answered back a lot nicer that he wanted to Leo's 6, but I don't think he's going to be too phased by it at this point.
Surfers are interesting creatures, aren't they, Jess?
Definitely.
I mean, as I mentioned before, everybody's different and they find their way to kind of get themselves into a rhythm or a mood. But overall, talking about Smith, that kid charges, been on the North Shore many years, and we've seen kids like Jake Lindemann also do that kind of thing and get to that path. But, I mean, just look at Jack Robinson's career. Originally, he was touted as the best free surfer in the world. Kid charged, knew how to surf real good waves, barreling waves overall, but you see a new generation kind of come through the same thing. If they want to take the same competitive approach that Freestone, Robinson have, I think a lot of them would eventually be successful. There's a reason why we have the qualifying series now in a regional based, and overall it just facilitates things with travel too.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a major factor to you can make a career by not putting a jersey on these days is social media. You can literally be like Noah Dean and just make surf videos and be one of the best surfers in the world. I am obsessed with Noah Dean's surf videos. He just released one called Horses, and it was just absolutely insane. And I think now this generation that I've come through, that these guys have come through, it's a whole different playing field because you don't have to be a good competitor. How many incredible surfers around the world are the best free surfers, but once you put a jersey on, they can't really do anything or show what they've got. So I think there's such a big ballpark for professional surfers now, and you don't have to win world titles to be classified as a professional surfer.
Here's Leo now, has the 617, up and over the whitewater. That's a great start for him once again. Much more aggressive on the second one. He's found his timing on this one, Jess, and just looking good, throwing some buckets of spray. Looking for a big closeout re-entry if he can get it, but he'll settle with just working his way through to the inside and making sure he's going to finish the wave off in the most positive of ways. It seems like he has done that right there. 16:45 to go. He has found his rhythm, and he is looking good early on in this heat.
Yeah, he looks great. He's such a powerhouse. He's got so much strength behind him, and it feels like he is quite calm as well. He seems to have that Lennox Smith energy about him, but maybe just that little bit more hungry and competitive, I want to say. Lennox is probably a little bit more laid back, but this wave was so beautifully surfed from start to finish. First turn, it's hard to project speed off those foam sections, so he's done well to just absolutely attack those first 2 sections. And then here, look how much water he's displacing through his turns. Just so much power, so much speed, and not once did he look like he was going to fumble or fall in this wave. He just looked so switched on start to finish, and he loved it. He loved it. He showed us he loved it, and I loved it too.
I love that little finger flip claim right there at the end. 15:50 on the clock, waiting for the score for Casal. Seems to be a strong one for him, at least going into his top 2 for sure. 3 points, the opener of Smith, and I saw Lennox's Instagram right before he was coming to the event. They didn't really have any boards because he got a last-minute wild card into the event right here. Just had to go to the actual JS factory, picked up a brand new hi-fi, and it seems like so far most of his equipment is working well from Jason Stevenson.
Yeah, definitely. He had a bit of a phase where he was trying out a lot of different boards. His previous shaper was working really well for him, but he just kind of was searching something more. I think certain relationships, it's the surf industry. Things always come to an end. People always chop and change brands, but Lennox really put the time into figuring his boards out and tried so many different brands, but actually stuck with it until he found a really good board and then compared all of the great boards he had and ended up on the JSs, and they're working beautifully for him.
Speaking of him, up and riding, looking for a projection down the line, won't get it there. 14:50 on the clock. It's been all Leo Casal so far right here in Heat 5 of the round of 16 at World Junior.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
The biggest event in Filipino surfing history, it's the World Junior Championships. Round of 16 of the men's, heat number 5 in the water. Leo Casal in the red from Florianopolis in Santa Catarina, Brazil. Lennox Smith from Australia is in the blue. Mitchell Salazar here with the co-owner of Murmur Mag. Lil Sis, Jesse Starling. Jess, great day so far. We are going to be running 16 heats in total today. Men's ER into the men's round of 16. A lot of great performances so far in what has consisted of one of the most important days in Asian surfing history.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a beautiful day. No complaints. We've had waves from start to finish. It's slowly dwindled, that swell, just kind of like we thought it was going to. The wind has puffed up that little bit like we thought it was going to as well, but nothing's really come in the way between our surfers and great surfing today. There has just been so many highlights, so many incredible moments that I think will go down in history of this event. And like you said, this is a huge day for Philippine surfing. Every day of this event window this is the biggest event they've ever had in surfing history over here. And unfortunately, we did lose our 2 Filipino hopefuls. We had Toby Esperon and Noah Arkfeld fall out of the draw, but I think this was an incredible platform for them to showcase their surfing, and it's only upwards for Filipino surfing.
Yeah, and just looking at the rest of the events that we have after this one, Jess, of course, having the longboard tour, the regional QS, right after this event here at Mona Lisa Point. But just looking in the future, of course, Siargao still the number 1 place to go to in terms of the quality of the waves and having the contest over there. But I wouldn't be surprised to eventually see a longboard championship tour event at the CT level. And you know, just talking to J.R. Esquivel, breaks here almost year-round. The only issue is that the best swells and the best directions tend to be this time of the year, and it's out of the scheduled timing for the longboard CT, but I feel like at least having a QS here year-round would be great.
Oh, definitely. It's a world-class wave. It deserves to have world-class surfers at it. It deserves to have consistent events. So many places in the Philippines deserves to have that as well. Siargao, we are so lucky to have it as a QS 5000, and for that event to be on our region is such a great platform for our surfers to practice that bow ride and get more comfortable surfing heavier, slabbier waves in a rashi, because once you do get to that top echelon, think of pipe, think of Tahiti, think of Fiji. You know, there's all these scary waves you can't be scared in when you're wearing the rashi. So yeah, I think that wave deserves high-class surfers as well all the time, because it makes for great entertainment too. But yeah,
you like to see carnage, don't you?
I do. I'm just a massive fan of surfing, just to put it plain and simple, and I love good surfing, and the Philippines produces great surfing when events come to town.
Could I go left at Cloud 9? Is that possible?
Yeah, there's a sick little left off Cloud 9. And actually, you would like this a lot. I'm not going to name it because I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name.
Okay.
But there's a left, the next peak down. If everyone thinks Cloud 9 is just the one wave and then that's it, there's 5 waves back to back to back next to Cloud 9, and they're all barreling. There's a perfect A-frame barreling peak just next to Cloud 9. I'm talking 100 meters across. You can paddle to it. And then there's a left point on the other side. It's what dreams are made of as a surfer. I'm not even kidding.
Speaking of dreams, aspirations, goals in life, Jess, Dan Emsley right there on screen. He's looking for his personal best result. Why are you laughing?
I thought you were going to ask me what my hopes and dreams were. I was like, oh, okay,
You've already,
here we go.
you're 22. You're saying you're old. You got a magazine. You're doing the broadcast with us. I think you've already ticked off most of your boxes.
My hopes and dreams are sorted.
Here's Leo now, the Heat leader, has a couple of sixes and has him comfortably in first, but he has just been really on point with his wave selection so far, and cruising down the line. It seems like that one won't improve on the 607 that he currently has in his scoreline. And coming from Floripa, a lot of good waves out there, especially the beach break side, but tends to consider his backhand his forte. Speaking of fortes, how's that opener for Smith? Throws the tail on the second one, too. That should score well. He loves it. Just under 9 minutes to go. He's making a comeback at the end of this heat right here.
Oh, that is just a glimpse of what Lennox Smith can do. That was very textbook. It kind of had you on the edge of your seat type of surfing. And Lennox, he just always looks loose and freed up and ready to go. And that wave was just beautiful from Lennox.
Show me the money. 8 minutes 20, needs a 9.24. I like it. We're talking about the combination maneuvers right there, but just diversity, how critical both of them were. He seems to be getting the very best wave of the heat so far.
It had shades of Winter Vincent. It had shades of that cool, calm and collected. You're not really sure what you're going to get, but you do know it's going to be great. Let's look at this wave from Leo, though. So we got a bit of a foam climb here. This wave never really let him open up like he wanted. A lot of foam in the face, a lot of down the line time. That was such a nice turn, though. He's so strong. The amount of water he disperses is incredible, but nothing of real consequence happened. This wave, though, beautifully bowled out from the start. Lennox just driving through a hard rail carve. And this turn here flares the fins at the top. Not once did he look like he was going to be not riding out. Gave us a little fist pump, said, all right, I like it too. And there it is, 8.17. Shades of Winter Vincent. He's probably got himself on that leaderboard.
Me like you. 407, what he needs now, Jess. And Peanut Gallery likes it. Marzi, Ellie Harrison, why not? 7 minutes, 15 to go. Good news for him, too. He recovers prior to before Casal gets out there. And now needing just over a 4-point ride. Not only very attainable, if you're Leo right now, you should be trying to improve the 607. Despite time winding down, we mentioned him being a slow starter. Smith back in the heat right here, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. This is what I was talking about. He's never phased. You know, he was needing a 9 and just kind of found himself sitting and waiting for that right moment just to push and pull and figure it out. And Lennox, 8.17, 2 turns. That is really excellent surfing there. Only needs a 4, has priority. This is almost best case scenario at this point in the heat for him to try and answer back. But right now it's just the pressure cooker. Can he do it?
Well, he's got a double up to work with right here. Gaining speed down the line, looking for something big. This wave not cooperating. Forced to kick out. Use priority right there. And the ball is in Casal's favor right now on his side of the court. Mentioned Leo being a top 100 surfer on the Challenger Series last year. The kid has done very well internationally too. 3rd place finish in O-side last year here at the World Juniors. Won a Pro Junior event in Sydney last year though, over some of the competition that we're seeing right here in this event. So the kid knows how to handle pressure, Jess. He needs to be able to be and keep Lennox Smith off of the best wave in these next 5:45 on the clock.
Yeah, it is a pretty tall task. Thinking that he only needs a 4, you're going to have to think there's going to be multiple waves that would produce a 4 that is going to come through. So I don't think Leo is going to be able to keep him off every single opportunity in the next 5.5 minutes, considering how many waves have been rolling through. The one thing I do think Leo can do is improve on one of his 6s. Make Lennox's number go up. That's going to change everything, because needing a 4 to needing a 6 are 2 very different looking waves. So if he can find one and just get himself an 8 that's going to edge Lennox's number up, it could be game over. It's going to be a very different end to this heat.
You see all the athletes right there in the competitor zone. 5 minutes to go. They are very much in tune with what they're liking out there in the ocean, and why not? One of the best heats of the round so far. Casal, Smith, and a late start for Lennox Smith, but he has the best wave of the heat so far, an 8.17. Only needs above a 4, and just under 5 minutes to go. Needs to be able to sell Casal a dummy right here in these next 4.5. Casal, though, as I mentioned before, an excellent competitor. been around for a long time, still only 20 years of age. But this is where you make your money, Jess. You're a competitor. You need to be able to close out heats. Gonna try to keep Smith off of this wave. Seems like it might have potential down the line. That's a big start for Leo right there. Looking to improve on a 6. Let's see if he can stay with it. He can. That'll be all she wrote on that one, though. 4 minutes to go. And oh boy, does it get up into the 6:07 mark, Jess? 4:07, what Leno needs at the moment.
Oh, it was a beautiful turn. I was kind of thinking big mistake here at the start, but this section really attacks it later all on the line. There was a lot of power, a lot of energy in that wave, and he matched it. And I think the judges are going to love it. One turn for a 6:07. Yeah, I think for the amount of power that was in that turn, the question mark is definitely there. Lennox, however, now has priority, has 3.5 minutes. 4:07 isn't a lot. I think if he gets the score, he only just eclipses it, so the score's only ever so slightly going to go up. So the 4 still super attainable for Lennox. It's just he needs to, I've been talking about how cool, calm and collected he is. He actually needs to make sure he stays that for the next 3 minutes so he can get himself that 4 he's looking for.
Just under. It's in the mid-5s, a 5.57 to be exact. Now, was that a paddle from Smith? Was Casal out there, first of all? That's the real question right there. So the situation for him, still needing the 4:07. Seems like a couple of closeouts rolled through right there. Wasn't able to pull the trigger. And with just under 3 minutes to go, needs to be on something soon. He's going to go on this. Could be his last effort in this heat. That's a solid wrap to start things off. Wave going kind of soft, though. Needs this one to steepen up on the inside. A lot of frothy foam on this one. 2.5 on the clock. Did he do enough on that wave to get the 4:07? Oh, boy. Jess, to be a judge right now.
No, thank you. I don't want to be a judge right now. This is the tussle I love about this heat, though. Look at this car. Really beautiful. I feel like Lennox, for the first time ever, almost looked frantic before he paddled into this wave. Maybe if he had to just capitalize on that second section, we might have seen it go up, but my initial thoughts were no, it's not going to get there. It's come in at a 3.53, so needs a 4.07. 2 minutes on the clock. You're going to have to think Leo is going to get himself out there with priority. Here he is. The tussle continues.
6:07, what he's looking to improve on. Solid start right there from the Brazilian. Good combination on the backhand. Smaller wave, though, but he did his job. He kept Smith off of it. Marzi up on his feet for his good friend Leno. 90 seconds. There's a couple of lines rolling through. And got to appreciate the judges right there, Jess, because they did their job just under the requirement. And as you said, it could have capitalized a bit more on the second section. He has a chance right here, though. 1 minute 20, 4:07, what he needs. Opens up with the carve. Much better right there. Releases the fins. Looking for a big closeout at the end. He gets it. Nice little layback finish. He's pumped. The crowd in the athletes area loves it. 60 seconds to go. Enough time for Leo to potentially catch one more wave on the outside. What a heat, Jess. I mean, looking at the middle part of the round, these guys are very, very well matched. Two of the top seeds in this round right here. Leo, number 3 in the world last year at this event. He was looking to go one better this year and make it into the final. Although we are 35 seconds away from him potentially being knocked out in the round of 16.
Yeah, I really loved that last wave from Lennox. I'm trying to not let my Australian come out of me, because I just thought 3, if you think about what a 4 is, it had the wave height it needed. It had 3 turns on it with a critical end section. Looked like he even potentially ran over Leo on that last section to make sure that he got that turn. But yeah, it was funny when it panned to that athletes area. It looked like half the competitors area were they were elated. They were so excited for the score, and then the other half were just stone cold straight face. They were just not having it. So it's definitely undecided in the athletes area. Scores are coming in, though. It's looking good.
And it'll be enough. It's a 6.53. Smith, right at the end of the heat, turns it around, takes away the W. And Leo Casal, despite a strong performance, is eliminated right here in the round of 16. You don't necessarily have to win every single exchange, Jess. You just need to be on top of the leaderboard when the buzzer sounds. That's what Smith did right there. A great heat by both gentlemen. Lennox into the quarterfinals, though.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see Lennox in those quarterfinals. I feel like he did surf in that heat that gave me shades of Winter Vincent. I know I mentioned it before, but I think he right now to me seems to be the guy that could be that matchup that Winter's looking for. Let's take a look back at this wave. It was a 6.53, so it was a bit of a late takeoff. I was nervous at this point, but beautiful hard rail carve. Kicked the fins out on that second section. At that point I thought, oh no, it's not enough, but then lays it in for that last turn. It was always going to be the score. Got the fist bump from Lennox, the Beagle, as us Australians like to call him. So he's made it through quarterfinals.
I thought you said he was like a baby Labrador one.
He is. I was trying to change up the dog breeds, but he's a Beagle.
Could potentially be a Rottweiler too. He's into the quarterfinals. He's going to chat with Stace in just a bit. Be right back with Heat 6, Thompson Emsley, about to hit the lineup here at Mona Lisa Point.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
A back and forth heat, the last one between Leo Casal and Lennox Smith, who will be chatting with Stace Galbraith in just a bit. Well, get the soft tissues out, because this is going to be not only a tough one to watch, also a great battle among some of the heavyweights in the event. Luke Thompson taking on his fellow South African Daniel Emsley. It's crazy how much they match up against each other, but that's the thing about seeding, Jess. A lot of these two surfers, not only very evenly skilled, evenly matched when it comes to the rankings too.
Oh, definitely. This is, one of those ones where it's going to bring a tear to someone's eye at the end. They're just best of mates, these two. They travel everywhere together, whether it's the Challenger Series, the QS, the Junior Tour like we are here. And it's kind of sad to see them match up so early on, because they probably had high expectations to be like, yeah, we'll meet in the final. And then they drew each other in the very first round. Luke obviously getting the jump on Daniel, and then Daniel surfed an incredible heat in the elimination round earlier today. But now they're back facing off again together again. So I think, they're probably used to it by now. Like you mentioned, they spend a lot of time competing against each other. But it never gets easier surfing against your friends.
Not at all. 26:10 on the clock, waiting to see if somebody will get things going right here. It seems like both of them will be caught inside. Lennox Smith with a big return at the end of that heat, Stace.
That's right, Mitchell. The Beagle, Len again. Mate, wow.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Wrapped.
Underrated word.
Yeah, mate, I'm that wrapped. Oh, still shaking actually. That was crazy. Can't believe I got that lucky that last one. That good.
You're wrapped now, but how Devon were you when you heard you got a 3.5 for that carve on the wave prior? You really needed to do a turn rather than chase it, you goose.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a Mickey, but you just got to cop them ones sometimes, and yeah, mate, last one came, so stoked on that.
Absolutely, mate. I know everyone back at home will be watching, tuning in, getting some texts from all the boys already. You want to sing them all out?
Yeah, shout out to the
Out of body boys, my nan and pop, all the nans and pops actually. Me mum, brothers, sister, everyone. Shout yous out, frothing.
Poor Nans and Pop, mate. They were screaming like we were up here after you did that turn on that wave before. Give us a bit more insight into what it's like at this level and how hard you have to be on yourself, but then how sometimes it can absolutely ruin you.
Yeah, I don't even know, to be honest. It's that the whole time I was like thinking, oh, I just need a wave, and it wasn't really happening for me. And then I got that 8 and I was like, oh, I'm back in. And then I was like, oh, I just need a 4 now. And then 3, 5, and I was like, oh my God, what am I doing right now? And I was, just lucky that last one came and had to pull through.
Can we get a little rendition of the claim on the 8, just for the camera?
Yeah, I don't really claim, but I was, a bit stoked.
bit of a mick.
Yeah, had to throw one in there, why not? Everyone else does.
Yeah, absolutely they do, mate. Everyone's taking the mickey. Hey, look, you got in as a wild card. You had that moment then. You're going to take that energy through the rest of this comp?
Yeah, 100% on that. I'm wrapped. Absolutely wrapped.
Lennox Smith is wrapped. Thank you very much, Mitchell. Thank you, Jesse. Congratulations, Lennox. You're doing everyone proud, mate. Well done.
What does wrapped even mean,
That was
Jess?
the most Australian interview I've ever seen
I know.
in my life.
It almost might be dangerous every time we have Stace down there with an Aussie. I feel like they're just going to be speaking in slang the whole time.
I literally was watching that going, I don't reckon anyone else would understand what's going on. Wrapped pretty much means stoked.
Okay.
I'm so wrapped, But you can't say, oh no, you can't say that, never mind. But yeah, I was listening, he's like,
what were
the
you
Mickey.
thinking of?
He was like, oh, that was such a Mickey. I was like, mistake. Like translating it in my head. I actually am bilingual. I speak English and Australian.
A completely different language over there. 23 minutes on the clock, but good to hear from Leno Smith and just how excited he was to take that one out, especially after having to make a big comeback right there in the last 12 minutes of that heat. Back to the one in the water. Heat number 6, round of 16. Thompson opened up with a strong turn on the outside. Meanwhile, Emsley had a couple of quick waves there, Jess, but it's really going to come down to the 4, 6, 7 in this opening exchange for the Surfer in Red.
Yeah, that was one beautiful turn from Luke. There was a big section in front of him. What probably would have looked like quite a scary section in front of him as well going into that, and just full attack mode, just put it all on the line. I thought he almost was going to get, as the whitewater came down, it looked like it may have bounced him off, but he regained and got himself that 4, 6, 7 for one big turn. That's setting the bar pretty well for Luke right now. 2 of those. Be looking at a pretty healthy score.
Yeah, and Thompson coming from Cape Town, one of the coldest places to surf in worldwide, Jess really appreciates it when he comes to a tropical spot like here in the Philippines. And from a different part of the country is Daniel Emsley, East London, South Africa, where he's from. Also some great waves on offer, but 2 of the best travel buddies you'll find out there. And as you mentioned before, despite them matching up quite often on both the regional QS and of course here on the Junior Tour and on the Challenger Series, these 2 will support each other regardless of the outcome, and it's really nice to see that kind of camaraderie, especially when you need it out there in the most difficult moments in somebody's career. At the end, you got to appreciate the simple things in life, right? Making sure that you're there for your friends, but at the end, enjoying those big moments with them just like you would the losses.
Oh, definitely. I feel like it would sting the very first moment it happened, and you just think, oh, I wish I made that heat. But when you see your friends succeed, it's just the best feeling, when you really love your friends and you know how much they put in and how hard it is to get results in such big scales like this. It is an awesome feeling just to watch on and see them succeed. And yeah, Luke and Daniel, they're, like you said, the best of mates. And I think I had a funny chat with Luke earlier. He said that they, he was like, oh, we drew each other again. I was like, I saw, but you know what? Like, if any mates are going to get over it, it's you two. They're just so lovable for each other. And Luke took the mickey, as Lennox Smith would say, and said, oh, we're actually going to move out from each other's place. We're not going to stay together anymore. And I was like, oh, who's getting the bill? He said, whoever wins the heat. And I was like, oh, there we go. It's a good little play for this one. But yeah, I doubt it. I doubt they're actually going to leave each other's sides. These 2 are just hand in hand all the time. I love it.
What does take the mickey mean?
Take the mickey is like, I don't know how to say it without not saying it on the broadcast.
Okay, we'll leave that one alone then. But you didn't know what right on meant the other day, right?
I did know what right on meant, but if I'm being completely honest, I thought it was like, how there's that Australian thing where people who are not from Australia think Australia say throw a shrimp on the barbie. Like, yeah. I've never heard one person say that in my life. I thought that was right on, was the the American version of throw a shimmer on the Barbie the first time, and you're like, right on. I was like, whoa, that's actually a thing. That's so cool.
I think like our version of throwing a shrimp on the Barbie would be like, get me a burger or like get me a hot dog or something like that.
Burger.
But we don't say that either.
Lots to learn in this life.
A lot, and I think there's a lot of common misconceptions about it, especially among the surfing community. Here's Emsley now, looking to answer back. A bit behind that section, that's going to be a throwaway for Dan. Still really just the 4.67 in play at the moment, and we talk about such a big and broad country like South Africa. A very diverse culture, first of all, diverse scenarios when it comes to the waves and how much difference there is in water temperatures in different parts of the country too. But their surfing scene has still been just as big as it's been before. The only thing I would say that is lacking is maybe just a larger presence when it comes to the WCT.
Yeah, I 110% agree with you on that. I think the amount of talented surfers coming out of this region and how little there are on the championship tour CT is a little bit, a bit of a scratch your head moment. But how is that actually possible? Because the talent pool is huge. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting time for the South Africans and how quickly or how much they can capitalize on this really talented generation coming through, and if we can see them get to that big stage, because right now, looking at Daniel Emsley's last heat and Luke Thompson, just how incredible surfers they are, there is no reason that with the talent that these two guys have, they can't get there. It just takes the community, the headspace, all the hard work in the off season. There is no reason why we can't see these two guys on the tour in 3 to 5 years' time.
It's a massive region too when you think of it as a whole too. Africa as the WSL regions are involved. Senegal has had events in the past. Of course, Morocco in the northern part of Africa. A lot of quality waves over there, but the majority of the surfing epicenter tends to be in South Africa. So when you look at how large the region actually is, it tends to be quite difficult for them to travel to a lot of these places, especially when it comes to these big international events. Speaking of big boys, Huck right there, Ryan Huckabee, Flagler Beach, Florida, represented well by the surfer in red coming up. Get your popcorn out, ladies and gents, because that is going to be a banger of a heat. Ryan Huckabee, Bronson Mady, both of them standouts. We haven't seen Huck since the opening round. Mady won his elimination round heat against Luke Swanson earlier today. And just looking at the talent pool we have at this event alone, Jess, South Africans, surfers from North America, South America overall. I mean, really looking at who's going to be eventually not only on the championship tour, who's going to be a championship tour winner at the end of the season too.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling, the amount of talent, what we've got going on. Paul Evans is giving me mind-blowing signals. It is mind-blowing, you're right.
Well, he's waiting for a European champ is what he's waiting for.
Yes, would love a European champ. No, I think it's really great to see just the camaraderie that this event is bringing together as well between all of the juniors, and it's great to see how much it's lifting every year. Daniel is having a little bit of a different heat this heat, though, compared to his last one. He had almost a perfect heat. The scores weren't perfect, but he improved on every single wave. He threw away good scores.
The way he surfed it, yeah.
It was just a very smart served heat start to finish, so I feel like he's 16 minutes into this one and almost looking a little bit lost.
Well, you know what happens? You tend to surf against your best friends. There's a lot of different kind of emotions going through your head right now, too. You're probably thinking that you need to surf your best heat ever just because you're going up against somebody that you see quite often, how talented they are, how much work they put into it, as you mentioned before. But he wants to get going, Jess. On the inside, underneath priority of Luke Thompson. Good start, much better second turn. That was committed right there. A lot of variation on the rail for Emsley. Surfer from East London, looking for a big closeout re-entry. Maybe not the biggest one, but he'll try to get a 2-for-1 right there at the end. But it should be one of the best waves of the heat, if not the best of the heat, just under the 16-minute mark, Jess.
Yeah, that second turn was really spicy, wasn't it? It had a lot of push, a lot of grunt in it. You could see he was almost a bit frustrated, and I feel like he oozed that out onto the wave. A 2.25 is what he was looking for. That wave was so beautiful. Let's break it down and look at it again. So he scratched into this one. I almost thought, why is he going this? But Bowley section here tags that first section, kind of fumbles, but comes around this one. just love it. The torque through the top of the turn. Came round for full roundhouse here. Just a bit of a momentum getter to come through to this inside section. He tagged it, maybe got a little bit too hungry for that last section. Could have just tagged it, finished it there. I don't think that last fall is really going to come into play with the majority of that score because all the damage was really done on those first 2 turns. But yeah, great start. Great proper start in this heat for Daniel.
Yeah, you get judged based off of what you did and not what you can do, right? So they'll be scoring him accordingly to what they saw on that wave right there. But I love the commitment on the second turn, and I just really like how explosive he can get into the lip too. But we are talking about one of the smaller surfers in terms of stature in the event. He can do that with his low center of gravity. Looking to take the lead in these last 14:30 on the clock. It's the Battle of the Safas out there in the round of 16.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Back at the Philippines for the World Junior Championships. It's Mitchell Salazar here with the co-owner of Murmur Mag, Jesse Starling, Luke Thompson, Daniel Emsley in the water out there. The 2 surfers representing the Republic of South Africa here in the round of 16. Jess, before we went to break, we were waiting on a score for Dan Emsley. Comes through as the second best of the heat of 4.33. Momentarily has him in the lead with 12.5 minutes on the clock. Seems like waves have gone quite silent out there the last few minutes, and Thompson really since getting his opening ride in the first few minutes looking for another 4.67 or something better. This was during the break. Emsley.
Really lovely first turn. Luke was actually looking at this wave and Daniel just caught the back end of it. Got a third roundhouse in here. It might get down into cutback territory, but he's looking for an inside bowl. He's hunting for more, but not quite much more on offer there. Nice first turn though, and it looks like Luke might be going down.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe a bit off timing right there was Thompson, 11:50 on the clock. And at the moment, Emsley looking to improve his scoreline, back up to 4.33 if he can. And Thompson just a throwaway right there, a quick one. Another look right here, Jess.
Yeah, beautiful first turn, just like I mentioned. Love this carve back. This was smart surfing from Daniel for him to be able to find this wave under priority to try and build on his previous score, which was that 4.33, to apply that little bit more pressure to Luke. It was actually really smart competitive surfing, so I feel like that score, he's looking to better a 2.43. It's going to make Luke probably chase what's going to be potentially around that 4-point mark. For someone of Luke's talent, that's not a massive score, but as a broader, it's like surfer IQ, heat IQ type of conversation, that was a really smart play by Daniel.
Just getting things going, making sure that he was backing up his 4 that he already has. Bronson Mady, one of the most talented surfers on the planet right there on screen. He's going to be coming up in what could potentially be the heat of the round right here in the round of 16 against Florida's Ryan Huckabee. U.S. versus Indonesia. Must-see TV coming up right there, Jess.
Yeah, this is exciting, this next heat. 2 very different surfers as well. You see Bronson, he's that air guy. He rides the epoxies. He's very light, very springy. where Ryan's just this powerhouse. And on that first day, he kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting the performance that we got from Ryan. It was strong power surfing, no breaks. It was all systems go. And if he can bring that game into every single one of his heats, he's going to be pretty good. He's going to look pretty solid, you'd think, to go all the way, or to at least try and get to himself all the way. But the two different styles that's going to come in that heat, that's going to be a really interesting one for the judges to compare and see how or what they like better.
I'm almost even more excited to not be in the booth for it and just appreciate it as a fan. Huckabee has made back-to-back finals on the regional QS. First full year last year on the Challenger Series. Should be very exciting stuff. 9:40 on the clock. The last of Emsley comes through, and it is the best of the heat of 5-5. That means that Thompson now needing at least a 5-1-7 to retake the lead. We always talk about facing not only your best friends, your travel partners tend to be the most difficult heats out there. I always go back to what Chick Marshall always says. You don't necessarily have to be the best surfer in the event or on the planet. You just need to be the best surfer in the time that they give you out there to compete. Yeah. So 30 minutes, that's your goal. Just beat your opponent, Jess.
Talk about keeping it simple. That is literally it. That is basically comp surfing summed up. Thank you, Jake Marshall. I absolutely love that. And to be fair, it doesn't really matter who's in the water, because the whole goal is to make that heat or to make that round. And if it's your best friend or your worst enemy, at the end of the day, you still have to beat them at some point to take. Obviously, these guys wanted to meet a little later in the draw, but round of 16 is where it happened for them. And both of them, you'd think, are going to put their best foot forward and put up a real fight. Daniel's got a real competitor head on him right now. I feel like we're getting shades of that last heat where Daniel's the kind of Leo who's got a real competitive nature about him. He's making smart decisions. He's catching lots of waves. Where Luke is playing that Lennox Smith card of that sit and wait. Doesn't always work, but sometimes when it does work in your favor, it's great. It's a bit more of the gamble out of the two strategies, I'd say.
You know, it's really funny. I tried to get Thompson in during Emsley's heat in the elimination round, just to talk about, them being best friends and travel partners. He said, you know what? I was supposed to caddy for Dan. I'm going to stay down here if it's okay with you. Next thing you know, he did that. He was there to support his friend. They're surfing against each other hours later after that. And, it just goes to show you, on land, it's one thing. In the water, you're obviously trying to beat the other person. But in the end, that friendship goes a long way. And these are the friendships that you're going to keep for the rest of your life, Jess.
Oh, they'll look back at this and laugh one day, And like I said, it'll sting in the moment, and then it'll feel good later, whoever gets through this, to watch their mate succeed and make another round. Luke's up, though.
Quick one there for Thompson, and Emsley went over the fall, so I don't know if he's out there in position to recover priority or not, but with 7:20 on the clock, Thompson might try to break away and get a score underneath Emsley's positioning right now. Yeah, they're both caught inside, so this is actually a good situation if you're Thompson right now, Jess. Nobody's established priority at the moment. 7 minutes to go, and luckily for him, still needing the 5.17 or better. The issue is, though, you do need to be on a wave to get that score. Here he goes. Frothier one, bigger drop. Looking for the open face, gets into the lip once. That's a great start for Luke. Talk about style, he has it. Smith shapes, looks good underneath his feet. Wants to get on rail, a little hung up right there, though. Needs more, try to recover, and just fumbled it at the end. So potentially still looking to get the 5.17 or better, Jess, and with 6.5 to go, try to improve on the 4.67. Still have doubts about that, though.
Yeah, I have some doubts about that wave for sure. 5.17 for someone of his caliber is literally nothing, but Daniel's trying to answer back here.
Yeah, another one with a good amount of froth on the face. That's a great start for Dan. Deep bottom turn. Nothing crazy so far on this one. Much better right there in the pocket for Emsley. Looking to make it back onto the open face. He does. And this is really where you make that money in these kind of rounds. Goes for the layback right there at the end. He loves it. And just talk about being able to stay composed, stay true to yourself on a real important wave against one of your best buddies. He made sure to stay on his feet at the end of this one, Jess.
Yeah, he's played a really smart game this heat, just surfing for himself, not surfing against his best friend. And he's just really found the waves that have let him open up. He's gotten better every single wave, like that last one. That turn was beautiful in the pocket. This is where it really starts to get that confidence. It grows a little bit more down the line here for that end section turn, which was just money. It was absolutely beautiful. I love when we get to see how much they love it as well. We got the point to the sky, the look back to the judges, kind of be like, how you like them apples? So, yeah, Daniel, he's looking to better a 4.33, and the question is definitely there.
Well, guess what? I got a number. How do you like them apples? 5 minutes to go. Emsley looking to replace the 4.33. Got to be thinking he at least does that, but not only is that the situation where you earn your salary, it was a situation where Thompson didn't improve and get the score, so it's really a double payback for Thompson right there. Emsley's going to extend his positioning. The last of Luke comes through as a 4.7, so still needing at least a 5.14, although we're still waiting on the last of Dan.
Like I mentioned, it truly does look like Daniel's not surfing a heat against his best friend. He looks like he's surfing a heat against trying to better his last one. He looks like he's trying to improve himself, not get caught up in the competitions or the emotions that it's super easy to get caught up in when you are in a heat against your best friend. It doesn't feel good. The cold hard facts are it sucks surfing heats against your best friend, but if you can take what looks like Daniel's done and really just focus on himself and just try and better his performance wave after wave, it becomes a pretty different ballpark for these guys, and he's just bettered his last wave. There it is, a 6.17 to back up that 5.5, or the other way around, actually, I should say. But 4 minutes to go, he's found himself in a really great position with now Luke Thompson looking for a 6.97.
Yeah, let's call it a 7-point ride with Thompson each right there, just under 4 minutes to go. If there is one equalizer that Luke has in comparison to Dan, not to say that Dan doesn't have it, but Thompson's air game is quite strong, and I'd have to say that out of the field that we have right now, he could be top 5 in that kind of sense, Jess, and could potentially be looking for it right now. The one thing I will say, though, on the last few waves that they have ridden, a bit choppier on the face, much harder to actually find a ramp out there at this moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think if someone wants to challenge that statement, though, it'd probably be Bronson Mady in that next heat. He's probably going to try and find himself a ramp or something. Looks like Luke is out the back. Have another paddle into this one.
Could potentially be his last-ditch effort. Thompson, larger wave, up and over the white water, a bit off so far at the beginning of this wave. Bigger section, throws the layback dagger. He loves it, and why not? 6.97, what he needs with just another 3 minutes to go. Little stuck coming off of the first bottom turn, Jess, but recovered well.
Yeah, he loved this one. This was a big size set. Haven't seen a wall this steep and this big for a while. That first section didn't probably connect with it like he wanted, but that second one lays into it. Just the fins were tight on the claim. I love it. And Luke Thompson asking the question to the judges, is that the 6.97 you're looking for?
Well, if it ain't the 7 he needs, it at least improves on the 4.7. Luckily for him, enough time, 2 minutes 20. Emsley has improved on his last 2 rides, 5.5, 6.17 respectively. And now, as you mentioned, posing the question is Thompson for the judges. 6.97 or better isn't enough to take the lead. Let's talk about that opening round heat too. Real close between the two of them. They actually tied. The tiebreaker was with Luke Thompson. He had the best wave out of the heat. And because of that, he made it into this round right here. Talk about another back and forth affair, another close one. Always tends to happen amongst these two surfers.
I feel like when you tie break, it just makes it, especially with these two guys who are best mates and they tied together, it just makes it that little bit more awkward because Daniel actually did enough to technically have the numbers to win that heat. It's just that that higher wave score did go to Luke. So I just think these guys have such a tussle between the two of them, but he's not going to like the sound of the numbers of the last one for Luke. 7-point ride, and he's found himself looking for a 5.54, 1 minute 20. This is a tussle right now, Mitch.
Look at how close the scores are. I mean, just barely got this score in the last dying minutes of it, too. 1 minute 10. Priority with Dan Emsley. Taking another look at the 7-point ride. Needed a 6.97, Jess.
Yeah, this was just beautiful. I think the wave size, it was so big, so cupped out, so bowly. That turn was huge. One of the biggest turns we've seen today, and he just belted it. And to think he's a pretty tall guy. That wave was pretty solid on him. Daniel, though, he's up and riding.
Yeah, now needs a 5.54. Trying to redirect. Going into that section that tends to steepen up on the inside. Got to stick with it, though. Looking for the 2-for-1. Tough section at the end. Manages to ride out of it. Needs a 5.54. 30 seconds. We did not see the beginning of that wave. We shall see it during the replay, though. Peanut Gallery in the athlete zones likes it, though, Jess.
Yeah, first that foam climb down the line. That's a good looking second turn there. He only needs a 5.54. He knows what that feels like. There's the car back. This is where we caught up. So we came in with this redirect here. Bounces it off the foam and then went hunting down the line for this 2-for-1. There's that first carve. Gets himself up, and with the finish, he's done everything right, Mitch. He's actually ticked all the boxes on that wave. It was just if there was enough spark and pizzazz that it's going to get the judges across the line for that 5.54.
Going to be a close finish right here. Will it be Thompson? Will it be Emsley? Waiting on scores. See the emotions right there on screen. And it's not enough for young Dan Emsley. Comes short as a 4.57. So maybe just a lack of critical sections on the outside here, Jess.
Yeah, I just think there wasn't that one moment that was going to get it over the line. It was really well put together from both turns, from this surfer all the way through. But yeah, I just think there wasn't just that one special moment. It was a lot of great turns put together, but it was kind of a put together wave. You know, we wanted to see a bigger moment here, but Daniel Emsley should be so proud of himself this event and the performances he put on throughout the rounds.
An outstanding battle between good buddies Thompson, Emsley. This way, not only do both of them have to really determine who sleeps outside tonight, Thompson will be having to pay for dinner outside too. Luke Thompson taking the win. He's into the quarterfinals. We'll see Dan Emsley on the Challenger Series later this year. Coming up, special guests joining Paul Evans and Jesse Mendez.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crusts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
And welcome back to the World Junior Championships from the beautiful shores of the Philippines. Having a look at a stacked heat, penultimate heat of this round of 16. Who's going to our fourth quarter final? The Big Floridian, Ryan Huckabee, taking on Bronson Medi, very highly rated young Indonesian surfer. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendez and a very special guest representing the right coast, Owen Moss. Welcome, mate.
Thank you, thank you. Stoked to be here.
You guys are doing good. You got a squad coming here from the East Coast. You're representing, you're supporting each other. How's your vibe between the crew and how you feeling about this heat for Ryan?
Yeah, no, it's been good. We all just been feeding off each other, and yeah, we're all just hopefully keep it rolling. And yeah, I think this can be a good heat.
Seen a bit of a change in conditions out there, Jesse, from a couple of heats we called that was kind of, I mean, head high was generous. Right now, it looks like it's kind of pumping, pulsing.
I know, and that's great for the surfers out there because you get a lot of opportunity and you can maybe roll the dice in a few more waves and maybe have a few mistakes and still back it up. But then you have hits like Owens with Brian that the waves were pretty slow and you guys basically had the first 10 minutes of the heat without any waves.
Yeah, for sure. No, that was a tough one in my heat. Really slow. There we go.
Yeah, opening wave hit for Ryan. What do we make of this? It was a sort of sluggish entry, but he fired up through this inside.
Yeah, and it's funny enough because that wave seems to kind of die and never really picks back up. But this one, it seems like it gave him a nice closeout section right there, and he just
sick.
Great amplitude on that turn, and that's what he's so good at. He just makes everything look so solid and big. And it's a good point
sure.
of difference from obviously younger, smaller people than him. So big advantage there for him.
And this was Bronson's wave. A big wrap there. And just kind of ran out of room a little bit. Loved the glide on the foam climb to set him up, but couldn't quite get to that section in time, could he? But a great looking matchup. Two different statures for sure. Bronson will look to show some of that electrifying stuff. But Ryan's form has been great, mate. He's had a really good season. He's looking really strong and super confident as well.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, to compete against Ryan it's tough because he can go to the air. He can do a big layback. It's pretty gnarly. It's like
signature turn.
He can take off on a closeout and either do a huge layback or a big air. So it's like it's a tough person to surf against for sure.
And what about this matchup with Bronson? What do you make of him? He's one of those surfers with that X factor. Can kind of do anything at any stage.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think Bronson's like he's one of those surfers. He's kind of like when he gets into that free surf mode, he starts doing really well. And yeah, I mean, I think like if he can get in a rhythm, he's going to be pretty gnarly for sure.
All right, let's go down and check in with the winner of the last heat, an all-South African encounter. It's Luke Thompson with Stay Scale Break.
Thank you, Paul. Luke, tough heat coming against one of your best mates, but there's a silver lining to it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Dan met his heat this morning, he came and I was like, bro, like, let's look at the heat, maybe they're out, and he was like, bro, we got each other. So that was like obviously a tough call because it's both of our last events as a junior. But I mean, I was saying to you now, like, I can't really think of like a better way for one of us to have gone out as like surfing a last heat against each other, which we've been surfing comps since we were like 10 years old. It's just, yeah, unfortunate we had to draw against each other, but at the end of the day, you got to get the job done. Dan was surfing so well. I was kind of against grain the whole heat, and I was just thinking like, come on, just give me an opportunity, let me like have some lip, and then finally got it towards the end there. So pretty stoked to get it going, but yeah.
Talk to us about the conditions. It's 100 foot out there.
Yeah, before our heat, there was like bombs coming in deep. That's where everyone was getting our scores. And we paddled out, and I like paddled way down the beach, got out there, and I was like, flip, bro, it's like huge. Before the heat even started, Dan got like the biggest set in his head, and we were actually just laughing at each other. We were like, bro, like you got washed pretty much halfway in, and we were just laughing. And then it got pretty serious. But it's tricky conditions, but it's super fun still. Like, definitely surf way worse waves in the comp. So yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. The conditions are good. The bigger waves are obviously a bit fatter, but the small underneath ones, which you were able to identify, were really good. But talk to us about surfing heat with someone like Daniel. He's had a really good read on this wave, maybe one of the better reads. You kind of look like you had your head on a swivel out there.
Yeah, Dan's kind of been on rhythm like this whole event. Like even yesterday we surfed out here and it was like 2 foot. And he got like 5/8 underneath my priority. I was like, the only thing I could win out there was a paddle battle. But yeah, I kind of was just like, my plan was to pretty much just like box smart with him. And then I didn't really do that until like 5 minutes ago. And I was like, okay, this is the beat where Dan's sitting. And went and sat there. He was surfing amazing. So yeah.
Do you want to say hello to everyone back at home?
Yeah, thanks to everyone supporting back at home. Lots of messages. Thanks to my coach, my family, everyone watching. Yeah, I really appreciate all the support and stoked to be in the quarters. Hopefully we can keep this going, keep the rhythm alive.
That's right, Luke Thompson down to the final 8. Lekker, brew. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, shot stays. Well done, Luke. Always tough with friends come up against each other, but really entertaining heat. And opportunities for both of them. Luke Thompson will look to carry that galvanised South African support into the quarterfinals. 22.5 on the clock here. Get caught up with scores. That 5-6-7 from the opening exchange. The best of it so far. And really coming down to that last turn, you'd say, Jess, on that way for Ryan.
Yeah, that was just that one big turn to finish it up, and that was solid. Like there's no downtime for him. He's always on his foot, making the right decisions and capitalizing on the moments he has, and that's what he did in that first wave.
So our tide, which only happens once a day here, a diurnal tide regime, looks like pretty close to high because it's completely filled over the reef, like all of a sudden, and that's just really helped this swell come in. Loads more energy unloading on the reef here, and it's exactly what this day needed to finish off really strong. We've got this heat to bring you in another before we've settled all of our quarterfinalists. We've got Owen Moss in the booth. He's watching his mate Ryan Huckabee. He's going all right so far in this. We've mentioned it, but it's worth revisiting. All you guys from the East Coast, first time that's happened, the men's team all from that part, not Californian here. What's that about? Is that a new wave of change? Is that just the way things worked out? You guys are coming on strong.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I think it's just age. Like we had to compete against all like the San Clemente kids. Like a lot of them, like a couple of them qualified and stuff like that, and kind of just been like the changing of the guard really. I think that's the main thing. Like, we're getting to that point where it's like we're just pushing each other, and now there's like a younger generation of like a bunch of Californians and stuff like that. But I think it's just age. We're all getting the top of the age group, and yeah, now we're all here. So yeah.
And what are you making of your experience over here in the Philippines so far? Obviously, you're stoked to be through the quarters, but what do you think aside from that, away from the event?
Yeah, no, this place has been sick. I didn't really know what to expect, honestly. I never really heard of this part of the Philippines, honestly, and yeah, it's been fun, honestly. Like, the wave's really good and like high performance, and the wind's been blowing into the rights a lot, so it's like it gives us some opportunity for some big airs and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty sick. I think it's pretty exciting probably to watch too.
Lots of surfing opportunities up and down the coast, and relatively for 24 men, 24 women, that's not that many surfers compared to a lot of events you do. So actually a bunch of waves and able to catch a bunch of waves as well.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think like out here the best thing you can do is kind of like try to get in that free surf mindset and just get in rhythm, because you kind of just got to roll the dice on a lot of these waves. They all look really similar, and it's just whether or not they end up being good waves.
I think it's a great opportunity for me to pick his brain since he's been in the water so much. But you talk about rhythm. I feel like there's rhythm for you to identify the right waves and be in a good rhythm in the lineup. But also this wave seems like such a tough pace that it runs fast, it goes slow, it gets fat, it gets super pockety. So you kind of got to shift gears throughout the whole wave. And how does that feel when you're in the wave?
Yeah, it's hard. Like during my heat earlier, it was pretty like I think it was still negative tide, and it was like the wind was kind of blowing up the face. So it was like all of my waves, I had to like kind of safety surf them, because like if I pushed too hard, I knew I was gonna like slide out or something. So that's the main thing, just being smart, not pushing too hard, but pushing hard enough so it's like you're still getting scores.
So you're not safe surfing.
Yeah.
Mehdi swooping in and then trying to get above the lip, releasing that tail, blowing it out the top of the wave, but going down. Have a little look around, a little shrug. Being disappointed with himself considering his own extremely high make rate with those sort of maneuvers. But that way, just the fact that when he stood up, he did have to fade all the way back. It's just a little low on energy. It did fizzle out a touch compared to some of these kind of smokers that are really marching down the point that we've seen over the last heat or so. Still plenty of time left to go in this. He does have a couple of scores in, but disappointment to throw that one away on the end there, Jess.
Yeah, but I guess at this point and the type of quality of wave that he caught on that last one, he had to kind of go big. Yeah. It was the polar opposite of what he mentioned, because you could identify that wave didn't have too much for him to capitalize. So it's either going big or going big.
For sure.
And it's a different story when you have a wave like Ryan's that, like, you have the opportunity to build up to a 5.6 that he got. So you just got to play smart. So there's times in the heat and situations that it comes in front of you, and you just got to pull the trigger and make the right decision. And I think he did. He felt. And even if he made it, I don't think it was going to be that big of a score. Wave was kind of going flat after, so.
For sure. And I think he knows, like, he's got to push pretty hard right now to kind of try to match Hucky. So it's a pretty tough situation to be in. Like, strong suit's definitely airs. So I figured he'd probably be looking for that. But right now it's the high tide. It's not too many air sections right now. And the wind switched. Now it's blowing with the right. Earlier, when he dropped that big score, the wind was blowing into the right, so it was kind of favoring him a bit more.
He paddled out right when that wind switched, and he was like, all of a sudden, he had Luke, obviously, which is an amazing air guy as well, but he was on his backhand, which started to generate speed.
Exactly.
And then I was like, oh my gosh, like everything just swinged over to him right there, and he made the most of it. That was one of, for sure, the best combination of maneuvers we've seen, in the air reverse and like almost a full rotation into like a nice blow tail. It was very nice.
For sure.
Ryan Huckabee with priority, sitting there, being a little patient at the moment. He's got that decent number in as a result of that. Looking for something that's going to offer him a chance to express himself, use that powerful technique and the speed as well, impress the panel of judges. Once Mehdi might try and buzz around a little bit for the time being under prio, see what he can get going. So far from him, he does have a small lead at the moment, but not really significant numbers. He'll look to try and go a lot further than that indeed, and interesting to see our different regions from all around the world, and our Asian region producing so many strong surfers, particularly for this event. Aside from the participation we've had from the locals from the Philippines, Indonesia, with a very bright looking new crop, new generation of talent. Of course, having that representation already on the championship tour with Rio, but surfers like Bronson and a whole new generation of surfers in Bali as well, just really, really impressive. And it's about time, Jesse. We saw, it's best waves in the world, best country to go surfing, and now they got the world-class talent as well.
I mean, the only problem for Indonesian surfers is leaving their homes. They have the best waves all year around, and people think it's seasonal. Yeah, there's rain season there, but still the waves are firing. Just go to the other side of the mountain, and it's offshore and perfect barrels everywhere. So for them to, for a guy like him to actually put on the commitment to go to the other side of the world. Actually, Philippines is pretty close, but he kind of travels everywhere.
For sure.
To surf grinding conditions, that just shows how much he wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's exactly what he wants. He wants to be a competitive surfer, and he's going to have to give up the perfect waves most of the time.
Definitely.
15.5 to go in this, down towards that midway point in it. Surfer out of the USA, Ryan Huckabee, just the one wave at the moment. His second one, he'll wait for something much more significant than the number he requires, which is still pretty modest. And after, some kind of pumping conditions and pulses of energy, this one will just relax a little bit. We're just waiting for some more opportunities to come through. But at the moment, Bronson just trying to buzz around, really, see if he can find himself something. Ryan seems to have a very good idea, the kind of wave he wants to get. He'll just prowl a little bit closer towards the peak here, see if he can use this priority. Look kind of interested now, so a little paddle from Bronson will have to give way. Here goes Ryan Huckabee, gets a little caught just trying to pump, and that wave will just rumble away, so not ideal, not what he was looking for. Overall, what's he like? Who's the sensible one in your crew? Who's the straight guy? Who's the fun guy? What are your roles, mate? Talk us through the squad.
I would say Hucky's definitely the straighter edge one, and a little bit more like analytical and stuff like that, with the way he just carries himself for sure. And I'd say Blair and I are a little bit more similar, and we're a little bit more loose for sure.
Well, whatever approach you take to putting together your time, you're traveling, you're competing, it's working. So far, a spot for the quarters available at the moment for Ryan Huckabee. Try and get a quick wave there just to make amends for the misstep right now. That number will come in. It won't be a huge one. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We're going to come back, more live action from the World Juniors in the Philippines. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Seven of the round of 16 out of the water right now. Out of USA, Ryan Huckabee, Samedi from Indonesia. These two going to go into quarters, and obviously thinking going to get towards that stage about the ultimate prize of a world title. I'm just wondering, Owen, from your point of view, mate, you're in the quarters now. You don't seem to be getting too far ahead of yourself, but you're a couple of heats away. This could be something huge for you.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm excited. I mean, I've never got to compete for one of these before, so I've never got like the wild card or anything. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here and have an opportunity to win a world title. So
here goes Ryan.
Pretty sick.
Meaty looking bowl here, and he'll tap this. And he's been waiting for a section like that for a little while. I think it's kind of sort of similar in some ways to the closing section on his opening wave. Meanwhile, Mehdi, what's he got here? He's patient on the opening, and then he gives it the treatment, and so elastic and bendy, adjusts his feet, and then whips back again. So much smaller and slighter in stature, but so nimble, and that's a great turn to finish as well. Loads of flair in that, and he's feeling it.
This is trouble for Brian right now. Like, that wave was very impressive from him. The variety, how radical he was. Taking off right here, a little bit behind. Kept it very calm. And right here, you're going to see him getting vertical and blowing that fins all the way around. Controlling it back. Keeping the speed and the momentum throughout the wave as well. Nice cutty right there. And he's going to finish off strong with a nice layback. Very flary, acceleration, amplitude on the turns. This is a massive score for him.
Kyle Drizola getting ready. A little powwow with Luke Thompson. Taking on Francisco Ordonez and Portugal. So 2 of the European crew coming up against each other. And the final heat of this round, about 10.5 away from that. Scores to come through from that last exchange. We're feeling the type of surfing that Bronson Meddy was able to do there. It's pretty entertaining. He sort of squeezed a lot out of that wave, particularly when you think by the time he took off on it, Owen, it stood up on a kind of a lump of white water, just had to kind of drop straight down. You're like, where's he going with this?
Yeah.
And he had a good read, got that double up, and he got going.
For sure. Now, at this higher tide, those are the ones you want. Like, you want to be taken off clean because it's like a wave will shift so fast in front of you, and you'll be taken off and think it's good, and then it shifts, and then you're like way behind it. So those are the ones you want for sure. And I mean, like I said, he's pushing hard, probably the hardest we've seen him push on his turns, because he knows he's got to push to try to match Hucky. So yeah, I mean, Hucky's in a kind of a tough spot right here.
Yeah, big number in for Bronson. He's gone excellent. 8 points for him, and a good reward for some excellent surfing. Now the task facing this guy, Ryan Huckabee. He's going to need a pretty solid number, 7-0-1. Certainly not insurmountable.
And a very important scenario here. What a way to pull the trigger on an excellent score, right? You're paddling back out, and you're probably going to get priority because Ryan was behind him. And all this score is basically coming from this massive first turn right here. Judges love to see this. We didn't expect for him to do that. We expect him to just do that one normal snap, and then he blows the tail and just controls it so well and finish it up strong. So the judges are remember that first massive turn, last one, perfect combination to it, you know. What a way to finish, and result in June right there. Give it some support. Legend from Indonesia.
An absolute legend of the sport, with a strong squad, with the family over. We actually had dinner with all those guys last night. Their energy just amazing. They're loving it over here, just really vibing off the fact they're in the Philippines, so relatively shortish travels for Indonesians to come here, and a chance for a really historic moment about a World Junior title and all that would mean. But right now, really just thinking about the next wave that comes through. That's what Ryan Huckabee's got to do. 7-0-1. It's not a huge requirement. Just wondering, when you're surfing your heat, Owen, in terms of the score that you need, how much of that would that change? If you needed a 7 at this stage with 8 to go, would that change anything about your approach?
Not too much, especially at this wave. It's like I said, you kind of just have to roll the dice, and I definitely wouldn't be out there trying to overthink and be like, oh, this is a 7 or this is an 8 or whatever. So I don't think Hucky's too worried right now. He knows he can do one big turn and get the score. So I don't know. I think he shouldn't be too worried about it.
And just in terms of you, mate, your program after this, you got a QS over in Pismo, is that right?
Yeah, right after this.
Straight after this?
Yep.
And then straight into regional qualifying throughout the rest of the winter?
Yeah, like we're finishing out in March in Barbados.
Always finishes in Barbados, seems like, yeah?
Yep, 5,000 to finish, so it's pretty big.
What a great wave, too, to finish.
Such a sick wave, yeah.
I mean, if you talk about high performance and probably having the best event to finish it up with the biggest points, that's the one to be there.
For sure. It's pretty sick. That was how I got on the Challengers last year. I got a big result there.
One and done.
Yeah, pretty much. I won the event before 1,000 and just kind of kept the momentum going. Got a third and then ended up jumping like 10 spots.
That's nice.
And what did you make of your time on the Challenger Series?
It was fun. It was a big learning experience, like just with my equipment and everything. Like going to Oz, like you need like different boards, more rockered out, a little thinner boards to work good, and I didn't really know that. So when I was in Oz, like it was pretty tough. Like I just felt a little off, and I think it was kind of a lot to do with the equipment and stuff like that.
It's definitely, like, obviously we've been talking a bunch about that, right? Like there's steps that you take until you become a world champion.
For sure.
This is one of them. We're sitting right here talking about it, and then next step will be the Challenger Series. Like you got to bring your best game. You're gonna surf against up and up grums like you that are amazing, talented surfers, but also you're going to have those older guys that have so much experience and
Exactly.
been there for so long,
Yeah.
has done it, are dialed with their equipment.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to go against those guys.
It's not easy, and just going to new places every event. I'd never been in any of those places, so that's another huge thing.
Bronson, live action from him, gives it a crack, bit of foam on the face. He'll try to deal with that. Swings one into the lip and then waits patiently. Doesn't quite hit that one as he would have hoped, and as a result, he decides to pop it on the inside. Very light on his feet. He won't get a completion for that, so not sure if he'll do much damage in terms of the score. Therefore, 6-7 is low number.
He's bummed right there. He hit the water. He knows, like at this stage with someone like Ryan, that it's such a solid, strong surfer, has a lot of experience on bigger events than even this.
That's the opportunity to turn that 7 into an 8 something. If you can add a 1.5 on that, you're really kind of ramping up the pressure. So perhaps a missed opportunity. Let's see.
Still sits in a great position, but leaving the door open, there's always a chance for someone to come in. So
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that just shows how hard it is to surf out there right now. There's so much bump and so much it's really tough to time sections.
Inside 5 minutes to go in this. The requirement will remain unchanged. 7.01 for Ryan Huckabee. Very gettable score for him. There's no improvement from Bronson. That'll be a 3 for his last wave. So Ryan, with that priority, with essentially relatively straightforward task, find yourself a good wave and just tee off on it. If he can crack it, the judges have been impressed, whether it's one single maneuver, whether it's big combos. They've rewarded powerful, spirited surfing, risk-taking. That's factoring in as well. And they've been sort of quite clear as well, Jess, in sort of what they're looking for. Pretty consistent as well. Nothing kind of rogue. It's just most of the scores, situations, requirements, everything like that. I mean, they've really been nailing where the surfers need to go, and they've been quite clear with their messaging and consistent with it.
I think the last phrase that you just mentioned, that they're being clear with what they want. Like, I've noticed the whole event that they want big sections, and it's getting rewarded. All you need to do is identify those, find those. I think that like yours, 70% of your job is done when you find that wave that has that big section.
For sure.
This seems to be the hardest thing, right? So as soon as you do it, just go big, and you like, or sometimes not even go big, just be solid. Like, step the board in the right place and just make it look like you own it. That's all you need to do.
For sure. Yeah, and it's just so bumpy out there. You just can't over push, and you can't like under surf a wave either. So it's just finding that happy medium,
Yeah, look confident on top of the board, and most likely you're gonna get a good score.
Exactly.
And then when today's done, like however this heat goes, will you kind of go back and watch tape and kind of reassess? You sort of geek out on your heats. What's the plan there? Go back and study them?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll look back at my waves and stuff like that, just to kind of see how the board is looking, and that's pretty much it, though.
Your board is looking good, by the way. We didn't do your heat, but I've watched it from a spectator side of things, and yeah, it was gliding nice, had speed.
Thank you, I
like
appreciate
you mentioned, so many flat sections, bumpy, like little pockets of like texture to it.
Yeah,
and he was gliding nicely. So
Thank you.
That's one thing to have in your corner, right? Have a good board. You're stoked.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I'm stoked. I got that board made for this wave, so. And I was like, I rode it 3 times before, or maybe 2 times for my first heat, and then I was like, this thing feels pretty nuts, so just went with it.
Nice.
Crucial to success, of course, at any level of 7, particularly with the world title on the night, getting the equipment dialed in, not only with the surfer, but particularly with the venue as well. This venue here, I think we've seen from the performances that have gone down throughout the day, surfers figuring things out with the more heats they surf, more momentum and insights gathered, as we were in terms of situation. Final couple of minutes now, so under 2 minutes to go, and it still is the Indonesian surfer Bronson Medi. All the free surfing hype around this guy right now. He's close to quarterfinals here. Ryan Huckabee will have something to say about that if he uses priority with just a 7.01, the requirement. I say just a 7.01. He's going to need to find the second highest score of the heat. That is the 8 that Bronson has dropped. A bit of interest here from the Floridian. Ryan will go now. He's up. It's a solid looking wave. There's a bit of bump though. He's patient. Now he'll come across a bit of a flabby section. and then stand on the tail. So no real damage done yet. First turn, he'll just whip one to set up. And that's not the wave he was after.
Man, it's so hard to predict this wave. As soon as he took off, I thought the wave was actually going to run and maybe close in front of him. And all of a sudden, he's wiping off speed because it's kind of hit that deep section of the reef, and it was just slow. Not what he was hoping for, unfortunately, for Ryan.
Dang.
Meanwhile, Bronson found himself a bit of shiny face. Just do a quick turn and get out. Under 45 seconds to go in this. It looks like he's going to get priority as well relative to the position of Ryan Huckabee. Might not even get back out in time. That's exactly where he is. Okay, so a little bit of paddling to do to get back there. And even when he does, it looks like the Indonesian will have control of the lineup as well. Possibly if something can come through and offer something sort of halfway out the back. Meanwhile, Bronson will just spin and make sure here. Bronson Medi, just a block really for the takeoff, but actually this thing will stand up for him. He'll swoop back. And then he has a little look, just make sure nothing else coming. Just an absolute smooth, silky style, but just so radical in his approach. And he's absolutely loving this. You can see now starting to build up that momentum, starting to get to, well, into finals day. And well done to Bronson Medi. Disappointment for Ryan Huckabee. Just didn't find the ways out there, Owen.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It's just so hard out there when the tide gets like this, and just so much bounce. And like you look like every wave they took off on looks so similar from the start.
That's true.
And you literally don't. You have no idea what it's gonna do. So I don't know. This is a tough one, but Hucky will reset and get ready for Pismo, and he'll be good.
Owen, thanks a lot for coming in. It's been really good to have your insights. Good luck for the quarters, mate.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It was pretty cool being out there.
Thanks for the insights.
For sure.
Keep it rolling. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have our final heat of the day featuring a couple of the Euros, Kai Odriozola and Francisco Ordonez. We'll be right back.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome into the final heat of the day. Who's going to the quarterfinals to face Bronson Medi? Be one of our two European surfers, Kai Odriozola out of San Sebastian in Spain. Basque Country taking on Francisco Ordonez out of Lisbon, Portugal. Two surfers training together, hanging out together as part of that Euro contingent. One of them's heading to quarters. We'll find out who it is. Paul Evans alongside Jesse Mendez. And with these conditions that we've mentioned, just clicked in terms of energy and size. That last heat maybe not quite pulsing as much as the previous one. Let's see if we can finish up the day strong here, Jesse.
I'm excited. Actually, it was a great day of surfing. The waves were challenging, but the boys really put on a good show for us.
Here's Kai, swoops into action. That trademark flow that he's got with a real clean start. Just gathers that board underneath him, real smooth, pushes off the bottom turn, but unable to do much on that. It's not much on offer from the wave there. Just having a little look around, see if he can find a section. On that particular occasion, he doesn't. Meanwhile, at the back, Ordonez and he goes down awkwardly, just loses the rail on the backhand bottom turn. And probably still snaffle priority just from where Kai is. Dunya's, of course, the reigning European junior champion. He got that crown up in Galicia in the northwest of Spain. And looking to represent Europe over here in the best possible way by getting into finals day. Very highly rated by a lot of the crew in Portugal for a number of years. Part of that big generational push that we're seeing out of Europe at the moment. It is based around Iberia largely, with what the Spaniards have been able to do. That region really going strength to strength at the moment, and this would be really interesting to see. Again, sort of similar stories with Luke and Daniel, training partners, people that are travelling together, got to surf in the heat. I suppose, you know, if you look at it from a positive point of view, well, one of them is through finals day.
Yeah. And also, the positive side of things too, you grew up competing with a person, so you know each other very well. But it happens, you know, and it's going to happen more and more as these guys go along the road. Every once in a while, they're going to go against each other, but live it in the water, you know. That's the best way to do it. Do your best, see how it goes, and then if you make it, move on. If you don't, go cheer for a friend. I think that build-up of camaraderie on tour really pushes each other, you know. You see your friend doing good, it kind of gives you the belief, hey, I grew up with this guy, like I can do the same as him or even better. So I think it's a good push.
A little deeper water on top of the point, and unable to get into that one is Ordóñez. Gave it a good swing, but just couldn't quite get there. He might get another crack here. He's actually probably going to be too deep. Meanwhile, midway down the line, Odriozola not really interested in that. Could have thought about swinging and going, but realising that one was going to run away pretty quick. So at the moment, just pretty low numbers in, really. Nothing to get too caught up in terms of scores at the moment. This one as yet to really catch fire in terms of a contest. But just that 3 in for Kai is the best of the action so far. Plenty more from these two though. The contrast styles, the goofy and the regular. But other than that, sort of similar kind of stature and similar sort of approaches, both smooth, radical, really polished. It's amazing how many surfers that we see come through with really all-round approaches, no weaknesses. Speaking of which, someone very exciting out of the Indonesian region, Bronson Medi. He's with Stace.
Oh, hello guys. Just talking about backflips and how cool they are. Bronson, you going to get one done at this event? Hey, look, how good does it feel to put that kind of surfing together in your heats? We know you can do it outside the jersey, but this is the biggest event likely of your career so far, the world title on the line. How good does it feel to perform like that?
Yeah, it felt good for sure, especially getting the cleaner wave, because it was super tricky out there, a lot of bumpy ones, and you don't really know what you're going to go on. So, yeah, just stoked. I got a couple good turns out on that wave, got a 8, and yeah, pretty much won the heat for me that wave.
No, your board looked amazing this morning. Did you stay on the same board, or did you mix it up with the increase in swell?
I just used the same board, same thing. It's a round pin, so it works both ways. It kind of holds and good for the air. So yeah, never switched it up. Just kept using the same one.
Certainly looking good. And talk to us about the support you got here. Uncle Riz and the boys must feel good.
Yeah, I got everybody here. The whole family supporting me. Chandra, Rizal, Sinar, Baron. Yeah, just stoked to have them here and for the support. Yeah, it's been amazing.
And did you want to say hello to anyone back at home watching online?
Yeah, I want to say hello to my mom, my dad, all the boys watching. Let's go. Another one. Let's go.
You can speak in Indonesian if you want.
It's harder for me.
My bad. Thank you.
Stace picking up vision there of Kai Odriozola. As he'll gather himself, he went down. Not what he was looking for on that particular wave. Just a little flick of the water, slight bit of frustration, plenty of time left to go. Kai, of course, getting a lap on the Challenger Series this year. A couple of 25ths, I think. His best results, got one of those over on the Gold Coast, also in Eddie Seda. 25th for him, unable to crack beyond that round. Jesse, it is so tough on the Challenger Series.
Basically, I like to say it's an event win every heat you make. So that's how competitive it is, and that's how many little mistakes you have to commit in every heat. And not to mention, like, as soon as you get the ball rolling, make sure you run that as much as you can, because sometimes you get stuff.
He'll swing here. It goes Odriozola, goes to the air. And a slow rotation. And ultimately, it will be an incompletion for him. He's just plugging away here, so much more busy in terms of his approach. Not really translating into scores thus far. We're still in the early stages, really, of this heat. Plenty of time left to go, so his approach at the moment not really paying dividends. That's been sort of dictated as well by essentially the sort of sections that are coming through. Not a lot on off. I see a lot of these throwaways, but that's really because surfers know they haven't done much prior to that on the wave, and why not go for it? You not use priority up. Give it a swing. Ordonez being more patient though. Out there, still looking to try and activate something. He's got nothing on the board really of any significance at all so far. So last heat of the day, always a tough one. Sit around watching everything that's going on, trying not to get too burnt out on the beach, but at the same time, try and sort of stay active and stay involved. Not easy to do.
I also think there's a lot of expectation that builds up inside you. You've watched it all day. You've seen so many people do well, and you've seen different type of surfing do well in different type of waves. So it builds up a lot of possibilities in your head, and sometimes they could creep in and kind of tend to get like tight, you know, and you just kind of got to try and let it go. I think Red's trying to do that, but it seems like he's always on the wrong side, like picking some waves that are running down a little bit too much. But he's swinging. At some point, you expect him that he's going to click into one.
Just over 20 minutes, still plenty of time. A bomb set will shut down the lineup here. That one pretty straight. There's a couple more behind here. Any kind of interest shown? Ordonez having a bit of a look. He may think about spinning here. Not super committed paddle, but then he decides, yep, this is me. Thick section, backhand from him. Gives it a late crack, and he'll come out. And he'll get out onto the open face. A little check back turn for him. Gives a flick of the hair to clear the vision. Now a steep section, crucial section, goes up, nice and steep vert, 12 o'clock, bangs it.
I was so impressed of how patient he was off that first section of the wave. As he was taking off, there's so much whitewash, which is a combination of water and air, and it's so hard for you to get traction. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's a huge mistake, like pulling such a white watery wave. But he was so calm. He kept his board flat, didn't try and engage the rail too much, because once you do it, that's when really troubles happens in white watery, textury waters when you're trying to bottom turn. And that first turn was pretty massive, and then he kind of seems like he was going to get stuck. And usually what people do is just try to compress, make it happen. He just stood still, let the wave push him again, and finish it off the wave strong. That was like so impressive to watch a drum pull that off.
Yeah, less is more approach to his surf, and it just looks so good, especially when it comes together with a big section to finish things off. So good number in for him, 5.33, decent. And he didn't look like he wasn't sure if he wanted the wave, or possibly realized he was just pretty late, but just got stroked into it. A very gentlemanly pace, and then some really nice surfing for a 5.33. So first bit of quality, first legit score really in this one. This guy, Kaya Drizola now, it's his move. He's got prio. He needs to find himself a wave here. Bags of time left to go, though. Who's going to quarterfinals to face Bronson Medi? One of these two. Drizzola's smooth technique. He needs to show us some of that. He's just had a couple of little frustrated waves on the inside that haven't offered much. Contrast that with Ordonez. And that, as you mentioned, exactly. Great pickup, Jesse. The fact that nothing hurried as well. Doesn't need to force it. And generally speaking, you know, we associate with the younger, that exuberance, you're youthful, you want to kind of make things happen. Just looking so casual and clean. All right, here goes Kai. He's up, off the bottom, pushes, and then slices with that rail line. And then he hits the section, just banks off of it. Something went slightly awry there. So got the turn done, kind of, but sort of went head first into the white water.
Yeah, I don't think that wave's going to matter by the end of this heat. Actually, I hope it doesn't matter, because that means they're actually getting more opportunities and better waves. But yeah, like you mentioned, he's just very calm. And if you stop and think, look how much water is moving at the screen right now. Like, there's so much lump, so much texture to the wave. There's rips going down on the bottom here. So the less you move, the most likely, the more calm and present you are, the most likely you're not going to catch a rail or commit a mistake. So he's doing just fine. He's doing that from the get-go as well. From the paddle, Francisco is actually looking like he was just present in the moment, calm, and making the right decisions. there's so much to go wrong when you take off on a wave and there's that much happening. And you just got to try and slow yourself down and make sure you pull the trigger when you have to.
Been a really fun day of competition here at Mona Lisa Point, La Union, playing host to the World Surf League's World Junior Championships, presented by the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. Have really stepped in and stepped up for us here, made us feel super welcome, made this event happen. The historic chapter of the Crown Champions here, sending surfers to quarter-finals. One of these two is heading that way. There's the Peanut Gallery watching on the contest structure.
Watching your phone a lot, too.
Yeah. And at the moment, what they're seeing is an ocean that's not really been very generous in terms of opportunities. That wave of Francisco, even that was a little bit of a wobbly one. He did well to turn it into that score. That was just by a really, really smart read, essentially, on that wave. Other than that, been a couple of little lumps of energy come through, but nothing really with that sort of line in front of it, that tapering energy that you'd like to see. So far, been a little bit stingy, Mona Lisa. It is the Portuguese surfer at the moment with the better of it, by virtue of the fact that he's got that 5.33 locked in. All right, here goes Kai Odriozola. And he's got a section, and he'll flare up, releases the tail, and again, it's another incompletion for him. So similar sort of pattern in the fact that he's trying to find opportunities and unable really to get the sections, essentially. I think it's a similar sort of story there. He just wasn't quite on in terms of that ramp.
Yeah, it was a tricky section for him. Didn't give him too much time to prepare himself. And another priority that was lost right there, and a good opportunity for Francisco. Let's see if he can capitalize, because those little moments in a heat could make a big difference, and your opponent needs to take advantage of that. Mostly sitting with the 5.33, which is by far the best way of the heat. Even though it's not a big number, but still puts a lot of pressure if you can capitalize in this next one. Maybe 2 steps ahead, and maybe be 2 steps ahead in front of Kai.
Just under 14.5 minutes remaining in a final heat of the day. Who's going to quarterfinals to face Bronson Medi at the moment? It is the Portuguese surfer Ordonez with the lead in this. More live action as we'll wrap up the day when we come back from break.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the Philippines World Junior Championships, wrapping up the round of 16. Kai Odriozola taking on Francisco Ordonez. These pair, the prize available to one of them, a spot in the quarterfinals to face Bronson Medi at the moment. It is the surfer out of Lisbon, Portugal. European Pro Junior Champion Francisco Ordonez. He's got a lead in this, but you can see from the scoreboard it's not a very big one. Score's very modest indeed. There's not been lows to get excited about. We did get an exchange though, Jesse, during the break.
Yeah, I love how calm he is off the bottom turns, getting that wave nice and vertical right there in a critical section and finish it off strong. Lost a little bit of control right there. You've seen the arms kind of going around, but he regrouped and came out clean. So that's a great way to capitalize on the mistake that Kai had before, and this is a beautiful finish. pushing that back foot, kind of a lot of pizzazz on that wave, driving down, coming out pretty nicely as well. Both making a good move right there. I think as soon as Francisco was maybe getting a good lead and a good gap to it, Kai kind of answered back with probably a decent score.
Bomb set on the outside, no one in position. It looked like a bit of a straight one. Felt like that was an important section for Kai just to make that. He's had a couple of falls, doesn't he? And you think about frustration, maybe could start to creep in a little bit. That's really important, a technical turn and a risky one. And he actually pulled that, and let's see if that gives him a little kick. He's going to need to try and find something here. Going to get a number in for that. Did get Francisco's wave, another 5 in for him. So that requirement now 5.8. It was a 5.93 for Francisco. So the improvement from him. And now Kai's number is in. It's a 5.47. So things pretty evenly poised, really. If you think about a 5.8, that's the requirements. It came in 5s right now, Jesse.
Yeah, that's all credits to his ability and his technique, because that wave didn't give him too much opportunity, but getting that board up in vertical and pushing that tail, like a nice blow tail right there for him, and very critical, like a lot of risk involved in that turn, and the judges have been rewarded, and they did once again. So identifying that and making the most of it, because now if he didn't have that wave, he would have been quite far behind him, probably needing about a 7-point ride, and in this situation he needs a 5.8 only, so he's right back in the game. 10 minutes to go with no priority, but still a pretty tight playing field right now. Obviously you always want to be ahead in the heat, but I don't think there's too much difference and an advantage right now for Francisco besides the priority in the 10 minutes left.
With the improvement from these two, let's see if they can find in, try and find one of those proverbial diamonds in the rough, and just get a bit more interested in what's available out there. It's been a scrappy one so far. Seen quite a lot of mistakes as well. We've mainly seen a bit of chop and wobble from the ocean on this high tide with that wind and all sorts going on out there. And it's all about really just getting through this one, because you're setting yourself up potentially for something huge. And Cisco's already tasted the final at the under-18 stage in ISA. And right now, his thoughts on trying to fend off his friend Kai Drizola. He's chasing him down. A 5.8 is the requirement for Kai. Cisco Ordunez with that clean, unhurried, smooth, measured style. It's paid off for him so far. And in conditions like this, Jesse, with so much going on, it's just sort of chaos really on the wave face. A bit of calmness from the shape of the body. Always looks nice. Just kind of cleaning things up for us as we're watching. It's quite chattery out there and bumpy.
Yeah, there's so much going on. So sometimes if you you try to overdo things, it seems like you're a little bit anxious, and that lacks confidence. So it's a presentation. You're presenting yourself to judges, and they feel all of that. So looking like both of them are actually looking at the last wave. Both of them look calm, look collective, and looks like red is going to be on a bomb without priority.
Yeah, solid looking wave here for Kai Drizola. Great looking section. He's patient, draws out the bottom turn. That's a great hit from him. And then recovers that into a carve on the face. Another one just to set up for an inside, but he's done good work with that turn out the back in a big section. Nice little shift of the weight there as he swings the axe, displacing water. Nice little angry snap as well to follow that up. He'll keep swinging here. This thing's a runner. Inside section. Bang. Into the lip. Very well done.
This is clear and excellent wave for me. Excellent wave, excellent surfing. Major maneuver right off the bat. And the only thing that I thought Francisco had in his advantage was the priority and the 10 minutes left. And obviously kind of not paying that close of attention to it. Kai went a little bit deep, found this magic double up that provided him so much. Look how calm he is off the bottom, waiting for that wave to actually get steep and just unleashing right there. So much amplitude, acceleration throughout the turn, and then kept it calm again, waiting for the wave to provide him, let the board lie. Beautiful torque. He's using his upper body to his advantage always. Nice way to mix it in, and just being smart right there to finish it off. He's going to get that board up in vertical once again, and I see this wave going excellent. Looks like Blue is on the wave behind. We missed that. Let's see what he does.
7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just, you know, I have to say, when you let a wave like this go and you see it from the back, that adds so much pressure on you, and it makes you feel like an urgency that you have to get something right off the bat. And that's what happened. He just went on a wave that he probably would have not pulled the trigger the whole heat, but it's just a sense of urgency and the idea that he committed a mistake, which he did, and it is what it is now.
Massive number in for Kai Driozola. Goes excellent, 8.17 for him. And we were waiting for some quality once again in this heat. We found it right now. Good surfing, excellent surfing, and well read. Being in the right place at the right time. That doesn't happen by mistake. He's positioned in exactly the spot he needed to be. And all Francisco Ordóñez with priority could do was just watch him haplessly, really, from the shoulder. And then he would have just seen absolute buckets of spray in the sky. Not what you want to see. And then multiple tags all the way down the line as well. 8.17 for Kai in the driving seat. Very much under 6 minutes to go here. Francisco out the back with a number 7.72. The requirement for him. Looks like we got some energy. Let's see if he can dial into it. Be great to get an exchange and a couple more. But just to your point, Jesse, about being out of position with the priority there in these kind of conditions, there's not going to be many ways like that, and you cannot afford to let something go.
You cannot afford. Mostly sitting on first place, and not that much time left. I'm not saying for him to sit by him and like sit on him at this specific time, but just to pay close attention to, like, don't be too far away, because a wave can come anywhere here. We were talking to Owen Moss the heat before, and he was mentioning how tricky it is to actually figure it out where the wave's going to break and which wave's going to be good. So make sure you're right by your opponent with that much time left. And you could definitely, as he was taking off, you could see that wave had a critical section to it, and it was a nice big double up, and he made the most of it. And he's in sync. That's the second heat in a row that he gets a big score without priority. So Kai is in a good rhythm today.
Yeah, be feeling pretty good, buoyant about life right now as he makes his way into the lineup. Time ticking away. Ordóñez with a little rueful look back towards the beach and the structure. And really, he's just going to need something quite special to come his way out of the ocean. Thinking about that number, 7.72. So essentially, you're really thinking about something excellent. That's what it's going to come down to. Time on the clock will tick away this short period swell. Our drone view can show you there. So we had basically a real big blow through the night, which kicked in a short period swell, but then throughout the day a little bit of wind as well. I see there's white caps out there, so a bit of confusion in terms of the swell. Some of the waves are still providing quality sections, exactly like that first turn that we just saw from Kai on that peak. That thing just stood up, exactly the kind of shape he was hoping for. Another really good read. Patience from him as well. Absolutely delivering after a few misfires, couple of inside sections where he'd be backing himself to get a completion. Fell off a few times. Crucially, he maintained his composure and his calm. It also helps when the absolute bomb of the day comes right at you when your opponent has got priority, is slightly out of position. You've got to take these opportunities when they come. That's what he did. We're seeing a lot of paddling right now, seeing a lot of chop, but not too much surfing. That won't bother Kai at the moment. Down towards that 3-minute mark here. Francisco Ordóñez looking for a wave and looking for a little bit of magic just to sort of conjure up something, will himself something, think about nice moments that he's had here and times in his free surf or even in his heats where something's come his way. Just that good juju. Wants a bit of cooperation from the ocean, but it's a bit of a battle at the moment, really, just to stay in position. They're not paddling deep here, Jesse. This is just to hold their peak.
Yeah, it's decisions that you got to make that are not easy to do mostly when you're in pressure. But for Kai now in his situation, he's just hoping that he just paddles everywhere and just kind of loses the focus on where to sit and put himself in a bad position, maybe in a part of the bank that waves don't really properly break. So
golden hour in the Philippines. Beautiful late afternoon light here. Absolutely dreamy as we look out to sea. Yeah, a time of day where you can make the most of all of the hospitality along the shores here. Great places to eat, get a refreshing beverage, and just vibe on a great day of surfing. Not if you're in the camp of either of these two, or indeed both of them, as a lot of the Euro squad. This lot train as a unit together right now. It's nervous moments, it's tense. Francisco Ordóñez with priority on the wrong end of a high 7 currently. The wave will stand up outside everybody and just shut down. They'll dip under this one. Under 90 seconds to go in this heat now. At the moment, it looks like surfer out of the Basque Country, Kai Odriozola, is heading towards a quarter-final matchup with Bronson Medi. That is, unless, of course, our surfer out of Lisbon, Portugal, European champion for the juniors. Francisco Ordóñez can do something about this situation now. High 7, let's try that again, is the requirement for him, and really just needs a wave. Let's see if he can get something going here. A little bit of energy. Final minute now. Kai is deeper, but it will be Francisco who goes. He's up. This will be his shot at it, and it's soft and sluggish. Not the energy he wanted from the initial section. Now it'll steepen up a bit. He's super patient, and he does really well. The dynamic turn, such a hard turn to do. Hit a closeout section on your backhand. Put a bit of flair in it as well. That was super tech, Jesse.
I mean, that was my favorite turn of backside of the whole event so far. Like, just how he was able to control the tail, get that good slide throughout, and make that turn look big. Because so many times you're going to see people do that on their backhand, but it's going to look tricky. That's not the case right here. I don't think that's going to come into 7.7 Chu, because he needed maybe one more turn, one more critical turn. But, man, that was beautiful, and he should keep his head up. See right there, it's just kind of like a setup turn, and then this beautiful bottom turn just set him up. Weight all over the front foot right there to get the release, and once it engages again, you kind of got to go get out and clean. It's so technical to that turn. That turn is very underrated, and yeah, I'm just happy to see great surfing from him, because yeah, that was a high task to do.
Yeah, he had a chance. He did the right thing. He had to take that wave. He surfed it pretty much as the maximum of the potential that was on offer from that wave. It was a smaller wave though, and a little bit lacking. Comes in round about a point under 6.43. So Zorionak to Kai Odriozola. Congratulations, he's through the quarterfinals here, and he will be relishing a chance to surf in the quarters and see exactly where he can go in this competition. A world title on the line. Commiserations to Francisco Ordóñez. It was a tough heat in terms of conditions, but ultimately not able to get past Kai. Will be absolutely delighted. So the Euro squad, they've got this guy through the quarterfinals, Kai Odriozola, and that'll wrap up what's been a really big day of competition. We've run 2 rounds. All sorts has happened, ever shifting, changing conditions throughout the day. We've seen some really tough heats, kind of scrappy. We've seen a couple of bombs as well. Think of the heat we saw between the 2 South Africans, Emsley and Thompson, pretty much pumping. And in between all of that stuff, all about ultimately staying alive here. Not thinking too far ahead, but when you get this close to a big result, potentially something really, really big. Let's have a look at our top 6 scores of the day. Well, this was Kai from the round of 16. Went excellent.
Yeah, look how much amplitude in that section. Just a chunky section. Exactly what you're hoping for today. You don't want anything more than that. Even if that wave died out right after, you would have still got probably a high 6 just for that singular turn. And then just kind of smart surfing all over after that. He knew he didn't need to do anything special after. Just finished the wave and looked solid.
The moment that turned the heat that we just watched. Meanwhile, earlier on, Lennox.
Back against the wall, let's talk about that. Like, he was having a shocker of a heat. Beautiful carve right there, getting a release, and right there, just so much board control, pushing that tail around, coming out clean. This is also a beautiful wave from Heitor. An 8.23 combination of major maneuvers and progressive surfing right there. Lost it a little bit, but hey, when you're going that big, that's fine. It's okay. But he was needing a 9 point something. He did not get the score, so he still lost on that one. And this is the Portuguese that was just in the heat, just flawless surfing all day long. Beautiful. Committed one mistake throughout the whole day, and that cost him the day, which was giving that wave to Kai, and unfortunately for him there. And for me, Winter Vincent has been the standout of the event so far. Just super tall guy, makes everything looks big, but not to mention amazing in the air as well. Very progressive surfer all around it. Oh, we got a lot of good waves today. That's pretty impressive. I think this is probably my favorite combination throughout the whole day. Just a massive transitional air right there. So clean, foam climb, and he was supposed to finish it up with a nice blow tail right there, and that was very impressive from him as well.
So a bunch of excellent rides, and that's going to take at this level to go through the quarterfinals. A really interesting day of competition here. There it is, in terms of those top 5 waves that we've seen today. And the story has been, in some of those tricky heats, they were low scoring. There was a couple of 4s or 5s, but then someone would drop an 8. But it wasn't like there weren't multiple 8s available. Usually it's one of the surfers that found that kind of a wave.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that we had that many high scores, because it was a tough day to find not just wave itself, but find your pace on the wave. It was very tricky today, and the boys did a great job.
It's going to wrap things up for us here today. We've settled our bracket for the quarterfinals. Some really good looking matchups. Plus we've still got to run the women's round of 16 as well. So plenty more surfing yet to bring you. You know what? Let's go down and hear from Kai. He's with Stace.
But not quite. I was just going to carry you boys through the remainder of the afternoon until Kai got here, but now he's here. Kai, rockstar entrance, rockstar heat. Well done.
Thank you. It was a tough heat with a good friend of mine, Francisco. He's surfing really good. It was a tight one, and yeah, really happy to make it through the quarters.
We've had a few heats like this. Friends, people staying, training together. How does it make the heat harder or easier in a way? You just focus on yourself.
I don't know. Once you are in the water, it's the same. If it's, I think, your friend or no. It changes when it's your brother. When I have to compete against my Hans, my brother, but against friends, we don't want to draw him. But once you are in the heat, it's, I think, the same.
Against your friends, you'll say that they're surfing good, but against your brother, you'll probably say no.
I don't know. Against my brother, it's okay if you lose, but you don't want to lose against your brother, younger brother. But you want him to make the hit. I also want to make it. It's a really tough one when that happens.
It's an early morning back at home. Hopefully, it's a nice, fresh morning. I'm sure your parents are out watching. Did you want to say good morning?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos que estáis viendo. Saludar a mis amigos, a mi familia. A la Itona y a la Machi, y bueno, a ver si tenemos suerte la siguiente, una buena manga, condiciones difíciles, y seguimos, a ver cómo sigue el campeonato. Y muchas gracias también a EDP, a Rip Cool, a mis patrocinadores, a Pucas, que me ha hecho tablas muy buenas, y bueno, seguimos.
Well done, Kai. Paul, Jesse, Mitchell, let's trot.
Thanks, Stace. Been a fun day. Been a great day.
It's been an awesome day, great surfing overall, and can't wait for tomorrow. I think he's going to clean up a little bit in the morning, maybe drop it a bit in size, which is great for this bank, and let's go.
Hoping for fun conditions tomorrow. Pretty confident it's going to be pretty good. We're going to come back for a 7:30 call for potential 8 o'clock start. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll send you out with some highlights. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.